We're Cambridge, we're Colchester, Felixstowe and Cromer, we're Peterborough, Wellingborough, we're Luton and Acton, we're Hertford and Stratford, London and the East, we're beginners and we're veterans, local and adopted, we're progressive, we're inclusive, we're versatile, we wear our badge with pride. We're those who volunteer endless time, nurturing the future of our game. We're those who inspire others to give it a go. We're those who support with passion, and those who dream of pulling on our shirt. We're strengthening our history to thrive in the future. We are built by our region, for our region. We are Sunrisers.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords, where it's day one of the County Championship match here between Middlesex and Somerset. Delighted to say Peter Milan is alongside me. Kevin Hand for the commentary this morning. Delighted in one sense, Peter. That's probably not the best word I could have used there for that one. Obviously, you'd dearly love to be out there, but a precautionary reason that you're up here with that slight knee problem picked up in the Surrey match.
Yeah, I think sort of we're still trying to get to the bottom of it. Some kind of inflammatory reaction that's just sort of set off a series of events. But yeah, precautionary. I'll be good to go pretty soon.
Good to hear. News of the toss out there for the team is that they have won the toss and elected to bowl first. Middlesex can tell you that the team news is just the one change, and that is sadly Peter Milan is sat alongside me. Great news for me, but not for the team. So in comes Robbie White to make that change up from the defeat at Surrey. There are the players ready to go. Plenty of changes for Somerset. Josh Davey is out. So yeah, Davey is out. He has gone out on loan. Two changes, pretty much expected coming in, with Lewis Gregory one of the two changes, and Peter Siddle making a pretty formidable Somerset lineup. Let me run you through those teams very quickly this morning to tell you how it looks for the sides, as there's the Middlesex side. Can pretty much go by name through them there. Mark Stoneman, Sam Robson, Stephen Eskenazi, Max Holden, Robbie White, John Simpson, the wicket-keeper, Ryan Higgins, Luke Holman, Toby Rowland-Jones, Ethan Bamber and Tim Murtagh. There's Richard Johnson at the top of the screen, having a quick chat with Luke Holman, who has played a crucial little role with the ball at times already this season, and Robbie White, who gets a back massage there from the coach, who's been waiting his chance, to be fair, Robbie. So from his point of view, obviously he'll be desperately disappointed for yourself, but a great opportunity for him. There's a hell of a lot of competition in the batting lineup at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's good. Someone like Rob, he's been waiting for his chance, and yeah, he's put in a lot of work off the pitch, so hopefully that pays off during this game.
So the Somerset side, as we await our umpires, they are nearly ready to go. Ian Blackwell and Paul Pollard. Peter Such is the match referee for this one, and heading down the pavilion steps any moment now will be the opening batters, Tom Lammonby and Steve Davis, the wicket-keeper. Tom Abel, the captain, at 3. George Bartlett at 4. Tom Cola-Cadmore at 5. James Rew, a century in each innings of the draw at Old Trafford last up for him. Lewis Gregory, one of those 2 changes that we mentioned. Craig Overton, Matt Henry, Peter Siddle and Jack Leach. So Middlesex win the toss. They elect to bowl. 2 wins out of 5 so far for the hosts. Somerset yet to get a win. They've got 4 draws to their name so far though, and just the 1 defeat, which they will be hoping to improve themselves, of course, in this game. A shake of the hands from the umpire as they step over the rope, and off we go. So yeah, it's a toss where probably at about 9 o'clock this morning there was clear blue sky and everybody thought, oh, this could be an interesting decision. Lords, you look up, not down. Clear blue sky. It's a little bit cloudier overhead at the moment. So this was the track that Middlesex played Nottinghamshire on, which was a victory, of course. Half century for yourself as well, I should mention at this point. But a slightly harder one. We're a little bit more into the season now. Slightly harder here at the top end of the square where this track's positioned.
Yeah, I think we've had a bit better weather probably this last week, which would help call it the firmness of the track. I do think the way we set up with our bowling unit, probably the most there's going to be in is this morning. So if we can take 3-4 wickets in that morning session, that could really put us ahead in the game and set us up nicely going forward.
So there was a look at the pitch. As Tim Mercer taking his sweater off to get things going this morning from the nursery end here at Lords. Toby Rowland-Jones, the skipper, just to his right there. Luke Holman in shot as well, receiving that ball and good to go. So yeah, it's an interesting call for Middlesex this morning to go first with the ball, but it does really look a good surface. They'll hope this morning that man who in the last match here indeed went to 1,000 wickets for Middlesex with that temper, that he'll get going early this morning once more.
Yeah, that's quite difficult to comprehend for me, 1,000 wickets. I mean, the longevity of that is really a testament to the way Mertz has gone about his business. And yeah, like I said, I'm not sure how much of that we're going to see going forward in the modern game.
No, exactly. Toby Rowland-Jones in the foreground. There's a good example of it, really. He made his debut for Middlesex at a much younger age than Mercer. Mercer's debut at 27 for Middlesex. Rowland-Jones, I think, was 23 when he made his debut, but injuries had not been kind to Rowland-Jones. They have been kind to this man, Tim Mercer, who has 3 slips in place: a gully, there's a point and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Mercer from the nursery end to get the match underway. Ooh, nice shape on that one. Good lead first up from Lammerby.
Yeah, I mean, that's Mertz for you. It's a right on the spot first ball. I mean, that's just the type of bowler he is, I think, and it's a lovely option to have someone like him. You know he's going to be on the ball from the first ball, and that's what you want from an opening bowler. I think you want to test that forward defence as much as possible, and Mertz I think he's built a career really on that.
Right up there, testing that front foot, and that's the interesting one, isn't it? Particularly early season, it's horrific for batters. April and May, isn't it? Where it is a very full length, looking to blast those pads away first thing.
Yeah, very much so. I think the biggest thing I probably found coming over from South Africa, it does taste you in different ways. In South Africa, probably Australia a bit more as well. It's the bounce that probably tastes you more than anything. Where early season in England, it is that fuller length.
One gets away. First runs of the match, a couple of runs wide of Luke Holman at the mid-off, and again that's that searching line that Mercer wanted, just bringing that outside part of the bat into play for Lammonby.
Yeah, I think that is the risk and reward you do take as an opening bowler, is you can bowl the harder, sort of less threatening length and go for less runs, but we are looking for wickets early on this morning, and that might lead to a couple extra runs, but you are bringing all dismissals into play with that line and length.
Clipped away, first boundary that races away down the slope for 4. Again, up there from Mercer, just to see what's in the air as much as what's on the pitch at this stage as well.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem that there was a little bit of swing there, but obviously played really nicely, not looking to hit it too hard, sort of just leant on it and it races away down the hill. really quick down there, even though it is the long boundary.
Yeah, Somerset with that draw at Lancashire, which got a little bit of interest, that there wasn't a declaration made in that game, and how you go about it. It's a tough call for teams out there at the moment, especially with 16 for the win and 5 for the draw. Nottinghamshire here, the game that we were mentioning where this track is positioned at the top end of the square. Nottinghamshire went for the 16 points, haven't been in a pretty good position in that match. Lost them all to Middlesex, they weren't interested in the 5. Nicely played off the back foot. Ended the opening over. Lammonby has 6. Davis will have strike. 6 without loss. And it's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones at the pavilion end who will take off the sweater and get things going. But yeah, draw in the last one at Old Trafford. And
yeah, I think it is difficult for teams at this stage. Like you said, 16 for a win, only 5 for a draw. It becomes difficult because if you're leaving a side runs with 50 to 60 overs, it is quite difficult to bowl a side out in that time. So there can maybe be only one side that can win it. But yeah, I think a lot of credit to Notts in that game for setting it up and really providing a fantastic day of cricket on that last day.
Edged and gone! First ball for Rowland-Jones from the pavilion end. Davis out for a duck. First baller for him. Perfect start for Middlesex. Perfect start for their captain.
Yeah, I think that illustrates being a top order batsman early on in the UK season. I don't necessarily think he did a lot wrong there. Probably just nipped a little bit, played the line. As a batsman, not a lot you can do there.
Reminds me very much of Sloman's dismissal last week against Kemar Roach in the first innings. Boy, oh boy, was that outside edge worked by Kemar Roach, then get one to hold its line and go back through.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a high-class bowler, being able to take it both ways. Like I said, as a top-order batsman early season, sometimes you just got to take those, look forward towards the next innings and hope you miss it first up instead of nicking it. Good catch from Eskenazi as well. I think obviously slip catching vitally important early in the season, as there is a lot of chances created. The more of them you can take, the better.
Well, we mentioned the Nottinghamshire match. Duckett offered that chance, didn't he? When he was on naught, went through Eskenazi and Simpson. He went on to make 177, and I'm sure that was a fair old chat at that point. Catches go down, opportunities get missed, but 177 runs later when Duckett departed. So a stark contrast for this one. Davis goes for a duck. It brings the Somerset captain out to face the Middlesex captain to the 8th ball of the match now. What a start for Rowland-Jones. Said he wasn't at his best at the Oval. He was pretty critical of himself, and I spoke to him at the end of the match. Was disappointed with his performance there. And that's sport, that's cricket. It's not going to be your game every game. Abel's first ball. So the leg side gets him off the mark. First ball. Holman doing the fielding in 7-4-1.
Yeah, I think like you said, Tobe's probably not at his best in the Surrey game, and it's for a bowler of his quality and for how good he's been over a long period of time. I think he's someone who takes accountability for that. It just didn't quite have the rhythm in that game, but great to see him start off with a wicket off the first ball. Hopefully that's good signs for the rest of the game.
Ryan Higgins is the 4th slip. He's just signalled to Rowland-Jones, do you want me at gully or 4th? He's gone for the 4th slip to Lammonby. First ball from Rowland-Jones to the left-handed Lammonby. just a little bit wider. Looking for that same ball. The right-handed, left-handed combination now for Roland Jones, but what a start for Middlesex. Winning the toss. The early wicket of Davis. Right up there again, just looking to angle that ball across down the slope. Oh, that's a beaut from Roland Jones again. Seen a couple angled across, sliding down the slope to Lammonby. This one just tucked him up a little bit.
Yeah, really good signs early on, I think, in terms of Toby and his rhythm. Just looks like he's getting through the crease a lot better. I think he did do some work in the week. He's a very experienced guy. He knows exactly what he needs to do to get ready for a game like this, and I think so far so good.
That's nice again. You can see that one really went off the surface there. Just looks as though that one did a little bit more off the surface. Have a look again.
Yeah, that is a good leave. I feel that's a very similar ball probably to the one that got a wicket. And as an opening top order batsman, it is vital to have a very good control of that channel around off stump. The more you can leave earlier on, it's just going to force the bowler to bowl straighter at you, possibly just give you a better chance to get in strong positions and hit it straight down the ground.
So this is the end of the square, the top end of the square, looking from the pavilion end at the moment. It's away to the left towards the grandstand. This was the end of the square that the Nottinghamshire match was played on. The Essex and Kent games, the other two games here so far this season, were played on the lower end of the square, which perhaps a little bit more grass cover, and it's renowned to be slightly damper because it is the lower end. That's his first ball to Abel because he's a long way across to that one. Looking to negate that movement that Mercer will get.
Yeah, I think that is a key against Mertz, is he is very accurate, keeps challenging that forward defence. So you really got to get forward, cover all your bases, because if you're not in the best position, as we've seen before, you can really take advantage of that.
This top end, Middlesex scored 274 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 364 in that match against Nottinghamshire. Oh, that comes back off the seam. That's a good early sign for Mercer.
Yeah, I think that's, like I said, he's built a career on sort of that wobble seam, just presents it, and as a batsman you are really not sure which way it's going. So you've got to try and play it as late as possible. It does seem like Abel is out of his crease, so I don't know if having Simpson up to the stumps is maybe a good option for them, probably earlier rather than later.
Another good example of it. Single through mid-wicket. 8 for 1 midway through the third. Yeah, we just saw in that shot previously, didn't we, how far out of the crease Abel is.
I think having probably one of, if not the best keeper in the competition, you've got to take advantage of that. I think he showed at the Oval on a really bouncy pitch, really difficult conditions, and he just, yeah, like I say, he seemed to class apart.
Lammonby got 38 and 78 at Old Trafford. Did start the season with a 50. At Taunton, 66 unbeaten in the draw with Warwickshire first up.
Yeah, I think as a top order batsman, if you get 2 50s in the first month, that's probably a good scenario.
What do you do about that as a batter?
You play the line. I think someone mentioned it once. If it's spinning in India, you play the line and you miss, you just move on. And I feel it's a similar situation to the moving ball in England. It is going to swing. It is going to nip early on. I feel as a batsman, your best sort of situation is getting in a strong position. You play the line of the ball, because you do tend to get in trouble once you start following the ball. So you played the line there, and that's as good as you can get, I think.
There's the one pushed across from Mercer. So in the third, Somerset 8 for 1. So if you're just joining in, that one change is the man sat next to me, Peter Milan. Very sorry that you've got to sit next to me. Very sorry for the Middlesex fans that you're not out there. Somerset fans will be mightily relieved, I'm sure. What happened to the knee? It was done in the field, wasn't it, during the Surrey match?
Yeah, we're still waiting on a few tests, but yeah, it sort of just really stiffened up the night of the first day.
And there's the off-stump line from the pavilion end, which we'll come back to in a moment. But yeah, go on, Pete. Tell us about the knee.
Yeah, it's like I said, it sort of stiffened up on the evening of day one, and by the next morning, it was just in a position where very difficult to put any weight on it. But it has improved quite a bit. The swelling's gone down. So yeah, really just a precaution with quite a long season still to come.
Yeah, T20 starts next week, Thursday, for Middlesex. Hopefully you'll be back out there. Rather than sporting very well, the Charles Tyrwhitt. I'm sure Charles Tyrwhitt's delighted up here. You look far better in the official clothing brand than I do.
Yeah, no, really enjoy the clothing. I mean, it's like I said, they've probably sorted me out for the next 10 years of smart casual.
I was thinking 20.
Yeah, I mean, I think as someone who generally comes into work in shorts and a t-shirt, smart casual for me is a relative term. But yeah, very nice. Just the one or two times a year I have to go out and look nice. I'm sorted now.
Well, you're used to much better climbs, obviously, than we've had in April and May, so shorts and t-shirts about right.
Yeah, I think it's not been weather-wise the best start to a season, but I think this week looks all right, so hopefully it gets better from here.
It was a frustrating winter for you as well. 4 months, the hip injury, missed out for Boland.
Yeah, really frustrating. I think I said to someone, in that first month of that injury, I missed more games than the first 15 years of my career. So it's been a frustrating last while, but probably all things being considered, the injury happening earlier rather than later sort of set me up that I could rehab and be ready for the start of the UK season. So you got to look for the silver lining in everything, I think.
Of course, the winter before, captain in South Africa against India.
Yeah, I mean, that's always an honour, playing against good, high-quality competition. Yeah, I think generally you try and do take those opportunities when they come. But like I said, it's just happy that I could rehab, be ready for the start of the UK season. Hopefully just miss this one game and then get on it for the rest.
Lovely into the over for Roland Jones. 4 gone, 8 for 1. This is just a good example. It might look innocuous to anybody watching at home, but this is that off-stump line from the pavilion end, isn't it, that causes so much doubt.
Yeah, that is a real challenge, I think, because as a batsman with the slope, you're always very aware of the possibility of the ball just running back down the slope. So any bowler who can hold it up against the slope and just get it to straighten really going to put a lot of doubt in your mind in terms of that off-stump line. And Toby is really good at that. And like I said, I feel like the rhythm he's had so far bodes really well for the rest of the game.
for yourself, when you join Middlesex, I mean, they often talk about the youngsters coming through here at Middlesex, that they don't get a chance out on the square, where you have to take into account the slope from the pavilion end, from the nursery ends, which indeed visiting teams have to quickly get up to speed with. But similarly for Middlesex players, for the youngsters, they don't get much of a look. Likewise, of course, for overseas. I'll come back to that after this one from Mercer. Again up there, Allenby just leaning into it, making sure he was over the top of it. Wary of those lines, of course, not going too hard, but again, challenging ball for Mercer, asking questions as it's put up there. Yeah, so the first time you went out for Middlesex, that was your first time out on the square.
Yeah, like I said, it is quite a challenge with the slope. It feels like it brings the bowlers into it most of the time, even though there might not be a lot of movement off the pitch. You are still very aware of the slope and what it offers to them.
How quickly as a batter are you able to adapt to that slope? I'm sure you'll have spoken to people before you went. Oh, will you? Because some players don't actually. They don't like to over-talk the game. They don't like to over-analyse it. They like to simplify it as much as possible. But are you a talker? Did you go and get the president now, Mark Ramprakash? Did you go and bend his ear, or?
I've been Rampy's ear every chance I get. I think it's fantastic having someone like him around to work with the batsman. But no, I definitely chatted to some people about the slope early on and just what to expect from it.
Edged, gone, Eskenazi, yes, he holds on. Nearly a third attempt for Eskenazi, I think. Third time lucky for first slip. And Murtagh, off the back of a 10 for last week, he now has one early on the first morning against Somerset. Winning the toss, those two will be pretty happy right now, Roland Jones and Murtagh. A wicket apiece and Somerset 10 for 2.
Yeah, I think we've had two very contrasting examples there, with Toby Rowland-Jones running one down the slope, getting the edge, and then Mertz just holding it up against the slope. As a batsman, you're probably thinking it's swinging in a little bit, the slope's coming down, and he just holds it up against the slope, as we can see. Yeah, plays the line, bit of bounce, up the slope. Tough job being a top order batsman early in the UK season.
So Lammonby departs, both openers back in the pavilion already. Smiles all round out there for Middlesex. There's Tom Helm, who's on 12th man duty at the moment, but there's the smiles. There's Robbie White in the foreground, who is that change for Middlesex. So Abel's joined by Bartlett. A little bit of discussion this morning about Bartlett's place. Goldsworthy sat on the sidelines for this one. There was some chatter as to whether that might be a change made by the visitors to bring in the youngster, but Bartlett has a huge reputation and a huge amount of ability as well. Middlesex won't be underestimating him for a moment. Did manage to score 62 at the back end of last season, but this year has been tough for him. It was the penultimate game of last season, my apologies, that he scored that 62 against Northamptonshire at Taunton. This year so far, 13 and 20 against Warwickshire, and Norton 12 in the last match at Old Trafford. But it is early season, it is only 4 innings, and you can't really judge a batter at this stage of the season on 4 innings.
No, I think, like I said, it happens really quickly early season. You can get a couple of good balls, some sporting conditions. As a batsman, you just got to try and keep controlling what you can control. Prepare well. I think getting in strong positions, play the line, and then you're hoping some ways you need a little bit of luck, play and miss at a couple, and then you'll find some rhythm eventually.
Down the track and pads up, which is another option. Positive in defence from Bartlett. He's a man who likes to have his feet moving. Surrey born from Frimley. He's 25 now, just turned 25 in March. 49 first-class matches, an average of 28. He's a far better player than that average suggests.
We see the keeper coming up now as well, which I really enjoy, to the new batsman as well, keeping him inside his crease.
perfect ball from Merter to challenge that position as well, where LBW will come into play if that inside edge is beaten. Single to end the over. So Lammonby caught Eskenazi, bowled Merter for 8. Eskenazi with a couple of claims at slip already. And back to Roland Jones, who picked up a wicket with his first ball. 11 for 2, Bartlett and Abel. Well, again, simplification, I imagine, for a batter at this point. Try and stick, as you said, playing the lines, try and keep it simple, try and not think about the situation.
Yeah, I think it is really a couple of contrasting thoughts, I think. You want to be strong in defence, but to be able to achieve that, you need to get in strong positions and look to score and be ready to take advantage if there is a scoring opportunity presented. I think a lot of young batsmen struggle with that, sort of keeping strong defence and attack together.
There's that use of the feet again from Bartlett. He's clipped that from a long way outside off. It's a deep backward square, just a single.
Yeah, I feel as a batsman you probably need to be a little bit more proactive early in the season. Later on, when the conditions are better, you can probably stay, like I said, simplified a bit more. But early season, the ball doing quite a bit, you probably have to do something to get the bowler off that line in length that would be most threatening on this.
Beautiful shot. Abel's first boundary. Somerset skipper moves to 6.
Yeah, I think that's a good example of it, where if you're not in a good, strong frame of mind, that's a ball you could easily just dribble out to mid-off. Where if you're getting in strong positions and you're still looking to score, you are going to take advantage of those scoring opportunities, transfer a bit of pressure back on the bowler, so he doesn't just feel he has it all his own way.
To be a single. Holman, one or two fielders on the onside. An awful lot of patrolling for Holman to do down there. Sorry, 3. It is a 6-3 field. 3 on the onside, mid-wicket, and Bamba off at mid-on. Mark Stoneman is the mid-wicket.
What a good start Ethan's had to the season as well. Very excited to see him bowl a little bit later on.
Oh, it's another one. Mercer's wide at mid-off. That one just straighter of him on this occasion. The first one, he didn't have a chance. This one was a little bit closer, but perhaps even the better timing came on this one.
Yeah, again, that's a good shot. I don't think that's a true half volley. It's the value of getting in a strong position, looking to hit it straight. You are going to be better off more often than not trying to beat mid-off on the straight side, rather than on the cover side, just bringing the slips into play then.
You can see Mercer, that's why he's that little bit wider at mid-off, because he's also trying to cover off extra cover. Weak sides. It's Bartlett on the walk again. 21 for 2 it is. So yeah, in fact, is there going to be a change? Stoneman's walking across to have a chat with Roland Jones. I wonder what the chat may be. Stoneman settles back at mid-wicket now, but yeah, Mercer's got an awful lot to patrol there on the offside, hasn't he? End of the over, 21 for 2. I was just wondering, the way that Bartlett uses the crease there that we've seen, was that chat from Stoneman just about whether it was 7-2 or 6-3. It's a tough one with where the pitch is positioned as well for this, in terms of how you line up the field from either end really, but particularly I guess from when the bowling is from the pavilion and you've got such a short boundary to the offside. All of a sudden as a skipper you are thinking about, well, as soon as it's past Mercer either side of him really it's 4.
Yeah, I think having the long and the short side definitely brings in different dynamics and sort of what side of the field you're trying to protect and where you're going with that. So definitely something to consider for Toby.
Brilliant from Mercer again. Brings Abel a long way across to play at that one.
Yeah, I mean, you can see again, he's quite a long way out of his pitch trying to get LBW out of the equation. So I would assume it'd probably not be long for Simpson to come up, force him back into his crease, and really bring that LBW ball back into play.
Tom Abel. I wonder what he'd have done at the toss. Would they have gone for a bat anyway? Again, the surface looks pretty immaculate here. Probably the best surface, which it goes without saying, really, from a groundsman's perspective. It's 2 months into the season now, so they've got a chance, really, haven't they?
Yeah, I think also, like I said earlier, a bit better weather this week as well. Just gives them a better chance of preparing it. Yeah, I really think that the way he's setting up in the crease at the moment, he's getting onto off stump, down the pitch, so really looking to negate, I think, Mertz trying to hit him on the pads. So, and as we are speaking about it, Simpson is coming up to the crease, to the wickets. So that would be interesting, just seeing whether he stays on off stump, because he obviously has to go back in his crease now.
And again, this goes back to the slope conversation as well, because you try and get that much further across, but all of a sudden you're playing at a ball that you nick off to second, and well, why are you playing it out there, someone will ask.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a little bit of swing there, which makes it really difficult, because, like I said, the ball would just be hinting at swinging away, and then the ball that jags back, which he did numerous times against Kent. Very difficult to play, especially keeper up, you're back in your crease. You're not giving the umpire a lot of doubt whether that's going on to hit the stumps.
He's got 48 in the second innings at Old Trafford. Tom Abel, 1 and 48 in that match. 16 against Northants, but managed 151 in the first innings against Lancashire in the match at Taunton on the 20th of April, 40 in the second innings. A strong start to the season for Abel, the Somerset skipper. End of the 7th, 21 for 2. Yeah, strong stuff from Abel to start the season. I know the former Middlesex coach, Stuart Law, was a massive fan of Abel. Thought that he's a really talented cricketer. As Bartlett's had a big tour cup, a few over the years. He's got a bit of pressure on him here. There's a chat before the toss this morning about his place. 21 for 2, Middlesex, although he's a little light and under pressure. Under plenty of pressure from the bowler. Beautiful ball from Roland Jones.
I think that's something as a batsman, well, any elite sportsman really, you are going to have to deal with throughout the course of your career, is people questioning your place in the side at times. And it's how you deal with it. I think the guys that make it through and then really prosper late in their careers can kind of shut out that outside noise and really just focus on what they need to do come game time.
Huge amount of foot movement again from Bartlett is to get so far across to get behind that.
Yeah, I can see he's really looking, like I said, trying to be proactive, trying to get down the pitch. Just have a look. He has gone quite far across there, and the danger is you want to be you want to have your head still at the point of delivery. So some guys, when they're walking, you can almost get yourself into a bit more trouble if you are still moving when the ball is delivered.
And they're drawn into one again. That's exactly what I was asking you about a couple of overs back. When a batter goes that far across and is beaten, people then ask, well, what are you doing playing it out there? The reason is because you've ended up in a position. I mean, people will say, why are you playing at that?
Yeah, exactly like you say. He's sort of gotten across and he's played at a ball he might not have played at if he was standing still. But again, Toby just showing his skill there, holding the ball up against the slope. You're expecting that ball to just come in with the slope onto the bat. And when you try and play, it's just not there.
Edged short of Higgins. That's fourth slip. But squared up again though, Bartlett.
Yeah, lots happening here. I can relate. I mean, in the second innings against Notts, Ulmer's made the decision to try and come down the pitch as much as possible. But like I said, you don't want to be moving at the point of delivery. It's already difficult enough hitting a moving ball. You don't need your head moving at the same time and almost doubling the level of difficulty.
Up on his toes for that one, the single taken. Tell me about that second innings. He got against Notts, it was 26 and top scored in the run chase with 61, which really crucially gave Middlesex that chance. What was it, 249 for 6, I think it was, 4-wicket win, winning run struck. Well, I'll ask you after this delivery when we go into the change of overs, but the change of mindsets in between the innings for you there. Here is that last ball of the over though, skippered skipper. And a single for Abel there, thinking two. First one's run hard and yeah, Holman getting around to get to his right hand and get that throw in. They have taken a couple. I think Roland Jones is looking a little bit questioningly out at deep backward square. Skipper might have a slight chap. Pretty much bowlers, isn't it? End of the 8th, 24 for 2. Why particularly did you say there was that change for the second innings of the mindset for yourself?
I think it really just fed into the team mindset of we had that clarity. We made the decision as soon as they declared we are going to be chasing this and we are having a go, like you said. 5 points for a draw, 16 for a win. It was a no-brainer, especially after the start. We had 2 tough losses. We really saw that as an opportunity to sort of kickstart the season. And yeah, I mean, we got off to a really good start between Eskenazi and Stoneman, got us off to a flyer, and we took it from there.
Simpson stood up again. That's right up there, but nice shot by Bartlett. He's into double figures. First Somerset batter to do so. 28 for 2.
I think from a bowling side point of view, it's never nice going for boundaries early, but you don't really mind someone having a drive early on, because again, that does bring bowled, LB and caught dismissals into play. Much rather be driven down the ground than cut or pulled square of the wicket.
Always fascinating on any first morning, isn't it, just to see what is it doing through the air, what is it doing off the surface, how batters responding to it, what form of the bowlers in. A few grounds more so than here at Lord's, where that fella's seen a fair old bit over the years. As you can see, clouded up around Lord's this morning. It's mostly high and thin cloud cover, a few puffier low-lying clouds, but nothing that should massively affect the conditions here.
Took a whack in the last game, or the previous game we played here against Kent as well. I think he took a whack against the leg in the last, well, one of the Kent guys smacked him, so I don't know how many times that would have happened over the years.
You're telling me something there. I did not know that. Wow. Do you know that is the first I've heard of that he was hitting it, and you're absolutely right. I can't imagine that's happened many times. It is something that gets a fair old chat up here in the commentary box over the years. A little bit further down that tower, there's still a hole where think it was Cracknell, wasn't it, who thumped one into there. You'll see at the bottom. You might not even be aware of this one, but just as the camera pans down now, you'll see there it is. The hole comes into view, just above.
Excited to see him hit some big sixes come next week.
That was against an Overton as well, but of a different variety. Jamie Overton, playing for Surrey, was thumped. Actually, was it Jamie, or maybe it was? I'm pretty sure it was the Surrey game. It was Surrey, yeah. Jamie Overton, and there it is. The damage that was done will be docked pay. MCC is still chasing him with an invoice, I think, to repair that. It almost feels as though it should stay there, though. But yeah, it was quite the shot by Cracknell.
Should get him up there to sign it, maybe. A little bit of a memorabilia for the ground.
It feels like he's getting squared up a lot here, Bartlett. We'll come back to that in a moment. End of the over. He moves to 13, 30 for 2. Actually, we can fire a replay of that now and just have a look. This happened a couple of times against Roland Jones. How encouraged are you as a bowler just seeing that body position from Bartlett? It's obviously his own technique, it's obviously his own wants that he allows himself to bring the hip and shoulder around as much.
I think what he's done well so far in terms of the balls he's hit, he's not gone quite out at them, sort of gone soft hands, and therefore the ball's gone down. The issue's going to come if he goes hard at it.
Edge short.
Yeah, interestingly, I picked up early on when Murtaugh was bowling, they had, I think Higgins at gully with the helmet on for the first over or so. Could have been quite handy having him on with the helmet as well, but it becomes really difficult. The closer you get, the ball comes so quickly at that fourth slip gully angle. It's a question of it's either going to stick or it doesn't.
Yeah, so going back to that Kent match then, Grant Stewart, you think it was, hit Old Father Time. I can't recall any story of him being struck before, so I'm now going to have to go back, especially writing for Wisden at the end of the season. If that's the first time Old Father's Time has been struck, that's going to have to get mentioned in the end of season notes. Yeah,
he definitely saved us a ball there, because that ball was on its way out the ground.
Cryer catch, played a long way away from the body there, Abel, as he went for that one, searching for it. He's into double figures as well, moves level with Bartlett on 13.
Yeah, again, and unfortunately one of those moral victories for the bowler. Probably still means 4 in the scorecard, but I think Toby wouldn't mind seeing him driving out there away from his body. Definitely bringing all 4 slips into play there. I think it is a difficult balance to strike early on, especially if you've won the toss and you've bowled first. Is you want to keep the runs down, obviously, but having taken the decision to bowl first, you want to strike early on, ideally get 4 or 5 wickets in that first session. So it's just weighing up the risk of going for runs versus getting the batsman driving with the reward of then picking up some more early wickets.
It's a good example of, again, this time picks out Mercer. I was going to just touch on that with you. 3.5's the run rate at the moment. They'd look at 34 on the board, but there's enough out there at the moment for both bowlers that I'd certainly feel as a bowler, I'd feel in the game very much at the moment, so I wouldn't be too concerned. I wouldn't feel that either are getting on top or getting away here.
No, definitely not. I mean, you can always, as the ball maybe gets a little bit older, you can go slightly more defensive, but the time for wickets would be now.
Abel this time just getting slightly into an awkward position for that. We're going to pick up a single to end the over though. 35 for 2, 10 done here at Lord's this morning. Abel losing the toss, but hanging in there after a couple of early wickets are gone. Both of his openers, Lammonby caught Eskenazi, bowled Mercer for 8. The first to go was Davis. Caught Eskenazi, bowled Roland Jones for a first baller. So skipper has a big job to do. Alongside Bartlett at the other ends. There's the former skipper, the club captain last year, Tim Mercer. Defying the year still at the nursery end at Lord's. He's become such a recognisable figure. It's a stock phrase now, Mercer from the nursery end. Speaking of players who can belt the ball, Abel can certainly do it. When he gets going, he can certainly tee off. But yeah, those that have cleared the ground. So the one that hit Old Father Time, that bounced back into the ground then. It obviously gave him a real flush whack then if it came straight back in.
Yeah, I think if anything, I would have woken him up. But yeah, like I said, that ball was heading clear out the stadium. Obviously on the short side, not as big a hit as it would be today.
Although Old Father Time, a.k.a. the Grim Reaper, I'm not sure I'd want to wake up the Grim Reaper. Good luck, Grant Stewart.
Yeah, I think he got out pretty soon afterwards as well, so maybe a little bit of karmic justice there.
Yeah, I think there were a few flying in that game, weren't there? Maybe the Essex match as well. I can remember a couple were up and around. Maybe it was that one in particular. We just weren't aware that it had hit Old Father Time, but there were a couple flying around, so it got the conversation going about the biggest sixes here at Lord's. The most famous story, the longest standing story, is Albert Trott clearing the pavilion. The roof wasn't on the pavilion at that time, and he got it over into the garden behind. Curran Pollard managed to clear the roof. I think Sean Udall was the bowler for that one. And equally the grandstand as well was cleared by Pollard. But there's the roof, which wasn't on at the time when Trott cleared the pavilion. It was on when Pollard got it over the ridge there, but it hit a shaft at the back. Chimney shaft or a lift shaft at the back of the pavilion, and nestled somewhere up there, so I thought it was pretty harsh to say that Pollard didn't actually clear the pavilion because it didn't go over the thing. It would have, because that chimney or lift shaft that was there didn't exist when Trott cleared it, nor did the roof itself.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Pollard's probably cleared a fair few pavilions in his day, so that's a good one, a good pavilion to add to the list.
Well, you're going to go next Thursday, Pete. Has he got outside the line on that? It wasn't that enthusiastic appeal from Mercer or from behind the stumps. Let's have another look.
I think that again shows the value probably of him being outside of his crease, just giving the umpire enough doubt to maybe not give that, but that did look very close on the replay.
Actually looked better on the replay than I thought on first look, and equally. Mercer and Simpson, they weren't that convincing in their appeal. I could almost guarantee that that one was going to try to go away past the edge from Mercer. 35 for 2. Yeah, Pollard put it onto the roof, put Mercer onto the roof of the grandstand away to the right there. That was another of the huge sixes struck. He was playing for Somerset in that game, actually, against Udall and against Mercer. He thumped a top, and the other one was over by Old Father Time, the top of the mound stand, the turreted top of the mound stand. Ali Brown, way back when for Surrey, clipped off his legs over the top of that stand, which is quite the shot. Somebody did it, maybe it was the Kent or Essex match again, because again that came up, that a pretty fair-sized clip over the back of deep backward square leg to get it to that leverage, that height, get it over the top, smashed into the windscreen of a 4x4 parked outside. Fortunately parked, not on the move at the time, but I remember that picture being delivered up to the commentary box. Yeah,
it does become a very inviting boundary, that short one. think again in the Kent game, I chipped one into the small scoreboard there. So it is definitely something you do target, try and take advantage of as much as you can. Just another way of putting the bowler under pressure.
Late decision to leave from Bartlett. Gets away with it. Yeah, that shot you were talking about, one of the Kent fielders, I'm trying to think back who it was, had to scramble up the side, couldn't find his way up there to find the ball. Had to climb up the side of the stand, which was pretty precarious. Well, positive, aggressive, picks up 4 runs for it, 39 for 2.
Yeah, it's really the first short ball we've seen this morning. I think in contrast to the game at the Oval last week, where there was obviously a lot more bounce on offer. Possibly just saw him shuffling down the pitch and decided to dig it in short. Ended up playing it really nicely, but I think worth a punt there from Toby Rowland-Jones to see just how much bounce there is on offer today.
Oh, we can line up a long list of them now outside of the off stump, which we illustrated early on, the challenge for the batter. The line where you just can't leave it alone here at Lord's from the pavilion ends, because the off stump could be back, spiralling away, cartwheeling behind you with your bat high in the air as it jags back down the slope. This man's done it so many times over the years. There's no one better, really. Ethan Bamber, as you mentioned a few overs ago, what a start to the season he's had. What a start to the career, really. He's had 100+ wickets now in first-class cricket. As memory serves, he hit the 100 mark in first class, and they would have all been championship wickets as well. Hit that at an average not much over 20. He's climbed up slightly with a bit of a quieter season last year for him. So many times that I think he was overly harsh on himself last season. Wow, look at how far outside off that is to end the over. Rowland-Jones is enjoying this tussle with Bartlett, who's gone so far across outside off to leave that one alone. 39 for 2.
Yeah, like you're saying regarding Heath, he's had a fantastic start to the season. I think he struggled with injuries last year for a little bit, but then really found something towards the end of last season, almost bowling with a little bit of an injury, and something clicked, and he's just really taken it into the season. And so he's got some fantastic bowlers in this lineup to sort of lean on and learn from, and he is absolutely doing that and growing into a real massive part of this bowling attack.
There he was in the back of your shot, a deep backward square leg. He just come around and shot again now. No, he's gone a little bit finer. Behind Abel there at the lower tier of the grandstand. Yeah, when he first arrived on the scene at Middlesex, I thought, wow, they've found a Mercer replacement at the nursery end when the time comes, but just like Rowland-Jones, bowls so well from the pavilion end. Relentlessly going at that off stump.
Yeah, I think now getting into that after the first 10-12 overs, this is really a case from the Middlesex bowlers now, where you want to keep the run rate down as much as possible. Make sure that if you're not taking wickets, Somerset aren't going anywhere quickly in terms of runs, and then when you do pick up that little bang bang, the 2 wickets together, that they've not gotten too far ahead.
All on the floor again. Higgins just gone slightly wider. At Gully now. 50 in each game, each of the first innings this season up until the Oval last week. Where he finally allowed somebody else to get some runs in the first innings. He's got Player of the Month, didn't he, for the first, and well deserved as well. 50 in each of the games, but also in all of the first innings is remarkable.
And some wickets as well.
Pretty useful signing all round.
Fantastic. I think that with him joining us up last year in that sort of last little promotion push, and then having him from the start of this season, just a invaluable type player to have, aside from his skills. I mean, which obviously, like you said, scored a lot of runs, picked up some very vital wickets. I mean, in the field, a lot of energy, but it's just the fight and the attitude he brings into the side, I think really fires everyone up around him. And yeah, he's really been the backbone of the side so far.
Crisply struck. Had to get a good stride in, Abel, to drive that one away. Possibly shot of the morning so far.
Yeah, again, a little bit of swing on offer there for Murtagh, but you're asking the batsman to be in a good position and execute that shot. If his weight is slightly back or the hands go a little bit too far, that does bring the slips into play. So again, from a captain or from a bowling side point of view, not too disappointed with that shot. You do feel that does still keep you in the game in terms of possibly nicking off. It is an interesting conundrum here in terms of just how much or how long we can keep on with the 4 slips, because there does become a balance of plugging that gap in cover if you're going to keep asking the batsman to drive. But then conversely, you still want to have those catches behind so that when the opportunity comes, you can take it.
Sounds about that shot. What would be more pleasing for Abel? That cover drive or the couple of shots he's had down the ground straight of Murtagh?
I think from a batsman's point of view, you do want to be playing straight as much as possible, but that was full enough. He got in a strong position. Yeah, I think from a batting point of view out there in the first innings, if it goes for 4, generally you're happy and you move on towards the next ball.
But are you thinking, I like that, but I want to get back to the straighter ones again? I don't want to get involved too much out there?
Yeah, I think as a batsman you can get sucked into a little bit of adrenaline and sort of feeling I've gotten one away, I can possibly get some more, and then that's when the loose shot can come in. So you do want to build an innings and really keep it nice and simple, play as straight as possible for as long as possible.
First bowling change and action straight away for Higgins. Well, we just mentioned runs and wickets for the man who went to Gloucestershire and then came back again. And great work behind the stumps again by John Simpson. He's had an outstanding start to the season with the gloves.
That is such a good takedown leg. I don't think people realise quite how difficult it is. He makes it look a lot simpler. I think I saw Simpson on social media. He was 3rd, I think, on the list of all-time dismissals as a wicketkeeper for Middlesex, which is, given the long and rich history of the club, is a outstanding effort. I mean, having played with him for a couple of seasons now, you don't see that level of keeping too often.
Mike Gatting and Jack Russell, 2 esteemed old pros who've spoken so highly of Simpson, both describing him as world-class. And Mike Gatting, Middlesex won the title in 2016, said it's ridiculous to think that someone of the quality of John Simpson's never going to play for England. Of course, he did get that go in the one days because of COVID. He played in what was effectively the 3rd choice side that trounced Pakistan indeed in a one-day series, but that was when COVID took out the first 11 and the second 11. Simpson and co were called up.
Yeah, like you said, for someone, it just shows you the depth of good wicket keepers and basically the depth of quality cricketers in England at the moment. wicket keepers are sometimes, I think, a little bit like goalkeepers in football. It's almost the best ones, you don't really notice them because they don't do much wrong. I think Simo, like say, standing back, he's absolutely outstanding, moves really well, but then really sets himself apart when he's up to the stumps. And as a batsman, it makes it really difficult, forces you back into your crease, you can't use your feet. And exactly like that, he's just taken away the option of walking down the pitch, and it does make it really difficult.
43 for 2, end of the 14th. So Higgins changed up at the pavilion end, replacing Roland Jones. Mercer's done for now as well. You can see Ethan Bamber taking off the hat there. 1 for 20 from 7 for Mercer. But Bamber, it is to come on from the nursery end. Interesting change up here. I was just talking up Bamber's ability from the pavilion end. They've got Higgins pavilion and Bamber at the nursery, but he's been, well, again, he's just as good from anywhere he bowls, really, Bamber, which is the brilliance of him, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to do a very similar thing to Murtaugh. He's going to try and challenge that forward defence. Obviously, a little bit more pace. I think what makes him really tricky to face is that skiddiness. There's not a lot of balls going over the stumps. He's challenging off stump, middle stump all the time, and your technique has really got to be up to standard to be able to keep him out.
Straight onto the spot. Abel well positioned to play it. He'll just be lining up his own change against Bamber. He's well enough in now with 38 deliveries. Just to have got the feel of things, but equally when a bowler comes on, then you've got to work it out a little bit again, haven't you?
Yeah, it's finding the pace and the rhythm of the pitch, seeing what the bowler's really doing at the time that he comes on, and that's really the challenge of being a batsman. Is one mistake and you could be sitting down in the pavilion. So it's trying to be switched on all the time and really be ready to not make that mistake, I suppose, because it can happen really quickly that you can lose 2 wickets.
He's got outside the line again on that one. Big stride across that we've been talking about.
Yeah, like you say, just getting outside the line and the ball just going with the slope, possibly missing off stump, at best shaving it. So good decision from the umpire there, coming from a batsman's point of view.
You've been quite generous with the bowlers this morning.
Yeah, it's a lot more. It's a lot easier being generous from up here than when you're actually batting in the middle. In the middle, you're going to be questioning it a lot more than I am from up here.
It's Jack Davis on early. Tim Murtaugh at the end of his spells nipped off, and Davis, one of all of the, I think the seconds are all in today. Nursery ends, having a net.
Yeah, they've not had a lot of cricket in this first month, unfortunately. So hopefully they can get going pretty soon as well. Simpson up to the wickets again, and that's sort of the defining factor for me. Where standing up to someone like Bamber, he does have a little bit of pace on him, but Simpson, being the quality wicketkeeper that he is, just brings that extra dimension into play, keeps the batsman back in his crease, and potentially if he gets hit on the pads, there'll be less doubt from the umpire's point of view whether it's hitting the stumps.
That's an icicle shot from Bartlett, backward point, trying to cut it off. Down the slope it goes. End of the over, 15 done, 48 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good shot, like I said, just a little bit short there, allowing him to free his hands. It's been a good recovery from him, I think, being 10 for 2 as a bowling side, you do sense that you could make major inroads early in the game. But now at 48 for 2, having lost the toss and being put in, probably 50-50 at this stage.
You mentioned the wicket haul of Bamber. He's got 19 wickets this season, an average of just under 18. Stop, Stoneman. And the covers. Ryan Higgins, meantime, 15 wickets at 22, second on the list behind Bamber. Then the old fellas, Roland Jones, 17 wickets at 24, and Murtagh, 19 at 18.
The older fellas.
Senior pros. Comment from the back of the box. Top in the batting averages, no surprise, 46. The average for Higgins from 9 innings. Now that was taken from a very straight line. Holman's had to go fine at long leg to collect that. It's the 50 up for Somerset. But Bartlett there is coming a long way across, as we've mentioned before, and as he's clipped that, I reckon that was probably off around middle and off. We'll have a look again in a moment, but 51 it is. Having been put on, 51 for 2. First hour, you always know you're going to be up against it. Could be a couple down quickly. Long way across again there to Higgins. Let's have a look at the previous one, though, that he clipped away fine.
Yeah, you don't want to be missing too many of those, I think, but he did end up getting a lot of bat on that, so all's well that ends well.
51 for 2, end of the 16th. One thing I was going to ask you, particularly early on when these two came together, we were talking about technique, the off stump, how far across Bartlett's going, so many points that we've mentioned. You touched slightly on the mental aspects of it. I mean, so much of cricket they talk about the top 3 inches, don't they? At this stage of an innings, when you're out there and the ball's clearly moving around a bit, Lammonby and Davis, as you can see there, gone earlier. First baller for Davis. Very similar dismissals, the outside edge really in play. But so too is that inside edge. Everything's in play really at the start of a match with a hard new ball on any given surface. For a batter, how much of it's mental in that first hour? How much of it is technique? And where do you kind of switch off one to the other? You don't want to overthink certain situations, so perhaps you're not overthinking your technique, you're switching to the mental, but equally you've got to take into account what's happening.
Yeah, and I think once you get into a game situation, the technique is really, it is what it is.
That use of the feet from Abel. Makes a single to deep square.
Yeah, like I said, once you get to this level of cricket, you do obviously have a technique that you're able to score runs with. Where as soon as you get into a match, the less you can think about that, the better. You want to be watching the ball, having clarity of thought in what you want to do when you're out there, and then just reacting to wherever the ball's being pitched, and you're hoping that you play the right shot. But yeah, you don't want to be thinking, I don't want my foot going there, I want my left shoulder up there. That's never good. I think a big part of being a batsman that can probably score runs consistently is being able to clear your mind when you're out there. You want to do all your prep before the game. Try and get your technique in order, do all your drills and everything that you need to get yourself in the best position to score runs. And then once you're out on the pitch, you want to compete. You want to watch the ball and you want to do what you can to score some runs.
Long way outside off stump again.
Yeah, very difficult to give out that LBW when the batsman's that far down the pitch, I think. And that is obviously part of the plan as a batsman, especially at Lords with the slope. If you can get yourself down the pitch, it does make it very difficult for the umpire to decide whether that ball is actually going to hit the stumps or not.
What's the solution for the bowler there? You've got a batter who's walking down, and I'll flip that question on its head. You've got a batter who's walking, as you say, down and across. What's the biggest danger as the batsman doing that?
Yeah, I think like we've seen the previous times before, is if you're coming down the wicket and you're going across, sometimes you do lose your off stump a little bit and you end up playing at balls on 6 stump that normally you would be leaving. So it's just being really clear where your off stump is.
And there's a great example of it. He's got in a position there where he's quite happy. That's not going to trouble off stump at all. No need to play at that.
Yeah, I think the key to that is, like I said earlier, is if you're coming down the wicket, you want to be as still as possible on the moment, on the point of delivery, because that's going to give you the best chance to line it up. Where I found if you are still moving as the bowler releases the ball, it becomes difficult to judge where off stump is, and you do end up playing at balls you probably shouldn't.
Just going to play devil's advocate on that. End of the over, 52 for 2. So if you're the batter gets themselves into a good position. So there he goes. He's a little bit on the move as that ball's released there still, isn't he? Slightly on the move. As you say, having that head still, having it in position. He was still slightly on the move as it was released. But let's say he was in that position early. What does the bowler do? Off stump's virtually taken out of it. You've only got one mode of dismissal then, haven't you? Which is the outside edge. So you're hoping for a batter error that he does play at one far too far away from the off stump. But ideally for the batter, they're thinking, I've got myself into that position. There's no reason to be playing at this at all. What is the bowler's alternative? That one's edged by Abel. And just short of Robson at second. Look again at that one before we come back to what we were talking about. Yeah, just short again. A few of those so far this morning.
Yeah, I found that does happen a bit more at Lords and some other grounds. Maybe a little less bounce, doesn't quite carry.
Trajectory of the slope, I guess, from the pavilion end is naturally going to take the ball downwards, isn't it? It is going to be, whereas from the nursery end, you're slightly up the slope.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's slightly less bounce even that way. I think one of the biggest things that I found batting at Lords, along with the slope, is the ball tends to skid on a bit more. So there are less balls going over the stumps and some nicks that don't carry.
So just going back to what we were saying about that off-stump line, for whether it's the bowler or the batter, what's the biggest danger for the batter when you're across there? If you have got across, you're in position early, your head's still, what's the biggest danger? Nicking off, but have you just taken Bold and LBW out of the equation? So, you've almost taken 2 dismissals out of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole reason for doing it, I think, is taking those dismissals out of it.
Think about a couple here. And we'll get back for the second as Holman comes around from a deep square to a deep mid-wicket. Because then the layman's question is, well, why don't you do it every single delivery? So there's clearly the reason, which is why I'm going with that thought of questioning.
Yes, I mean, obviously, if the keeper's back and the ball is moving a lot, it is always first prize is backing your technique, being nice and still at point of impact, because you are taking away some shots. If you are coming down the pitch, you're possibly taking away some back foot shots that would be easier to play if you were standing still like you normally would. But if you are trying to take away 2 dismissals, that is quite a big win for the batsman. and the only way to really combat that is get the keeper up.
Five-full field now. Keeper is up for Higgins, Simpson. Two slips in place, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's two mid-wickets now, as you can see, just next to the protective strip. I think that's the Ireland test. In fact, I'm pretty sure it is. That's the track for the Ireland test against England here coming up. And deep backward square legs, just out of shot, Holman. That hoops. Wow, what a take that is. I actually was looking up to see where that had gone. Superb stuff by Simpson behind the stumps, 56 for 2.
I mean, that is the value of a quality keeper. He's not hit a ball while batting, and I think he's already +8 for the game.
That's incredible, isn't it?
And it takes a lot of hard work. I think that's what a lot of people don't realize behind the scenes. I mean, I see him at training, at warm-ups every day, and the amount of work he puts in to make something that difficult look that simple is really an underappreciated part of his craft. I think the work ethic and really the discipline to do the work every day and then be able to do that on match day is fantastic to see.
We mentioned Jack Russell, who he's worked with extensively, and Jack Russell's quite clear. He says he's world class. Thinks he's the best in the country, which equally would make him the best in the world. Yeah, Russell said he's quite clear. He's the best glovesman in the country, then that makes him the best in the world, because he thinks England have got the best keepers in the world right now, which is high praise indeed from Russell.
Yeah, I think last week was an exhibition of keeping between Folkes and Simpson. It's probably not a lot of better keepers you're going to see on the circuit than those two.
Oh, that's a beauty. That got a bit of bounce as well.
Yeah, again, that's the value of Bamber having the keeper up. Can't come down and across the pitch, and that then brings a lot more dismissals into play.
The other man that John Simpson's worked with a bit is David James, former Portsmouth, Liverpool, England goalkeeper. Remember, he did a little bit of work with him at one point as well, just transferring skills. Came about, the old Middlesex coach Richard Scott was big friends with Harry Redknapp, who was Portsmouth coach at the time, Portsmouth manager. David James is his keeper, and yeah, Simpson managed to do a little bit of work with David James, just transferring skills across the sports. Oh, it gets through, which will annoy Luke Holman. Mercer's the man who goes to collect from mid-off. They've taken a couple. It'll annoy the bowler as well.
Yeah, I think the game is sort of just taking the turns of its natural rhythm here. Gone from really the bowling side being on top in that first half an hour, and now the batting side, they've got a good partnership going. The field sort of spread out a little bit. Still have 3 catches at the back. It really becomes a case now of trying to keep the runs down and waiting for that opportunity just through patience and good areas from the bowlers.
And having a look at the ball as well, Mercer and well, Mercer's got hold of it now and giving it a shine, but Roland Jones and Stoneman, having a really good look at it.
Yeah, it's funny how that always happens when there's a bit of a partnership. When the wickets are falling, I think they generally assume the ball's fine, but yeah, a little bit of a partnership and normally there's a bit of a look.
Great again from Simpson there behind the subs. Yeah, he stole my line. If ever there's a sign that there's a slight shift from the bowlers to the batters, it's that the ball gets a look. Has to be the ball's fault.
Yeah, I think from the bowling point of view now, they really just need to stay patient. And there's been patches through the season where they've done that really well. We like to call it an investment session, where you keep the runs down for as long as you can, try and build pressure, create a false shot from the batsman.
End of the 19th, 58 for 2, Abel 25. Bartlett 25, Peter Milan alongside myself, Kevin Hand in the commentary box. I'd usually say delighted to say, but obviously would love to see Pete out there at the moment. Precautions keep him out with the slight knee problem that he picked up in the match against Surrey. But a fabulous start to that game for yourself and Sam Robson, 152, the partnership for the second wicket under pretty testing times, which, I mean, if ever there was a partnership, if anyone wants to go back and see how the batters take on tricky conditions, Kemar Roach that morning was outstanding, I thought, and Warren wasn't quite at it, but all of a sudden they backed it up. They had a 5-seam attack for that game, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, they're a proper cricket side, proper bowling attack. Yeah, and there's a reason they won the championship last year. They're right up there contending again this year. Unfortunately, we couldn't really back up that partnership with much else for the rest of the game. I think that is the difference between the really good sides, is they are able to do the good things in the game for much longer, more consistently. I think that's the beauty of 4-day cricket. T20 cricket, you can have a good half an hour and it changes the game. 4-day cricket, you need a couple of days.
But that partnership, though, that must have been a prime example, really, of what we've been talking about for, what, an hour and 20 minutes now, about batters' mindsets. First morning of a game, ball doing a bit. I mean, the ball was doing an awful lot on that pitch, wasn't it? It was a real seamless surface.
Yeah, no, it was definitely, yeah, it was doing quite a bit, but like I say, you've got to try and get in strong positions there. Yeah, really good energy from Higgins here, just trying to be as straight as possible with this 5-4 field, a couple of mid-wickets in there. They're really just, I think, settling into a holding pattern now, because they try and get that run rate down as much as possible, build up some pressure, and then if there's a false shot created, hopefully take the chance.
Big in-swing again there for Higgins. Great control he has over it as well. His swing, so often we talk about it, can be a curse for bowlers because it can be difficult to control, can't it? But Higgins has great control.
Yeah, like I say, I think he's bowling really well to his field here. He's obviously got the brief from Toby in terms of what he's expecting from him in this spell, and so far he's delivering. Yeah, I think with that swing, ideally what he's going to try and do is keep swinging it back and hopefully just hold up one against the slope, bring Simpson and the two slips into play.
Now Simpson thinks he's got him. No. Not out is the decision. Sharp work again behind the stumps from Simpson. 59 for 2. Let's have a look side on as well.
So difficult to give those without third umpire in play.
That's tight. That's really tight. As you say, without the third umpire, it's virtually impossible. You've got to go with the batter, haven't you? That back foot, though, watch as he turns. There, just lifts.
So difficult to see because you can't see the stumps as well.
But even with the stumps in play, do you think an umpire can give that? Even if we saw from that on 2 replays, yeah, he's gone. Can the umpire give that without third umpire nowadays?
It happens so quickly. I mean, I'm a big proponent of batsmen getting the benefit of the doubt for obvious reasons.
Why so, Pete?
Yeah, sometimes I don't feel that happens enough. But like I said, if the umpire's not sure, I don't feel, if you're guessing, you shouldn't be giving anyone out. So I think it happened pretty quickly, probably not as conclusive as you'd like it. So fair enough.
It's just the way that back foot lifted as he turned, and we've talked about Bartlett getting squared up, that right hit coming through and that back shoulder coming through a lot in terms of getting squared up by the bowler, but that equally keeps Simpson in play as we saw on that one.
Yeah, and I feel like both batsmen have come out with clear plans in terms of how they want to combat the movement, and that's part of something we call batsmanship. Is you want to be clear, you want to have a plan, go out there and be really clear about committing to it, sticking to it, which they've done well so far. Try to come down the pitch, take LBW and bowled out the equation, and they've played with soft hands for the most part, so some of those nicks just going straight down instead of to the slips.
It feels like we're almost into proper cricket season now for batters. 59 for 2, 21 gone. There's a bit in it for the bowlers, but not overly so. You win the toss and you put a side in. Generally think 3 down at lunch. Being greedy, 4 would be nice. But it's at the stage of the season, certainly in April and May, you're thinking that. Nicely played. Find the mid wicket. Sloman with a chase and a slide. Holds him to a couple.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Early April, May, you'd probably say the odds are tilted slightly in the bowler's favour. And again, that happens. You go through the course of a season, you get some good weather, it probably swings a bit more towards the batsman.
That's the 50 partnership for these two as well. As you can see there, there's 2 early wickets, 10 for 2. Lamb beat gone for 8. Davis just before for a duck. Mercer and Roland Jones respectively. Right up there and given the chance again by Bamber. Just as he came on as changed though, Bamber, I was just saying that Abel's just getting to that position. I think he'd faced 38 balls at that point. Midway through Bamber's first over. Just getting to that period as a batter. He's starting to feel a little bit happier out there. Edged. Oh. Bit of extra bounce for Bamber. Flies past the gloves of Simpson. Let's have a look from this angle.
Just as I was complimenting them on playing with soft hands, getting the nicks to go down, I think he ends up pushing quite hard at that one, away from his body. Unfortunately, just didn't stick.
End of the over, 62 for 2. Bartlett survives. Abel has 29. Let's have a look from the other side. I was just going to ask to come to that before that delivery as well. When the keeper stands up, it does make it difficult for the slips.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Keeper standing up, you just unsighted for that split second longer than you normally would, and the ball ends up coming at you slightly quicker than you probably expected.
Because if you position yourself here as Eskenazi, if we have a look from the pavilion end, or any of the slips, first there's the bat, then there's the whip of the gloves. Just there. So you're looking for that edge off the bat. There's also the gloves flying at the same time from Simpson, quite rightly, to try and take it himself. It makes it incredibly difficult for slip. Held on to 2 already this morning, Eskenazi. He'll be obviously disappointed with himself, but just before that delivery, I was going to have a quick look at that for the slip cordon.
I think exactly like he was saying, this is sort of the stage as a batsman. You face 50 odd balls, you'd consider yourself in on this pitch, and now it's just about keeping concentration. And I think that was possibly just a little bit of a loss of concentration, pushing at a ball. The next ball was exactly the same ball and he ended up leaving it. So possibly just a lapse of concentration, and he got away with it on that time.
Now there's a lot of Milans out there at the moment, but not one of your brothers, or your namesake David up at Yorkshire. I remember when he was at Middlesex, he said to me, if I get to 30 and don't go on, I'm furious with myself. As soon as I see that 30 on the board, there or thereabouts, I'm thinking big 50 at least here. He said that's the period, whether it's balls faced, again, we've just mentioned there, haven't we, going past 50 balls faced in the innings, but remember he always said to me, 30, if I've got 30 on the board, if I don't reach 50, I'm furious with myself, because I know that I've got myself, my eyes are in, my feet are moving, I've got the conditions, I've got the bowlers, I've got the pitch.
Yeah, that's spot on. I think that's what sets the really good batsmen apart from the average ones. It's guys that average 40 plus. Because as a batsman, especially early season, you are going to get some low scores, you are going to get some good balls. But then, like you say, once you face probably 50, 60 balls, you've got yourself to 20, 30. You get yourself out more often than not. And it's the batsman that can minimize those mistakes and sort of settle into a rhythm where they can accumulate runs with minimal risk. Those are the guys that end up averaging 40 plus and going on to play international cricket. I think the two openers in this game sums up the top order batsman scenario pretty well, where you can easily get a 0, an 8, or a single digit figure score, but then when you do get the opportunity to get to 30, it's making the most of it and getting, it sounds obvious, but getting as much as you can and not giving your wicket away softly.
Single turn the over. Abel's on 31. He'll keep the strike. Bartlett 26. Somerset 64. 65 for 2. What's your preference? You opened in the tests against Anderson and Broad in South Africa. 3 for Middlesex. Where if you could pin a spot for yourself, what would be your number one?
There's not really a big difference between the two, I think. I mean, there's pros and cons to both. So as an opener, you go in, there's not a lot of waiting around, you straight into the action. And then similarly, if you fielded 140 overs, it's nice to be able to just sit down at number 3 and not have 10 minutes to get the pads on and you're right out there again. So pros and cons to both.
Chris Rogers, former Middlesex captain and Somerset. Morning to you if you tuned in, Buck. He often is. I remember him saying to me he was such a prolific opener for Middlesex and time with Derbyshire there before. I remember he was saying that actually he preferred 3 though, which surprised me.
Yeah, like I said, I do think that just the ability to sit down and not head out straight away after spending a significant amount of time in the field is a big thing. But again, it's also not always nice sitting at number 3, the wicket's good, and you're just watching the boys pile on the runs and you're not sure when you're going to go in. So it's, yeah, I wouldn't say there's a clear winner or a clear preference for me between the two. I'm happy to bat wherever I'm needed.
Nick Gubbins, who's now with Hampshire, former Middlesex opener as well. He had a decent run actually, he had an incredible run. There's one of the opening pair at the moment, Robson in at second. Eskinazi, the slip, he's taken 2 but put down that last one, Robbie White. Keeper by trade as well, he's in at third. Yeah, remember Nick Gubbins was an opening partner of Sam Robson's for his move to Hampshire. He equally did drop down to 3 though, from opener, where he was player of the season in 2016. Young batter he was then, really looked upon as a future England opener at that point, Nick Gubbins, but dropped down to 3. He's now dropped down to Hampshire. But I'm sure he'll still have those aspirations getting into the test side at some stage. His feeling on batting at 3, I think, at that point was England did currently, at that particular time, somewhere around 2016, 2017, I think that was a rare time when they did have a settled opening pair of Cook and another. I can't remember who it was at that point, but he felt that England were missing a number 3, so he wanted to make number 3 his own. Mike Gatting, I remember talking to him over the years about it as well, though. And I think I'm right in retelling that part of the mindset that he had as England captain at the time, Gatting, was if you want to get in the England side, you have to be batting in the top 3 for your county. You've got to be in at a time when it's at its absolute hardest. That new ball, opening bowlers, really putting you under pressure. Now that's going to be close. Simpson's up, so he's trapped in the crease there, Abel. Not out to the early call from the umpire. Quick shake of the head. Let's have a look. End of the over it is. 65 for 2. Well, that had to be close. That was a very, very good shout for Ethan Bamber. Hasn't got outside the line. It's high up on the back leg, and that's got to be the call of the umpire. That back leg's bent, which is what Middlesex will be thinking.
I've definitely seen those given in my career. But yeah, sometimes, like I say, the rhythm of the game, they've got a good partnership. Just doesn't go your way at this stage.
Let's go back to the Gatting mindset there. Yeah, I thought that was quite a good way of looking at it, actually. If you want to be playing Test cricket, then you've got to really be batting in the top 3 for your county.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value to that. I think if you open or bat 3, you can relatively easier. It'll be easier for you to slide down the order. Yeah, it's another good take from Simpson there. And yeah, just continuing with that thought, it would be a lot more difficult coming from number 5, number 6, and being asked to open or bat number 3. So I do think the higher up you bat in a batting order, it does give you that versatility to then, if you can handle the new ball, it's then just about handling the different situations that batting at 5 and 6 throws up, potentially batting with the tail, having to be a bit more positive. But yeah, like I said, generally, if you can handle the new ball, you can bat most places.
Oh, now that lifts down the leg side. Simpson again on the move to take it. This gives it through at a quicker pace, I think, than many of us realise, Higgins. The speed guns have been out this season. I don't think they're in action for this game. No, they're not. But he was able to push it through to mid-70s, up towards high 70s in one of the last games here. It may have been the Kent one when there was a speed gun on it.
Yeah, he does put a lot of good energy on the ball, and he's one of those guys that it sort of hits the bat maybe a little bit harder than you would think, watching from the side. Just enough energy on it to keep you honest as a batsman, where you can't just lunge at him. Does have a sneakily good little short ball. Doesn't bowl it a lot, but I think that adds to the effectiveness of it.
That's well bowled. That's the hand shape from Abel, which we all know.
Yeah, that'll be the dangerous ball, I feel, from Higgins, is swinging it back in, just being able to hold it up the slope. Like I said, that is the danger ball, because you're expecting it to come back down the slope most of the time, so you'll play that line. So the ball, even if it doesn't actually nip away, if it just holds its line, almost does feel like a leg break sometimes, where you're expecting it to come back in, and it just keeps on going straight.
Just dropped back deep square for this delivery, last ball of the over. Banged in short it is, but over the top of it, guided by Abel. Long legs Ethan Bamber. End of the over, 67 for 2. Abel's 32, Bartlett's 27. Abel sits second on the averages this season, well, third really. Aldridge has gone top with an average of 81, 101 unbeaten, which drops out of this game, Casey Aldridge, but somebody said to me, yeah, but the majority of that 181 was scored against the wicket-keeper in the Lancashire game, which is a little harsh. A century's a century.
Yeah, I think especially early on in the season, you're going to take them any way they come. Like I say, we've been playing on some challenging surfaces, so say 100's 100, no matter how in which manner it was accumulated.
Roos of the regulars, 9 innings he's had, averaging 67. A century in each innings at Old Trafford. Third century of the summer now, that one in the second innings.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, he scored 100 against us in the 50-over competition last year as well. Batted really nicely, so he's obviously someone to keep an eye on for the future.
Tom Abel averaging 42 this summer, the one century. 151 that we mentioned. Starts to slide a little bit from there though. Cola-Cadmore averaging 31, Lammonby 29. Gregory back in for this one, averaging 28. Bancroft 19. And then Bartlett averaging 17 for his 5 innings. 150 to his name so far. I almost did Davis a service there and looked at his average. He had 2 innings before this game, hasn't he? Just 13 runs in those 2. I just saw the name propping up the bottom of the list there and thought what was going on.
Yeah, unfortunately that can be the life of an opening batsman. Can be a thankless job sometimes, going up against a new ball in testing conditions. But then, like I said, once you, especially as an opener, once you then get in and get yourself onto 20, you want to go cash in and get a big one to make up for those low scores early on in the season.
Ball that gets through. Holden, backward point. Scrambling to stop it, picks himself up, and he's the man who does the running. Everyone's 35 as they run 3. Of course, it was a terribly difficult start to the summer for Middlesex. That first game of the season here against Essex, obviously, it was well, it was devastating. The opening attack from Cook and Porter. And what was the mindset like? How much did the top 3? I mean, you guys all plenty of Test cricket, incredible averages. How much did you have to talk perhaps some of the younger players through, or the rest of the order through?
Yeah, like you said, it was quite a challenging start, but with the experience that you have, you've gone through that before. Unfortunately, like you convey to them that you've got good news and bad news. The good news is it's going to turn around. You will score some runs again. The bad news is it's probably going to happen a couple more times during your career. And I mean, every batter goes through that. There's so many uncontrollables from a batting point of view that you have to deal with. There's conditions, umpiring decisions. Someone can take a great catch. So I think that the main message from the senior batters to maybe the younger guys was just keep trusting the process, keep putting in the preparation, and giving yourself the best chance to perform on match day, because the quality is obviously there. Averages over a period of time don't lie, and yeah, the runs will come.
I love that. Every now and again, as a commentator, you hear something, you just think, yep, that's getting noted for future use. I've got good news and bad news. The good news, this will turn. The bad news is this will all happen again.
Yeah, I think that sums up life really. So, like I said, it's being a little bit closer to the end of my career than the beginning. You do see things a bit more in perspective maybe than you did when you were younger. I think as a young batsman it can be very easy falling in the trap of really just looking at a few games in isolation and over-analysing a lot of things. But having played for a while, you go through the ups and downs that cricket brings. I mean, no batsman scores runs forever, and conversely, no good batsman goes for no runs for too long a period.
Simpson being tested behind the stumps. You saw the one burst out of his gloves at the start of the over into the offside, which was picked up by backward point. That one of those tricky ones down the leg side, as we've been pointing out as well. He's done so well. Apologies, Simo. That was straight off the hip, that one down. I thought it was out of the gloves down the leg side. Leg bye on the board. Wow, that one's really hooped from Higgins. I'd say that's had the most swing on a ball that we've seen this morning.
Yeah, I've not really seen Higgins swing the ball that much during the season, so it's interesting to see. He's been able to get quite a lot of swing today. That is really hooped back.
Just getting it to go here, isn't it? Which can be the lifespan of the ball, that it's just coming into Higgins' territory.
Yeah, I mean, I have found sometimes it takes about 20 odd overs just for that layer of varnish to go off the ball, and you do actually find it starts swinging, maybe doing whatever it was doing slightly slower off the pitch, but definitely swinging more through the air.
Into the over, 72 for 2. Pete, you worried them for a moment. Closer to the end of my career than the start, only marginally. 33 years of age now. This is when you cash in, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been playing since I was 17. So if you go do the math, I'm definitely closer to the end than the beginning, I would think. I'd be very surprised if I can get to the age that Mertz is playing. I'm not sure my wife would like me getting to that age and still be traveling and being away from home as much. But yeah, like I said, you do pick up a lot of experience along the way, so you try and use it as best you can.
2007, the debut, first class debut in Pretoria. Can you remember it?
Yeah, I was still at school then, so they had to come pick me up from school for the game.
Ethan Bamber just looks as though he should still be at school. Oh, but look at him doing his thing out there. Goodness me, he is like a seasoned pro, the baby-faced assassin. If he'd have taken that wicket, that would have made the clip at the end of the day as well of me saying he just looks as though he should still be at school. That was a compliment, Ethan.
Yeah, I think that he'll probably look like that for a while longer. Like I say, he's got a very, very young face on him.
Started a little bit too straight. Bartlett cashes in into the 30s.
I think this partnership really just getting into that territory now will just start to worry the Middlesex side a little bit. Be desperate to break it before lunch. Hopefully pick up maybe a wicket either side of lunch, and then around about 100 for 4, you're feeling you're right back in the game.
Just going back to yourself, one thing that's been noted is the modern day batter around the world now, it's tough. You know, first class cricket, they're asked to do a lot, aren't they? T20, a lot of T20, a lot of list A's, scheduling for first class, but South Africa seems to churn out batters who score pretty well, who average pretty well in first class cricket. Yours is 45.
Yeah, I think you're doing me a favour there. Dipped under 45 with a bit of a slow start to this season. I think in South Africa it is different. Probably the first hour and a half will be quite challenging. New Kookaburra bouncy surfaces, but then it does settle down. I think that's a big difference. The Kookaburra becomes a little bit softer, and you can actually, once you get through that first hour, generally there are lots of opportunities to then get in and score big.
That's another peach from Bamber. Really challenging that outside edge still.
Yeah, I think that's a good example. Generally 26, 27 overs in with the Kookaburra in South Africa, as a batsman you'd feel you'd be able to get a little bit more on top of the bowler, where with the Duke it stays harder for longer, and then depending on overhead conditions as well, it can keep going for a long time, just keeping the bowler in play and potentially having a ball with your name on it.
End of the over, 76 for 2. Actually, throwing back to what we mentioned David Milan a little while ago, something that he said to me as well was Duke ball here in England, April and May, but September as well, where so much is played, it does so much. From a top order batter, you're then making a jump up to test level where you're asked to bat for long periods of time where you just haven't done it through your career because of April, May and September, basically, with that Duke ball, which just does so much. Now, the Kookaburra is going to be trialled this summer in the UK, isn't it? And I have always wondered, actually, April, May and September, is it perhaps a fairer game here in this country that they should be using the Kookaburra?
Yeah, I mean, without actually doing it, we probably don't know. But I would think, like I said, I think it was last year, everyone was complaining about the batch of Duke balls. And it was actually mirroring the Kookaburra in a sense. It was going a little bit softer after 30 overs and then giving the batsman a bit more of a chance.
Murder back into the attack, change of ends to the pavilion end. See if it brings him a change of fortune. Not that he particularly needed it. It was a good start for Mercer and Roland Jones, I thought, at their usual ends.
Yeah, I mean, like a really good start. You pick up 2 wickets with the opening spell, and you're really hoping you can probably tack on a couple more by lunch. That's exactly why Murta would have been brought back now, to try and engineer that breakthrough. Hopefully pick up 1, possibly 2 now, but I think they'd settle for 1.
It's away, no fine leg in position. And, Ethan Bamber's the deep backward square leg, and being Ethan Bamber, he thought about going to retrieve that, but Robbie Wright's just screamed at him, stay where you are, having just finished his spell. But yeah, nobody fine on the onside. Bamber's spell was none for 18 from 7 with 1 maiden. Murta 1 for 24 in his 8th now.
Yeah, I think it's probably about even Stevens at this moment. The run rate's not gotten out of control. And like I said, they're still in the position now. You can pick up possibly 1 before lunch, 1 after. You are very much in a driving seat of this match.
Just going back to the Kookaburra, they're probably testing it at the wrong time of year. It needed to be tested in April, really, didn't it? First round of the season.
Yeah, probably. And I think the big thing with the Kookaburra is, and then when you make this step up to test level, is that ability, and I mean it goes both ways from a batting point of view, really setting up an innings, holding your concentration and batting for 2 or 3 sessions really. And then from a bowling point of view, when the ball's not doing as much, how much control do you have to actually keep the game from not getting away from you?
To the leg side again from Mercer. All the experience. Tim Mercer, change of ends can just, especially here at Lord's, change of ends can just throw a bowler for a moment.
Yeah, even for someone, I'm sure Mercer's played plenty of games at Lord's, but yeah, it just seems that the slope just dragging a little bit straight. And just getting back to the whole Kookaburra thing, I think someone like a Abbas from Hampshire shows that brilliantly. He'll know how to bowl with a ball that's not as conducive to swing and seam. And then when he does get conditions in his favour, he's absolutely devastating. Similarly, Carl Abbott, I played with him in South Africa, and even when the Kookaburra on a flat wicket's not giving you much, he's going at 1.5 runs to the over, which means the game's not getting away. And then as soon as conditions turn in his favour, he can just blow the game wide open. I think that is a skill with a Duke ball that maybe does something for the whole day. It's a skill that doesn't get developed as much over here.
Towards eased away into the offside, and just a slip and a slide. And the covers from Mark Stone and brings a single to end the over, 83 for 2. There's always a story. Mohammed Abbas took 6 for 11 against Middlesex in one particular spell, which was absolutely devastating. The Aegeus Bowl in April 2020, I'm going to say. No, it must have been, no, it couldn't have been 2020 because that was the COVID year, wasn't it? It's 2021. And yeah, it was a hat-trick indeed involved in there. Stunning display of bowling from him. Here's Roland Jones in the meantime. Change of ends for Roland Jones as well. He's gone to the nursery end. Pushed up there from Roland Jones. Bartlett moves into the 40s though. A little too straight for the Middlesex captain.
Yeah, I mean, that's it from the stumps, but it's full enough. I feel the batsman would have felt he was fully in control, not try to overhit it. The worst thing you can do there is try and hit it hard. I think he just leant on it. A really good shot.
Yeah, Abbas. It was the start of the match, start of the innings as well. His opening spell, 17 balls for the 5-wicket haul that he took. I mean, skillful, you know, it was a ridiculous spell of bowling. Just looking back, it was also his home debut.
Yeah, that is some way to introduce yourself to the home crowd, I suppose. But I mean, yeah, Hampshire's been one of the form sides over the last few years, and they've really been built around that opening partnership of Abbas and Abbott. You've got two bowlers of that quality. You are going to be in most games, especially, like I say, with the Duke ball offering up that a little bit of assistance. That would be all they need, just to put the odds in their team's favour.
It was a 12-ball five for his 17th ball. Took the 5th wicket, but the first wicket came 5th ball from him, so it's a 17-ball five for Abbas. Let's have a look. Holden, Gubbins and Eskenazi with a hat-trick. It's an amazing spell of bowling, which Middlesex going to have to face at some point. The Abbott and Abbas pairing. Now it's high from Roland Jones. He's a tall enough man, Bartlett. We'll have a look at the replay. Again, it wasn't. They weren't imploring the umpire at the end.
Yeah, possibly just high enough to again get that benefit of the doubt to the batsman. Yeah, from a batting point of view, I think it has shown if you get forward, possibly down the pitch, it does seem to take LBW out the equation.
You played, well, you won the title with Warwickshire the year before last. So end of the over, I thought it was one more to come. 88 for 2 it is. There will be one, maybe 2 more before lunch. 2 more. 5-2. Yeah, you won the title with Warwickshire.
Yeah, you're being generous there. I played 6 games with them, so it's I wouldn't be claiming it as winning it. I was there when they won it.
So I think to some of the players that played in 2016 for Middlesex. A little bit too straight again from Mercer. The change of ends here hasn't quite worked for Mercer and Roland Jones to begin with. There's still time to put that right. But, well, between the pair of them, they'd have settled and agreed on it, I'm sure. But both just not quite getting the line right at the start of their second spells. But yeah, that second, when Middlesex won it in 2016, Vogis, Bailey, but they played the second half of that summer without an overseas, as I remember. But they were both seen as huge parts of that victory. Bailey with a particularly important century against Surrey. But I was going to ask in terms of, you saw, you know, 6 games that season, last year with Middlesex in Division 2, now back in Division 1 again. Opening bowlers as well. We're talking about Abbott and Abbas there last week, Roach and Worrell. There's some really incredible opening pairs, and indeed this Somerset lineup, they really are full complement here with Overton, Henry, Siddle, Gregory. I mean, that takes some beating, that quartet.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think it is one of sort of the unique qualities of county cricket in the UK is the quality. There's some good overseas around, and then obviously you get some really good English bowlers as well. And It's just most of the teams now seem like they have really good bowling attacks. I mean, you look at Essex with Cook and Porter, they know exactly what they're doing in terms of English conditions and really exploiting it to the fullest. So some really top bowling attacks going around at the moment.
Remember when Kagiso Rabada had his spell at Kent a few years back? Whoever was high up in South African cricket at the time said it's crucially important that he goes and plays county championship cricket. It's the finishing school of world cricket.
Yeah, I think especially coming from South Africa, it's just such different conditions. Whereas a batsman, it's almost a different technique. You're covering against the swing and the seam. South Africa, you're worrying more about the bounce of the ball.
Bounce for Murtagh and an edge, but runs for Somerset. A turn for the third here. That's a great slot by Holden. Bartlett moves to 40. That'll encourage Murtagh though.
Yeah, good choice from Holden. It's been small margins. I think Middlesex could have easily had two or three more wickets in this session. Couple of close LBs, couple of nicks that just haven't quite gone to hand. So definitely not far off, but getting into a territory now, you want to cut this partnership short as soon as possible.
30 done, 96 for 2. One more before lunch on day one here at Lord's. The live stream from Middlesex with myself, Kevin Hand. Very grateful to have Peter Milan alongside me this morning. I know you'd much rather be out there in the middle, which is where Middlesex fans would much rather have you as well. But this has been good from Abel and Bartlett. As you say, Bartlett, there was that chatter this morning as to whether Bartlett would have his place in the side. Came in an incredibly difficult time. 10 for 2. And this man, Toby Rowland-Jones, had picked up one and Mercer the other. Is that use of the feet again?
Yeah, I think as a batsman, it's always very satisfying coming in a challenging situation and being able to stand up for your team and contribute. So run scored when it's 10 for 2 just feel more valuable than when you're coming in at 150 for 1 and everything's sort of in the batting side's favour. So I'm sure he would have enjoyed that, but as I said, as a batsman, you're getting to 40, you want to be cashing in and getting a big one. I think there'll be a little bit of a reassessment at lunch, probably just about the tactics and the lines that have been bowled. It's pretty clear the batter's plan is trying to get down the pitch and onto off stump, possibly just being really patient outside off stump and see if we can induce a slightly loose drive or just a push at a ball instead of coming too straight. It does seem to be playing into their hands at the moment.
Whip at a late leave. No problem in the end for Bartlett.
I think from a bowling, especially from a captaincy point of view, you don't want to be going both sides of the wicket. You want to be controlling where the ball goes and then being able to set your field according to that. And that's maybe where they were a bit lacking towards the end of that session there. So I'm sure they'll reassess at lunch, come back with a good plan, and hopefully have some success early on in that session.
I mentioned when the sun was out first thing this morning, this is probably the first match where the sun, the overheads are going to be pretty good for all 4 days. I can only really think of one day of the season so far in a Middlesex game that's actually been sun out all day. Very good track as well, by the looks of it here at Lord's. So overall, bad one to miss, Pete, from a batter's point of view.
Yeah, it does look like a bit more of an even contest so far, but yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
That should be the end of the session, is it? No, one more to come. No, it is. Umpire was just scrambling for the cap of Roland Jones. Great start for Middlesex, 10 for 2. Somerset just edged it with that partnership, really. You put a side in, you're thinking this stage of the season, certainly 3 down. Ideally 4 if you can really push through. But that run rate, 3.1, they just brought it down a little bit. They'll want to, if they're not taking wickets early in the afternoon session, get that down slightly again. As you say, perhaps that will be the chat at lunch in terms of bowling plans.
I do think so, yeah. Like I say, if the wickets aren't falling, they want to be controlling one side of the pitch and really just being patient, keeping the run rate down, and then hopefully take the next chance when it comes.
Peter Milan, absolutely great to see you. Really thank you a great deal for your time up here on the mic this morning. Very much look forward to seeing you back out there, though. And hopefully for that Surrey game next week, Thursday, when the T20 Blast kicks off. For myself, Kevin Ham, we'll take a break here on the live stream at lunch. 96 for 2, Abel, the skipper, doing a fine job steering things, coming in with some real difficulty at 10 for 2. A couple of early wickets getting it going for Middlesex. I'll certainly hope a couple more at the start of the afternoon session. We'll have them back on track where they were thinking on winning the toss. But Somerset likewise will be thinking, if the sun does break through this afternoon, then knuckle down and bring this partnership on a little bit further. Join us back. There you can see 1:42 player resume. Just under 40 minutes. We'll pick up the live stream here at Lord's. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. Umpires on their way. Batters will step over the line in just a moment as well. Middlesex still preparing at a shot away to the left. They look exhausted already, don't they? Know the feeling, fellas. There are the bowlers. Well, they won't be exhausted, hopefully. 31 overs done. They'll be mostly happy with this morning. 2 wickets down, 1 catch put down in the morning. A few edges around as well, but Somerset put in will be mightily happy at 96 for 2 at lunch. They batted extremely well. Abel and Bartlett in particular, 10 for 2. When Davis was out for a first ball duck. Caught Eskenazi off the bowling of Roland Jones. The second catch for Eskenazi when Lammerby nicked off to Mercer and gone for 8. But yes, Bartlett and Abel have manfully kept things going for the 3rd wicket partnership for Somerset to give them a steady feeling at lunch, but Middlesex will hope a wicket or 2 immediately after the interval just set the tone for the afternoon, and I'm sure that will have been the chat in the huddle there before they took to the fields that well, let's get it right from the off, as they did this morning. Set the tone for the session and keep it right. Peter Malan with us this morning. He said that perhaps it would just be a little bit of a conversation about tightening up the line, and well, let's see how it goes. For Somerset, it's pretty straightforward. Try and get through the first couple of spells after lunch of each of the bowlers into those 3rd spells for each thereafter, and try and cash in later in the day. They've certainly given themselves the chance. That's all you can do. Put in on the first morning, especially at Lords, where it'll usually nip about a little bit. There's enough out there to encourage the bowlers, but as we've seen as well from this deck, plenty to encourage the batters as well. I'm Kevin Hunt, delighted to say Max Harris is alongside me for the start of the afternoon session. He's been in with the seconds in the, well, at the nursery ends. Indoor and outdoor this morning, Max, so quick hello before things start up out there.
Good to be here. Yeah, just outdoor training today. Luckily it's been dry. It hasn't been raining for, what, the last week. So, yeah, training outdoor. Did some white ball stuff today because we've got 2020 starting next week.
Is Bamber starting us up after lunch? Oh, wow. First ball after lunch. And through it goes to the gloves of Simpson. A little shout from behind the stumps and from Bamber. A polite inquiry. Rapping on the pads, but Abel, much like Bartlett before lunch, fairway down there. Yeah, it's Thursday next week. The T20 starts here at Lords with the visit of Surrey. The Sunrisers taking on South East Stars in the afternoon of that game before the men get going in the evening. It'll be a bumper Thursday next week. If you're anywhere around London, it should be a great day. A rare double-header here at Lords. Middlesex had a double-header many years back against Essex and Kent in the Blasts. Can't think of too many others for, well, outside of the 100, of course. So a change up in the field. It's a 5-4 field for Bamber, and Robbie White, who's come in for Peter Malan, the injured Peter Malan, moves into a leg gully position there. There's a shortish mid-wicket, Holman. Nicked off through to, or nicked through to the gully region. Max Holden by Abel, who squared up a little bit by that one. Just going back to next week, the T20 starts for the men, but second 11 playing many T20s before that?
Yeah, so I believe we've got 4 during the week. Got 2 early on the week, Monday, Tuesday, and then we got 2 on Thursday and Friday. I'm not sure, I think Sussex, Surrey, Hampshire, and I've forgotten what the last one is. Yeah.
How often do the seconds get to watch the first on a day like this?
Well, fortunately quite often, because we always train in the morning. So today we did 11:30 till, well, about 1ish. And then, well, we don't really have much else to do with our lives, so we can come in and watch. I'm unfortunately at uni, so I've got plenty of studying to do, so I should probably do some of that. instead of watching the game. But yeah, a lot of the boys probably see in the crowd somewhere. They'll get a bite to eat and then come watch the boys.
What are you studying at the moment?
I'm doing marketing at Loughborough, so not that exciting, but God, I have to do loads of essays. Yeah, we've got exams in a couple of weeks, so just revising for them, and I've got one of the worst memories in the world, so could be a bit of a struggle, these exams.
Slight pause. The field's changed up again. Holman at mid-wicket being moved. There's that use of the feet again. That ploy to get down the track, get outside the line of off. That's where the mid-wicket and the leg gully are in position. End of the over, 32 bowled there, 96 for 2. And from the nursery end, it's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones who takes off the sweater. Let's go again immediately after lunch. Rowland-Jones 1 for 27 from 8 this morning. Bamber none for 18 from 8. Economical as ever. From a man who you know reasonably well from the seconds. Mind you, he kind of flew through to the first and never looked back, Ethan.
Well, exactly, because he's one of the 4 from North Mid, so I've known him for a long time now. Yeah, I think maybe when I started playing for 2s, he was probably in the back end of his 2s career. Because yeah, you're right, he did shoot up to the 1s. But yeah, I've been playing cricket with him for as long as I can remember, really.
The North Middlesex 4. Sounds like a job for Crime Watch. Sunbury boy, Toby Rowland-Jones from the nursery end. Joe Cracknell, Ethan Bamber, yourself, and the 4th is Luke Holman, of course.
Yeah, so we're really good friends, and it's so good to see Luke and Ethan doing well on the 1s, and then with the T20s around the corner, I'm sure crackers will shine on them.
Well, that was your debut last year, was the T20.
Yeah, made both of my debuts in the 2020 and 50 over against Somerset, funnily enough.
Just scratching my brains to remember that wicket. I remembered it was a big one. Riley Russo was the first wicket in the T20 game here. Bowled well that evening. Clearly enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, I was very happy. He whacked me first ball for 4, so got him out second ball. So I was very relieved after that. I thought that could be a very long evening after that first ball.
Oh, wow. Now, this will be interesting to look at on the replay. It's 4 runs for Bartlett, and he's played it well. He moves to 44. It's the 100 up for Somerset, 100 for 2. But he's gone a long, long way across here. And that line, I reckon, leg stump. Ooh. That's the danger, going that far across. Now, Rowland-Jones wouldn't have been targeting leg stump, but that could have gone spectacularly the other way for Bartlett. But he's timed it off leg. Something that Peter Milan and I were looking at a lot this morning on how Bartlett been able to get so far across. In particular, this man, Bartlett. Single out to deep square. Rowland-Jones got the leg slip in now as well, which is clearly something then that Middlesex have discussed at lunch. The way that Bartlett's gone about it, the way that Abel has done as well, not to the same extent that Bartlett has, but getting across to the off stump. We did talk, Milan and I, about what would be the bowler's option when they are stepping so far across, trying to take LBW out of the equation, trying to really protect those stumps. Robbie White, who was the leg gully's going back for Abel, so he's back into an orthodox gully with 2 slips. Clearly that's what they've settled on then, the leg slip, leg gully for Bartlett. We saw that in the last match here against, in fact, sorry, second to last match here, Nottinghamshire, visitors on that occasion, and Notts were really going after, in particular, Stephen Eskenazi, I remember, with a leg side field and a leg gully, leg slip in early. End of the over. Roland Jones is first after lunch. 101 for 2. Max Harris alongside myself, Kevin Handy. Again, back, that was your debut. It was a packed house here at Lords, wasn't it, as well, for that Somerset game last year?
Yeah, because I'd never really played in front of a crowd that big before. I'm trying to think what the biggest one, probably a Radlett game with a couple of hundred people, but that was, yeah, it wasn't quite full, but I reckon it was easier, 15,000 maybe. Because yeah, those 2020s usually get a very good crowd.
Should be this coming Thursday. How much, I mean, one of the things is Robbie White's out there in this, who would have been hoping to play an awful lot of second 11 cricket with you. I think he's only had 3 innings of the season so far, a couple for Ealing at the weekend, 1 prior to that. So, what is it now, May 18th, 3 innings of the season so far for White as a batter. There's that tactic again from Bartlett, so far across, forward and across, trying to take legs, trying to take LBW out of the equation. Similarly though for the bowlers, you know, it just hasn't been cricket. There hasn't been time in the middle yet.
Yeah, I've been quite fortunate because I've played cricket for uni, so I've actually probably played more games than a lot of the second team boys, because we got quite a good pitch at Loughborough, and whenever the game got called for at Radlett, due to the wet, we've actually managed to get on at Loughborough, so I've actually had a few more games than 2.
Ready to go next Thursday then?
Raring to go.
So it was a net this morning until 1:30. Have I got that right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, because the nets at Lords actually very good condition, because we've in the last couple of weeks obviously been very wet, so we have had to train indoors. So I think it's just a blessing whenever we can get outdoors, really.
Shot that is. Bartlett's on to 49. That hit that advertising board in an absolute flash. Just a fraction short from Bamba. A little bit of width, but quality shot from Bartlett. Overtakes Abel, I think, for the first time. Outside the line of off, there's a stride. As you can see, end of the over, 105 for 2. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, clearly outside the line of off there.
There's a talking point this morning of how Middlesex respond to what is a positive defence from Bartlett, getting so far forward, so far across. Challenge for the bowler. As I say, the tactic that immediately after lunch seems to be that leg slip, leg gully position. Seems to straighten on Abel there. Would have been tempted to access the onside with that, the Somerset skipper, but keeping that bat face open, playing straight. It looked as though the body was starting to open up with the ball towards the onside, but played it well in the end. He'll know that this little passage now after lunch is going to be a real opportunity for Middlesex once more, just to try and put a couple of wickets on the board and get that control that they were hoping to from the off on winning the toss. Thick old inside edge, he had a big stride on that one. Anyway, Abel, 5 for 2. Yeah, so Mark Lane, who we've had up here a few times, he was taking the nets for the seconds this morning. Mark Lane, who's the player pathway head coach at Middlesex, which basically means taking charge of the seconds as well now. Leg side from Roland Jones again. Abel's on to 49. So Bartlett clipped that one basically off the leg stump. This one was a simple little tuck away. Skipper to skipper again. For 2. In old money, it was the second 11 coach, but he's the player pathway head coach now, Mark Lane.
Yeah, always brings good energy to the sessions, and he's always good fun to have around the game days.
Nicely bowled by Roland Jones. Abel will probably feel he's followed that too far. Again, something that was looked at a lot this morning is how far outside of the off stump you have to play at one. I think Abel will reflect that could have been left well alone. Followed it slightly. Certainly from the nursery end with that slope. Better to end the over, 109 for 2. 49 apiece, the 3 and 4 of Somerset. So that, again, another thing that was touched on this morning for Peter Milan. First time that he walked out in the square here at Lords was for Middlesex. He'd never batted on this before. Similarly, that team 20 against Somerset last year was the first time he'd have bowled on this slope as well.
Yeah, because I've only ever really bowled cues on it. Yeah, first time bowling, obviously a bit of a big slope, and when you bowl you try and not take too much notice of the surroundings, but it's quite hard not to when you're bowling at the home of cricket.
I've got a feeling you bowled from the pavilion end, certainly when you picked up the wicket. Would that be right?
I did, yeah. I think I only bowled from the pavilion end, if my memory serves me right.
Big side from Bamba. A leg by for Bartlett. Whipping of applause, who missed the leg by on that one for Abel. I suppose that's the batter's version of a crowd catch. Decent little crowd in today. First time I've really noted the numbers, that ripple of applause for the false 50, the leg bye for Bartlett. Drawing my attention to it. Good number in the Warner away to the right there. No idea of the grandstand. These are all shut. Well, the grandstand was anyway. The Warner was open for the last game against Kent on the other end of the square. High up the outside edge from Abel, fielded by Holden. Head snapped around to see where that was going. What do you reckon the chat is from the umpire in the foreground there? Talking to Luke Holman.
No, Luke Holman, it probably what's for tea.
That's away, and there's the 50 for the Somerset skipper. Lost the toss. He's winning out in the middle at the moment, though. Brilliant innings this from Abel. Desperately needed at 10 for 2. 114 for 2 now. And Abel onto 53 from 108 deliveries. 7 fours. And the 7th time he's found the boundary rope. It's a really good comeback here. Really good fight back from Somerset from what was an early wobble and would have been a concern for them. Skippers led the way, though. And a fine 50. Past the edge, beautiful from Bamba, right back on the spot. End of the 36th, 114 for 2. So Abel, he's 29 now, and to go with the 151 he scored at Taunton. It's the 2nd time he's passed 50 this summer. That was against Lancashire in April. He also scored 40 in that match, 48 in the 2nd innings at Old Trafford the other day. 14 first-class centuries now from 113 matches, 32 50s, average just over 34. It's nice from Roland Jones, just draws Bartlett into it. Outside the off stump. Now, if that were at the pavilion end, we'd be talking about the slope coming back in to challenge the off stump there. Whether it's the leg slip that's gone in now for Bartlett that's just keeping him in the crease more. Not obviously keeping him in the crease, but not having him come so far across when he comes down the track. It's just asking a different question. Go. It's not on the move as much across to that offside now. The one that he clipped for 4 to take him to 49 was definitely clipped off leg stump, which was fully on display, as we saw on the replay. Possibly in his mind as well, but he'll be aware that Middlesex have got that in mind, especially with the extra little bit of bounce that Roland Jones finds as well, that it can bring White into play at leg slip. The walk on this one. Interesting game of cat and mouse here. Bartlett will be pretty keen to get that first 50 of the summer, just to take that little bit of pressure off. There clearly was coming into the game chatter that he'd be the batter to make way. Played it well again with soft hands, the angle bat. Just let that right hand side of his body come around and come through a lot. This is very much his own technique. Ended last season well. Century at Birmingham. Scored 62 in the first innings against Northants in the penultimate game. Looking for that single here to get the first 50 of the season under the belt. End of the 37th, 114 for 2. A quick glance at the scores elsewhere, which you haven't had a chance to do so far today. I did note that Kent got off to a bit of a sticky start at Surrey. They are 106 for 6 now after lunch, having been put in. No Kemar Roach, who's had to return home for that one, but 3 for Clark, opening the bowling with Worrell. 28 from Leaning. Yeye with 22, batting at 3. Crawley made 19, Cox 18, but Everson and Stewart together now. Sitting for Abel, brings Bartlett back on strike, looking for that 50. Yeah, Worrell, Clark, Abbott, Laws and Atkinson, the Surrey attack. Hampshire 114 for 3 against Northamptonshire, having decided to bat. 20 for Weatherly, 40 for Middleton, 13 for Gubbins, wickets for Buckingham, Sales and White. Vincent Brown pretty decent. Middle order there for Hampshire, Vince on 15, Brown on 10. Essex are 109 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. Been put in at Trent Brown gone LBW to Broad for 11. Cook 56. Wesley 32. Broad, Hutton, Patterson, James and Mulaney bowling so far. Now that's going to be close. Was there 2 noises there? The way they settled so quickly in the appeal, I just fancy it was that a second noise that we heard on that one. Look at the replay now. Thick inside edge. Pretty good, that effects, Mike. Ooh, extra bit of bounce there for Bamba. Encouragement in these last 2 deliveries. Inside edge on the last one. A little bit of a gate there on that, and then an extra bit of bounce the next ball.
Yeah, very good take from Simpson as well, taking that way above his waist. We've seen Simpson in the last couple of games, especially at Surrey, very good up to the stumps, because he had three out of the 4 bowlers he was keeping up for. So he's done a magnificent job on the sticks.
Yeah, he's grabbed a lot of attention on the social media channels and the replays of the games. It's Mercer spotted there immediately. I'll take the sweater off. He's got a few layers on, I guess, Mercer. He's allowed them at 41 though, isn't he?
He still has to do all the fitness tests, so no excuse for that.
End of the over, 115 for 2. Bartlett's on 49. Abel's on 54. stumbled across a picture of Tim Mercer last night from 2009, where I think it was the media day here at Lord's, something like that. You know, when the phone flashes up 9 years ago today or whatever. So somewhere around 2009 it was, and it was he and I holding the. That was right. It was the Middlesex were given Team of the Year, the BBC London Team of the Year that year. Arsenal and Chelsea clearly had quiet years that year. BBC London Team of the Year for winning the 2008-2020. A very young-looking Tim Mercer in that picture, which pretty frightening where the years go.
He used to rock a chain, didn't he, when he was young? When he was younger.
I'll see if I can dig out the picture for you. Single for Abel to do backward square. Might be able to show it to comms cam as well. Let's see if I can dig out the picture. Oh, goodness me, there's the 50. Roland Jones with a cry of anguish as Bartlett squared up, but he brings up a well-deserved 50 in that he has had to dig in and fight off a Middlesex lineup that know this ground very well, know this track very well, and they've been doing their very best to put him to the sword here, but he has 50, 53 from 100. Frustrated Roland Jones as the chance flies in between keeper and slip. Slight pause as the ball's retrieved from down by the pavilion gate. Let's have a look on the replay. Simpson was wrong-footed. Was going leg side and then was left in no man's land when the edge was taken. And then the drive down the grounds. Cricket writes itself sometimes, doesn't it? An edge followed by a boundary. Edge to bring up the 50. Sumptuous straight drive from Bartlett. Could be a cruel great game on a bowler sometimes, Max.
No worse feeling than that. Yeah, the worst balls to get hit off short balls, because you actually have to bend your back, and if they pull you in front of their nose for 4, that's never a great feeling. And then the straight drive is just such a nice shot in the eyes. Never good as a bowler watching that.
Let's have a look again. Simpson wrong-footed. We talked about at length, you know, batters lining things up on this surface. Wicket keepers have got to line it up as well. Roland Jones just getting it to straighten, but Simpson, I mean, it's a misjudgment, which bowler makes a misjudgment, you get hit for 4. Keeper makes a misjudgment, it can, well, leave you in no man's land, leave you stranded, as Simpson was there. Again, a batter makes a misjudgment, you might get a life, but there's no real hiding place, and that's the thing. Keepers at their best, you never notice them, and that's the hard thing about being a keeper as well. You do all that hard work. Now, he's got a lot of attention this summer, John Simpson, for standing up and doing such an incredible job. They come sharply into focus when something goes wrong, which is oh so cruel. Leg side on that one for Simpson to collect. Have one more look at it. You just have to watch the footwork of Simpson here. It's that early movement where you try and get yourself in position and let the feet go. Once they'd gone for Simpson there, it was too late to recover. Clearly sees something just there. There's the shuffle to go to his left. And by the time he's gone to his left, there's no coming back. You occasionally do see it, and they make the replays then, don't they, when the keeper recovers their ground. And clearly they've just made a slight misjudgment which has sent the feet the wrong way.
You could see why he did go to the left, because the ball got lost in front of the batsman for a bit. Yeah, got the outside edge.
One thing we don't get to do often on the commentary, obviously, is get the keepers up here to have a chat, 'cause usually they're exhausted. They've got to be the whole time in the field, and they're somewhere middle order, so they can never particularly commit and come and do a stint on the mic. So over the years doing this, I guess, well, without any shadow of a doubt, in fact, keepers are the most unlikely to come and join me on the mic. So I guess for them, much like a batter, you're lining it up straight away out of the bowler's hand. Higgins doing the fielding at long leg. Yeah, much like a batter, it's immediately out of the hand, isn't it? You're getting your line, you're lining yourself up, sorting the length. And much like a batter, you can misjudge it.
Yeah, and after doing 10,000 squats in a day, probably doesn't help. Yeah, I'm not jealous of keepers at all, because you do have to be out there all in the field in your pads and your helmet, and then yeah, have to go and bat.
Found that picture of Mercer, 2009. So let's think, Mercer by then, 2009, he joined Middlesex when he was, I reckon, 20. I was trying to work out Mercer's age in 2009. Let's have a look. So he came over to Middlesex in 2007, and if memory serves, he was 26 when he joined Middlesex. So there we go. In 2009, Mercer was 28. So that's actually old man Mercer there. We'll see if we can get it on the commentary cam at the end of the over. We'll try and line it up in a moment and see. We were both a fair few pounds lighter then.
Yeah, joined the club in 2007. That's not long after I was born.
Yeah, thanks, Max.
In 2001.
2005 was my first year commentating on Middlesex. Deep square dropping back for Banbury. He's still got that leg slip as well for Bartlett. Oh, serves it up outside the off stump. It's a lovely shot by Bartlett, put away. Crisp cover drive, 129 for 2. There's that use of the feet on this occasion, working extremely well. The cover drive. Right, how's that looking? 2009. Tim Mercer. Oh, we're going to get it in shot. Do I need to go closer? There we go. Oh, beautiful from Roland Jones to start the over. Right on the spot.
Even wearing the Middlesex blazer, we don't get one of them.
It's good stuff at Gully. Yeah, of course, the Middlesex Blazers replaced by Charles Tyrrett, hasn't it? I'm not complaining. Swag for the commentator as well.
Yeah, when we get the Christmas present boxes at the start of the season for all our kit, the suits are definitely up there with things I'm most looking forward to.
Max, going to let you go in a second. Actually, you're heading up the road to university, aren't you, this afternoon? Is that right?
Yeah, I've got a game T20 tomorrow against Leicester actually, so I'm going to head up there tonight. And yeah, I've got the 12th man here on Saturday, so it's a brief visit, but it'll be good to get around the uni boys.
So how's it going for the second? It's obviously been hugely frustrating, the weather so far this summer for the most. You say you've had a little bit of time, but clearly the job of the seconds is always to make sure that you're pushing the first as hard as you can. Which is pretty hard to do when you're struggling to get out in the middle.
Yeah, spot on. You kind of play in the twos to get out of it, if in a way. So it has been frustrating because you can't really put any of these performances that raise the coach's eyebrows because we've only played one game. So you got to, I guess, maybe do it different ways. So in training or just always have a good attitude, etc. It has been a little bit frustrating.
Nice into the over for Roland Jones, 129 for 2. Max Harris, thanks so much. Good luck tomorrow for the it's a Loughborough against Leicestershire, I assume. And then good luck next week as well. Squad announced on Wednesday for the match on Thursday in the T20.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Thanks for having me.
Hopefully see you in that game. Thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
12th Manning on Sunday, did you say it was? Day 3?
Saturday.
Good man. Good luck for that. Max Harris, thanks very much. So 129 for 2. And there's that clear graphic of what's happened today. 10 for 2. And a partnership of 119 for the third wicket. Bartlett on 61, going ahead of Abel now, but Abel has really been leading the way as skipper since losing the toss. It's been a big fight back this from the visitors. Crucial fight back as well. Here's Bamba. Tim Zeller is alongside me in the seat, replacing Max. For once, I'm lost for words on how you introduce someone.
Good.
Middlesex coach.
Good afternoon. Only for today. Yeah, good afternoon. How did Max go? Was he all right?
Oh, he's outstanding. Always. Edge into the offside. I was told he's got a gob for it, so he'll be fine.
No,
absolutely fine.
I just watched Max bowl actually in the nets earlier on today.
You were down there taking the coaching session with Mark Lane.
He was running in hard, bowling, looked very fit, and put it in good areas at good speed as well. He's a real prospect. You've got a good battery of bowlers knocking on the door here. It's very promising.
They don't call him Bomber for nothing, but that is partly because he dumps the ball in the stands every now and again. It's clipped nicely. Wide of mid-on. Beautiful shot by Bartlett. He moves to 65 and 33 for 2. Just over-pitched by Bamburn at this stage of the innings, this stage of the afternoon. Somerset looking to cash in. Scampered single. So yeah, I should explain for viewers that Tim and I know each other extremely well from BBC days. So this morning when you walked across the outfield and I double looked and thought, what?
Where's that bloke from? You don't recognise me in a tracksuit, do you?
Well, exactly, yeah. Although, well, Berkshire coach, of course, and know many of the Middlesex side very well.
Yes, we've had a lot of these players. We've had the man with the ball in his hand at the moment, Ethan Bamber's one, who's played a bit for Berkshire, so I looked after the minor county side, national county now.
Edged and short. Now, how many is that today that's fallen short? I reckon that's around 4, which is something for that slip cord to think about. Something that Somerset will have in mind as well, I'm sure. Oh, just short of Robson at second.
It's really difficult for the slip cord, isn't it? The depth they should be operating at when the keeper's standing up. So Simpson, as you can see there, standing up to Ethan Bamber to try and bring in LBWs and control things a bit more. But then that leaves the question, how deep should the slips stand? And they're just a yard short, aren't they?
End of the over, 134 for 2. Tim Deller alongside myself, Kevin handed the mic. One man that I should certainly give a mention to is your father, Ralph, who is also a good friend and also for viewers who would come to Lords often, they will have known him as the voice of Lords for so many years, Ralph.
Yeah, he loved this place. Used to boom out on the tannoy regularly.
He was the BBC commentator for a while as well, wasn't he?
A long time, yeah. And you might remember, if you go back far enough, from Sunday afternoons on Grandstand, John Player League 40 over.
Yes.
Forget your T20, you youngsters, Kevin. You wouldn't know about this, but the Sunday afternoons with Peter Walker back in the day.
El Pajama cricket. As it was called back then.
No,
Was it still whites then?
Whites then.
Just trying to think, the first years that I remember watching cricket on the TV on Sundays, were they still in whites or were they in pyjamas by then? That's a back in his more natural habitat at the nursery end, replacing Roland Jones. So that spell after lunch, 34 for 2. Of course, the other mention I should give you is that you replaced me on day 4 at Northamptonshire, so Middlesex listeners, Middlesex regulars will well know.
That was nearly a good day, but was probably never going to be.
I was tuned in. There was a couple early, wasn't there, to give it a chance for Middlesex, but Northamptonshire seeing it home. We were wondering whether you'd actually get a session out of it or not on the final day, but you did get a session on the final morning at Northampton.
I think I was about 2 minutes short of a full session.
You got the lunch at least. That's the most important bit.
So Mercher and Rowan Jones bowled really well at left-handers early on today, didn't they? Good early breakthroughs. It's been harder going since then.
Short and wide, Bartlett gives it the treatment. He's on 70. It's a lovely shot, powerfully put away off the back foot. That slope as well, as soon as it starts wide outside the off stump on that length, that a batter, particularly a batter who's in, is going to be given every chance.
Different sort of wicket, different sort of day to what we've been used to during April and the early part of May, isn't it? It's so wet and conditions have been really tough for batters, but I think today onwards perhaps it's start of a new time for them, isn't it? Nice warm sunshine, quite muggy actually. I was down on the nursery just this morning doing a session. It was pretty muggy, but this is what batters dream of, isn't it, really, during the long winter months, getting out in the sunshine.
That's better. Mercer's on the spot there. And even Bartlett, 116 balls in. Well tested by that one. Nearly overbalancing as well, falling forward, looking for the ball. Yeah, I was saying it's the first match, the 4 days of this one, the first time this season, really. You remember that Northamptonshire match, it was grey all 4 days. It's barely a glimpse of sunshine. Well, this is the first one this season. I think there is a threat of showers later today, maybe a shower or two tomorrow as well, but overall across the four days, it's the first time I think there'll be a full game, or close to. Down the ground it goes. Chase on here for mid-off and mid-on. Higgins and Roland Jones, the skipper. Good flick back. Will save one. Bartlett on to 73 and pushing on now for Somerset.
Good chase from the captain.
He's still angry about that missed chance. There's the former captain. Plenty to think about out there for Middlesex at the moment. Somerset on top. It's just bringing cover around a little bit more. Straighter for Holman. Back and across, think he's okay on that one. Half-hearted appeal from Mercer. Into the over, 141 for 2. Looks a better shout on the replay.
If you watch where his hand's releasing from, he's quite wide of the stumps, isn't he? Quite wide in the crease, so it's probably going across and sliding down leg, but only marginally. If he had been a bit tighter to the stumps on release with his hand, then it might have brought that into play a bit more.
Well, here's an interesting change. Luke Holman is going to be given a chance. 43 overs done. And Toby Roland Jones goes to the young leg spinner for the first time. Just had his mate Max Harris Levers on the mic, North Middlesaxon. Harris and Holman, and Bamber and Cracknell, the quartet churned out of North Middlesex. This is an interesting move.
Need to nip a couple out here, Middlesex, and yeah, it only takes a couple of deliveries to grip. Ian Salisbury working with him, obviously, who knows all about this skill.
He was in the nets with you this morning as well, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
I assume both Tilan Wallaluita and young Fernandez were there as well?
Yes, yeah. Both bowling well. We had the bowlers looked terrific, as I say. They got a good amount of spin and pace down there.
Short, wide and cut away. Bartlett's on 77. Beautiful shot from him again. They've got to be very careful where they pitch this ball at the moment to him. He's looking in good form.
Pick the length really quickly onto the back foot. Key thing with facing the spin bowlers, those who can judge length quickly, the ones who play it well.
Given a lot more flight, width as well, but it's timed by Bartlett. Yes, so in the next, Mark Lane, I seen, was leading the session this morning, yourself
right.
And Ian Salisbury.
It's hard for the young batters. You haven't had much time in the middle in the last few weeks.
Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. And Bartlett's rapidly rising into the 80s. Really gave that a flourish. A flowing drive through the covers.
Almost well fielded in the stand. Sending a sweeper out there, yeah, going to a bit more defensive out on that offside boundary. So no slip. Got the sweeper out on that offside now. A bit more protection.
Better into the over. Lands that one where he wants it. 8 off the first from Holman. They need to give him that though, don't they? It does take a while, especially a young leg spinner, getting it right to land it. 149 for 2.
So for all the rain we've had in the last few weeks and months, it's made it, I mean, for the first class cricketers, obviously they get their match time, and hopefully most of them have had an innings and had a bit of time in the middle. But for the guys on the fringe who perhaps are doing 12th man duties or maybe meant to be playing second team cricket, I think the second team has like 110 overs worth of play in 2 long form matches. So none of them have got very much time in the middle to bat. Where are we? Middle of May now? You'd expect most of them to have had lots of time in the middle to have done their thing. So I think some of them going straight into a white ball campaign rather than going to be involved in any championship cricket. They're on catch up a little bit, the batters, for not just at Middlesex obviously, but at all counties. It's been very challenging for coaches to make sure the batters have had enough time either in the middle or batting in the nets. Batting even in white ball is sort of, you need the rhythm, you need to have that foundation of batting long, and whilst you're, I think I heard a stat this morning that your average white ball innings might be 28 or 30 deliveries, you still need to have that volume under your belt to be able to execute your skills on a white ball stage.
You still player coach at Berkshire?
Definitely not player, but coach, yes. So that's my role now.
What did you pack in yourself?
Probably did my last 12th manning duties for Berkshire maybe 10 years ago, 10 or 11 years ago. It was becoming increasingly difficult after 10 years of more or less specialising as a 12th man. 12th man for Middlesex as well back in the day. Quite a lot.
What years were those?
That was when, I'll tell you exactly when, because I dug my shirt out this morning, bizarrely. It was back when Andrew Strauss was just breaking onto the international scene. Because he often used to be called away. In those days, you do half a game for your county and then you get called away, or you sometimes get dropped back in. So
wait, hold on, I'd have done those games then. 2005.
Yeah, it might have been earlier than that. 2003, 2002, 2003, I reckon.
Strauss wasn't long in the side for the 2005 Ashes, was he?
No, but fun times, lots of 12th men.
Take any screamers out on the boundary here at Lords?
No.
Letting it go through your legs?
Now served up an evil orange squash though.
So the other link, of course, Richard Johnson, we mentioned.
Yes.
Ethan Bamber, part of the Berkshire setup, and Martin Anderson.
Yeah. And Mark Lane, who you mentioned earlier, the coach, he played a lot for Berkshire. He's a fine keeper batter. Many seasons back in the day. But Richard Johnson, yeah, when he finished first class cricket, he came to play for Berkshire for probably a couple of seasons from memory. And he was a brilliant guy to have in the team. You can imagine with all that experience and the sort of character he is, he really embraced the role of senior pro. So I was coaching the first team at Berkshire when he was a player. And, he used to be very irritated by the fact I think I'm a few months younger than him, and he hated the fact the coach was younger than him as a player.
Spot to end the over, a maiden for Mercer. 1 for 41 from 11 with 3 maidens now for Mercer, and that's something Middlesex will really be looking to tighten up here. Is that run rate 3.3? That's 0.8 above where they'd like it to be, you would suggest. So something to think about for Holman as well, who went for 8 off his first over. 149 for 2.
Difficult for you to judge in your nicely air-conditioned commentary box, Kevin, but would you reckon this is the warmest day of championship cricket so far?
What is it out there at the moment? Has it hit 20 yet? 19. It's going to be certainly level with it. I think the There was one day that it threatened to hit 20 so far this summer.
Is it Saturday, Easter Saturday, I think?
Yes, quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah, that was a warm day. Right. More of this leg spinner. We've still got the sweeper out on the offside and no slip in, so they've got a bit more defensive. It's a tricky balance, that. Whether you favour starting attacking and then bringing fielders in to the, or whether you start defensive and you have the option to make it more attacking, which sends a signal to the batter, or whether you start more attacking and then drop a sweeper out.
Oh, look at that. Now that's why he's on. Sending that up the slope, the leg spinner.
Top spinner. It's accelerated on a bit. Off the pitch.
Yeah, you know, leg spin, generally you're not the guys who are going to be trying to get through quick, cheap overs, which is in part what Middlesex need here. You've got a better economy. Finger spinners in general are better able to keep control of an economy rate, but wrist spinners carry the more wicket-taking threat. So, going back to what you were saying, I guess having the sweeper out early, particularly early in a spell for a wrist spinner, they can grip it too much or let it slip out. Again, more so than a finger spin.
I just think with the first delivery that a leg spinner of a new spell is delivering, sending down, whether you have a more defensive fielder or more attacking fielder, which direction you move in it sends a signal to the batter, doesn't it? It's the gamesmanship, really.
Made over for Holden, 2 on the bounce for Middlesex, 149 for 2. That's where it's all got to start. If you're not taking wickets, racking up the maidens.
Yeah, try and create some pressure, dot balls. Haven't had enough of those in a row in the last hour. That's a good start, really, for the young leg spinner.
So you were done playing at Berkshire by the time Richard Johnson was a player?
Oh yeah, I'd long gone. I played long after the under-19s, so I specialised in coaching probably too early, really, but thoroughly enjoy it. Keeps me in the game, keeps me in with, seeing my mates regularly.
Single through square leg. Brings up the 150 for Somerset. Strong start here from the visitors. It's a scoring rate that will irritate Middlesex. Going at over threes. Catches go down, partnerships build, and that's what's happened here for Somerset.
Particularly when you get 2 quick wickets early on. Well, you'll know the score better than I will. They've certainly 20.
2,
yeah, so I was going to say 20 for 2, but they're 10 for 2, even worse. So you get yourself into the box seat early, and you think, okay, it's going to be one of these days where we can get through them. And then the way the game works, it rarely turns out like that, does it? You get a couple of quick wickets early, but it was a really good first half an hour for Middlesex.
Leading edge. Close in the face, Bartlett. He'll walk, there you go, towards square leg, replaying that a few times. He's got a little bit too carried away there, letting that bat face close too early. Silly bit on, would have had a dolly of a catch. There are moments out there for Middlesex still, though. And again, that will be a frustration, of course it will be a hope for them as well, that there's enough happening for the bowlers. Not closing the face that time, keeping it well open, steering to the onside.
Yeah, they've just got to be patient, haven't they? And wickets will come in clusters, but the shape of the Middlesex bowling attack is such, isn't it? You just got to get a high percentage of deliveries in the right area and let the wicket do the rest, because they've not got an express attack particularly, have they? It's all about control and clever skill sets from these bowlers. So high percentage of deliveries in the right area and the reward will come.
So first day stepping up to coach with Middlesex today from Berkshire. First to Manny?
Well, it's always good to come over here and see everyone. It's more an observational day, I suppose, so I just enjoy coming to watch how coaching teams operate, and they've got quite a strong core of... It's a really well-balanced coaching setup at Middlesex. When I go and see other counties, it's not always quite as well complemented. See, with you mentioned Mark Lane and Ian Salisbury, and then Mark Ramprakash comes in to do the batting, obviously. But you've got Rory Coots and Richard Johnson. They all, as people, but also as their primary skills, complement each other as a team, which is really good to see. In some counties, I do a lot of coach mentoring and going around looking at how coaches operate in my previous role with the ECB. And it's sometimes it can be good fortune that you get a group that just gel and work so well together. But it's certainly Middlesex have got the right people in the right spots as far as their coaching team's concerned, which is, as I say, it can be very carefully planned, that, or it could just be good fortune, but they're in a good position with that.
Of course, another link, third voice for the last match, was Rita Green, who is our go-between basically at BBC Radio Berkshire. We're not covering Reading.
Yeah, so Reading football. She'll be at the Reading women's game against Spurs coming up on Saturday.
What we've got to do is get A.D. Williams on the cricket mic now, and the BBC Berkshire takeover will be complete.
I think you'll do well with that. That was,
former Wales international.
A bridge too far, maybe.
Majority of his career at Reading?
Yes. Yeah, for those who like the football, he played at Wolves a bit, but mainly I think he played 399 games for Reading. It's back in the day. It's a good stint, isn't it? A good shift.
Now he's the presenter of Saturday Sport when you're commentating.
Yes, I'm trying to, this is why I'm here really, trying to forget about Reading football season. So we had the men relegated to League One, and the women look odds on to get relegated from the WSL, possibly with a defeat at Spurs on Saturday. They're playing in the proper stadium though. They've got the game at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium at 4:15 on Saturday afternoon. Spurs men are against Brentford earlier on in the day, so it's a double header. So if you're heading along there, Saturday, a bit of a treat.
There you go.
Personally, I would sooner come here, I think, because, as I say, I'm trying to get away from Reading football. Nice of you to mention it.
It can pop in before and after.
Yeah. Seems incredible. This is the last round of championship fixtures, isn't it?
Just as it warms up.
Yeah, we've got 4-day cricket, which we've enjoyed until now, and then off we go to white ball as of next week. Turn our attention over to that for a month. I think we get a month of white ball, don't we? And then back to red ball with the Kookaburra. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I talked to Peter Milan about that this morning, and it's something that I think, particularly with the amount of cricket that we play in this country in April and May and September, it's something that we've got to think about. I don't know whether it's the complaints of the Duke's ball the last couple of seasons that's prompted it, or whether it is that reason that we play so much in April, May and September.
Well, for me, it just seems strange the way round they've done it. They're playing with the Kookaburra at the time they're going to.
Yeah, it's April and May when really you want to test it.
Yes, good skills by the way. See the football skills there.
I know, he's always doing his kick-ups, Mercer.
Love that. Makes it nonchalant, wasn't it? Yeah, I'd have thought the Kookaburra might have been more balanced for the game at this time of year, and then when you get into the height of the summer, that's when you might want to get the dukes out. I can see.
Agreed.
I can see both sides of the coin here.
Well, it's been mooted on the international stage as well that perhaps the Dukes needs to be played overseas and the Kookaburra here for the Test summer.
Yeah. I just think the batters are looking forward to it though.
Well, absolutely. And what would they give for a round of championship action next week with the? You see it in the surface as well. Yeah. You know, for the ground staff will say, look, you know, the weather's there now. Pitches are starting to dry a little.
Yeah. Well, it's just got a different feel to it today. The whole tempo of the game, hasn't it, compared to what we've been used to now. The sun's shining. Feels like the proper cricket season.
He's a pretty useful player, pretty useful bowler. Hopefully a pretty useful summariser on his way around the ropes as well, Blake Cullen. Coming up to see us in a moment.
Looks like he's in a good mood, doesn't he?
He should be if he's coming up here. Nice shape on that again for Mercer, but Abel and Bartlett well in now at the moment. Middlesex have to work him out somehow. Single taken. Did you get a good look at him in the nets today?
Yes, I did. Yeah, he was running in well. He looks fit and very much in the groove. He's got lovely momentum. He's got a good action, and he bowled at a good pace and actually quite a long spell this morning as well. He churned out a few overs. So
he's the fastest of the lot.
He had a bat as well, by the way. So he's not just a one-trick pony. Make sure you ask him about his batting. Yeah, they've got some good ones there.
He's the quickest of the bunch, Cullen. It was certainly mentioned last week that he could have been a handful on that oval track where the Surrey seamers were looked upon as that little bit quicker than Middlesex as a whole.
Yeah, well, it's just a different thing, isn't it? The pace that you've got, and as I said a few minutes ago, you wouldn't say this is a razor sharp Middlesex first team attack, but they bring different skills, don't they, which at this time of the year are much needed. But actually, yeah, Max, who you heard from earlier, Max Harris, he was sharp this morning, or properly sharp this morning.
End of the 49th, 152 for 2. Plane disappearing into the clouds behind the MCC pennants, which is lying dormant against its flag there atop the grandstand. Just saw the fluttering Middlesex flag a few moments ago in front of one of the floodlights. But the very large, I think it's 12 feet long, that MCC pennant, untroubled by the wind. Should be keeping those temperatures up out there. Just looking at that offside field, I think he was asking Roland Jones at mid-off to take a couple of yards. Bit of width. Single for Abel.
Needs a magic ball here, doesn't he, to get a breakthrough. It's starting to look a bit ominous. Somerset camped in, both of these two. Turn one out, one of those footholds out of the rough if he can.
Fraction short, he gets away with it. Straight into mid-wicket. Jack Davis. No, it's Robbie White. My apologies. Thought it was the sub who was on. Well, that's given a little bit of airtime. Even more airtime by the batter. Look at that go. Very nearly all the way. 4 runs for Bartlett. He's on to 85 and having some fun at Lord's now.
swung through the line there, right out the middle. Effortless shot.
But a ball by Holman. Up against it here now. They've gone for 2.2 overs prior to that 4. Full toss. There's the sweeper. Tidying up Holden to a single. Athletic stuff from Holden. Just needs to get out of the over now. That 4 was a good shot from Bartlett, but of course it comes with an element of risk. Just a fraction short again. Allows Abel to rock back. End of the over, 159 for 2 here at Lord's. Middlesex live stream of himself, Kevin Hand, Tim Teller, who's in as part of the coaching setup today.
You mentioned the athleticism of Max Holden there on the boundary. He's a proper athlete. He gets covers the ground really well. I was just watching him in the warm-up, actually doing some work with him in the warm-up, and he is very agile and mobile and quick onto the ball, but then gets the ball out of his hand quickly when he's fielding in the ring. In particular, he gets the ball fast, but then releases quick as well. So he's a very capable fielder.
He's worked so hard in his game, Max. In particular, his fielding. Massive improvement in the field from Max, and he's now really the gun fielder, I think.
Yeah. He certainly had that aura about him in the warm-up. He was the super athlete.
Speaking of super athletes.
Well,
Titty, you not. 41 years of age, he's doing well.
he's only a nipper if he's 41. Plenty of years left.
Just dug out a picture of him a wee while ago, 2009, after winning the 2020 with Middlesex. 2009 was when he was Middlesex won Team of the Year, which is the trophy he was receiving there.
Very smart. Some tie.
Him or me?
No, not you.
No tie.
Were you receiving the trophy?
No. Well, yeah.
You
Just
look,
stealing it back off him.
you look seem to be proud at the moment.
I was just proud to be in the presence
Quite
of
right.
Murty. You know?
Yeah, smart jacket on.
A Middlesex legend in the making
He
at that
really
point.
is, yeah.
Just none of us knew it. It was in the old Warner stand. It was demolished. Just trying to have a look. The pictures in the background, actually hanging in the background there, which was the old press box as well. The Warner stand. Seems back in. Just kept a fraction low, but Abel seeing it big enough. Digs it out for a single into the onside. That's the 150 partnership. 150, 275 deliveries, 180 minutes. You can see Bartlett has gone beyond Abel now, who was always nudging in front of him for the most part, but it's just upped his scoring rate. And before they go to that man on the left, Higgins.
Well, he's got some good figures already this season, hasn't he? He's a useful bowler. An option that they'll go to, I'm sure, sooner rather than later.
There's the temperatures out there today. Certainly no sign of the thick, heavy overcoats that have been ever present so far in the stands this summer. Swab bowled to a medal. Just want to keep it, give it every chance from that spot.
Yeah, in this situation, that's absolutely priority number one, isn't it? Just get as many out of 6 there, time and time again. Metronomic if you can be. Well, hopefully make some sort of mistake, snaffle a wicket. But these two, as I say, Bartlett and Abel, have really got set in.
Barely conceded a run in this spell, Mercer, as he's racking up a few cheap overs at the nursery ends. They are going to grab a single there, though. Just fine of Higgins, whose throw comes in. Oh, that hurts. That struck somewhere on Bartlett as he came through for the single. Sharp stuff from Higgins. 161 for 2. Change up on the mic. Blake Cullen has replaced Tim Deller. Again, delighted to have you alongside us, Blake. Would much rather see you out in the middle, but good to see you back fit and playing again, of course, because it was a frustrating last year. Here's Holman, second ball of the over. Off-lighted again. Yeah, frustrating year last year, but all well this year after the back injuries last year.
Yes, all good. Nice to be back playing some cricket. The weather's turning for us, so yeah, no, it's been lovely to get back to it. I missed it last year.
I think they missed you as well, particularly the blasts. The one-day cup, although you'd have been away for the 100 probably for that anyway. Just kept out that one by Bartlett, backed up to a pretty full ball. Just seems to be getting it going here, Holman. It's a little surprised at how early they brought him in this first afternoon. Good over. Second maiden for Holden. He went for 8 off his first over. He's gone for 8 off the following 4 with 2 maidens. Really good comeback from him, and of those 8 runs that he's conceded thereafter, one of them was that big shot over mid-on for 4 by Bartlett. 161 for 2. Blake Cullen then alongside me for this next stint through to tea. Tell us about the back injury. It was a stress fracture, was it last year? Or it wasn't an actual stress fracture, but it was. I remember you telling me about it at the time, and you're going to relay it far better than I am.
Yeah, so originally it wasn't diagnosed as such, more of a stress response, but given the uncomfortable nature of it and the pain, it was suggested I take a little break, and then when I came back to try and bowl again after that, there was still pain lingering. So we had another look at it, and there was a fracture there after all, so then it was treated as such after that.
Higgins into the attack. First stress fracture. It's something that bowlers pretty much nowadays, I think, it was said to me that it's almost a rite of passage for bowlers nowadays, a stress fracture at the back. Perhaps it was something that just wasn't diagnosed years ago.
Yeah, if you speak to Gus, he would have bowled through it, I'm sure. And I did, yeah. So I played with it for a little while, but it was getting to the point where it was really affecting the bowling.
Lovely shot. Hard chase being given in earnest. Right. Point and cover. Abel's on to 66. Perfectly placed in between those two. This is why players are able to play so much longer nowadays. Diagnosis and treatment. How long have you been clear of the pain in the back?
Almost immediately after stopping bowling sort of last summer. There's obviously normal aches and groans with pre-season and getting back to it after a short period away from it, but yeah, the pain that was there has been gone ever since sort of ended last summer really, when I stopped bowling.
It was mentioned to me at the start of this summer that they were going to build you into the season. Is that how it's progressed so far?
Yeah, I guess so. Obviously a bit frustrating, shortage of second team games with the weather and scheduling and whatnot. But yeah, I think to jump straight into 4-day county championship games would have been a bit steep for me.
It's good start by Roland Jones. Again, what Middlesex need at the moment, build that pressure in the fields.
On top of the fact that it's a very settled, very experienced and very good bowling lineup. So yeah, just easing back in the start of this year really.
Late cut by Abel, he's on 70. Lovely shot. It's a little bit of width from Higgins. Somerset really growing into this now. Middlesex needing to find a way here to get through, break this partnership. Frustrating them massively, especially those two edges, which, well, as such went to hand. One put down at slip, one that wrong-footed Simpson and went in between, slipping the keeper. Nice use of the feet to defend. They've been positive in pretty much everything they've done, this pair. Abel and Bartlett, 169 for 2, 53 gone. Have a quick check on the scores elsewhere, Blake, if you bear with me for a second. We haven't done so in a while. Here, well, that story at the top, there you go. One ball for Davis, called Eskenazi off Roland Jones. Lammerby next to go, 10 for 2. Eskenazi held on. Lammerby on 8. Elsewhere, Kent were in deep trouble at the Oval. They're 166 for 7 now. They were 105 for 6, 118 for 7, so a bit of a recovery. Everson has 30. Wes Agar has 19. 3 wickets for Clark. 2 for Worrell at the top for Surrey. Hampshire 174 for 3. Vince and Brown still together, 42 and 38 respectively. Wickets for White, Buckingham and Sales so far. Hampshire winning the toss against Northamptonshire at the Ageas. Oh, nearly yorked himself. Right up there from Holman. Abel does well to dig it out. Flat again, just a single to hold them. Essex are 159 for 2. Cook's gone for 72. Caught Harrison off Patterson. That after Nottinghamshire won the toss at Trent Bridge. Wesley still there on 64. Lawrence with him now. Broad picking up Brown for 11. In Division 2, Durham 208 for 4 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Durham winning the toss. 53 for Borthwick, 41 Lees, 40 Beddingham. Robertson has 37 and Clark 25, the pair together at the moment. Tickled into the onside by Bartlett. He's on to 89. Glamorgan, wow, all done for 123. Top score from the not out, number 10, Jimmy Harris, 28, former Middlesex man. Averting complete disaster. Other than that, 22 at the top for Ul Hassan and 20 for Cook. Coming in at 7, Harris at 10, 28 not out. So, well, what were they? 69 for 7, 79 for 8. Got to 123 all out. 4 for Robinson, 3 for Carvelis, 2 for Haynes, 1 for Hudson Prentice. Sussex are 55 without loss in reply. Orr has 25, Haynes 30. No luck for Nisa, Van der Gooten and McIlroy just yet. Let's continue those scores elsewhere. Leicestershire are 155 for 7. Ackerman's 45 not out. Coming in at 4. A little bit of a collapse though. Hanscom going for noughts, Mulder noughts. Ahmed 7, Scriven 12 from 18 deliveries. But right, another former Middlesex man. Quick single taken to Mercier. Throw at the non-striker's end. Oh, well. Bartlett had to be quick there. He's on to 90. I think he was a little slow to begin with. I think he thought that was a more comfortable single than it was. You can almost see as he hangs his head there that he perhaps thought that was a given, but just at the last it felt like he scampered a little there. Yeah, right, the former Middlesex man's on 21. 45, 157 for 7, Leicestershire against Worcestershire at New Road. Swinging away down the slope from Higgins. Jack Brooks playing against Josh Davey in that game, both who've just left Somerset, of course, on loan. Middlesex man Davey, Scotland international. Brooks very much linked with the move to Middlesex when he was leaving Northamptonshire way back when. And 73 for 2 here. Well, 11 overs after this until tea. Middlesex in real need of a bit of inspiration from somewhere out there just to find this breakthrough. Just a reminder as well for tonight, don't forget the Sunrisers are taking on Central Sparks at Chelmsford. You can pick up the stream of that one in the usual places. There's ever a man to scrap in a moment where you need some inspiration, it's Ryan Higgins. Nothing in this over, none for 19 off 6, 173 for 2 at the end of the over. Have you got to know Ryan well since his return to Middlesex?
Yeah, pretty well actually. He was someone I hadn't particularly met outside of playing against him before he joined at the end of last summer, but spent a bit of time with him then when I was injured, training and stuff, and then throughout the winter we were both in London across the whole winter, so yeah, spent a decent amount of time with him, getting to know him.
No run. Well done, Robbie White. Sharp at mid-wicket. Where's the next bit of cricket for you, Blake?
I think it will be T20 next Monday at Richmond. Second team on there against Surrey.
You didn't play this weekend gone by, did you? Because I'm pretty sure you were subfielding at the Oval, weren't you?
Yeah, I had a reasonably heavy week down at the Aegeus. We only fielded, but I got a good amount of overs in, so I wasn't needed for club cricket on the Saturday.
Single to Bartlett onto 91. Fair bit in the field, but there wasn't much for the batters, was the last week for the seconds?
Yeah, got about 110 overs in and fielding down at the Aegeus on the second team ground, and then 5 or 6 overs in, and the next day it just rained and was already sopping wet from the week before, so we called it a day and got on the road home.
Well, 74 for 2, end of the 56th, 8 to tea here on day 1 at Lord's. Middlesex winning the toss, good start with a couple of early wickets, 10 for 2, but got a partnership between these two since then. All set for next Thursday, Blast season begins, obviously been where you really made the breakthrough for Middlesex.
Yeah, exactly that, looking forward to it. Getting underway next week. It's come around pretty quickly, as it always does, but no, can't wait for it to kick off, and yeah, to get out there. It's pretty intense, but yeah, can't wait. A
strange feeling that you're getting your teeth into T20 before you've had a chance really to get your teeth into the first class season?
To a certain extent, yeah. I guess I would have usually played a bit more red ball cricket before heading out there in a T20.
I mean, for everybody, you've kind of been trying to gear yourself up for first class cricket. Here's Higgins. Get yourself up for first class cricket, you know, put the pressure on the first team, get into the first team. But before you've really had a chance to do that, because of the weather, it's okay, let's stop that now. You need to think about T20.
Exactly that, and I think it's frustrating for everyone that's been around in the second team that want to make their case and push for selection for the first team. But that's the nature of it, and we're all pretty accepting of that.
Punched away. Higgins just a fraction short. There is a sweeper setback though. Rarely spotted Sam Robson patrolling the boundary ropes. What's he done to upset someone?
Yeah, I was going to say I'm used to seeing him next to Esky there at second slip, but that probably reflects the nature of this wicket, that he's now sat at deep point collecting the back foot punch for 2.
I thought you were going to say it reflected the nature of his chat, that he's been sent out to the boundary rope. Mind you, Esky's not skipper for this one, is he? It's Ronan Jones. deputy though, he's probably been in the skipper's ear, send him out there.
I'm sure you'd still hear him from the boundary, so it wouldn't make too much of a difference, really.
Cricket badger, it's fair to say, isn't it, Robbo?
Yeah, he loves his stats, his figures, his numbers. Yeah, he loves it all.
Right up there and given a chance by Higgins. Tight onside field for Bartlett, who was watchful. Off those 2 chances so far. Plenty of edges in this innings, but falling short. 5 or 6 of them now, I'd suggest. Which I'm sure Somerset will have noted themselves. A long ways forward to that one, Bartlett, but in the 90s now, seeing it big enough. The over, 178 for 2. Saw this cricket chat, never mind that. 3rd year of uni, all done?
Yeah, all finished up a couple of weeks ago now, ticked off. I think we got a couple of others just finishing within the next week. But there's been quite a few of us in our last year.
How's that mixed with the early season for you? Getting the final exams done?
I didn't have too many exams, but yeah, it's obviously quite a tough challenge to balance. I want to be training and I want to be playing as much as I can, but I think there's the right times to pull away, and learning that through years of doing it. Yeah.
That's a cracking stop by Higgins, throw to the non-striker's end, and they're home. Tumbling stop from Higgins coming around from a deepish gully. Backward points meant that Abel really had to get moving at the non-striker's end. So it's the Masters next.
Not anytime soon, Kev, actually. Get my teeth stuck into some cricket is the plan for now.
It's nicely bowled by Holman again. And what was it you were studying?
Earth sciences.
What was the well, I'll ask you after this one, what was the inspiration for that?
Save the planet, Kev, at some point when the time comes around. No, I found it interesting. Well, obviously the way everything's going, there's going to be jobs in and around that field, I'd imagine, in some years' time. So that was the thinking, really.
Long hop from Luke Holman, and comfortable put away for Bartlett. He's on to 97. So let that one slide down the leg side, dragged down by Holman. Bartlett a shot away. Deep cover and deep mid-wicket, the 2 back. Won't see a change there. Just eyeing the fields. See where the gaps are. Deep mid on as well. Might get in this over. It's 58 done, 183 for 2. Fully sustainable ground here at Lord's now, isn't it? Are you up to speed with everything? I think all the energy here is from sustainable sources.
Yeah, we've got the charging points set up that a few lads make use of in their electric cars. Don't know whether they're meant to be, but they make use of those over the winter.
I've heard Bamber getting a bit of stick for it. Top of the Edrich, top of the Compton. Great position up there to be sat. Perfect viewing spot. Right in line with the track. Gentle sprinkling in at this end of the grounds. Grandstand's up tight to the play, so it's the closest spot you can get to the action. Width and cut away. Nice late cut by Abel. Moves to 76. Middlesex haven't been able to bring that run rate below 3 so far today. It's a great challenge at the moment. If the wickets aren't coming, bring that scoring rate down. Difficult with that short boundary on one side. Trying to protect that just ends up leaking a boundary or two on the other side as well. Straight to Holman on this occasion, to Holden, sorry. End of the 59th, 187 for 2. Bartlett moves to 98, single out to the cover boundary. Plenty of time before tea for Bartlett. Still 4 overs, 3 after this to go. Slightly on his mind though. We'll just have a look at that board and think it'd be nice to notch off 2 more in the next 3 and a bit overs. Jump short again. Gets away on this occasion, Holman. Somebody out there cried catch. Of course, it is the bat ball that takes wickets at times. Bartlett will have the chance again this over. 3 balls to go of it. got some conversion rate. 6 centuries from 750s. And there's another one. 7 centuries and 750s in first-class cricket for Bartlett. Under pressure coming into this game for runs, takes off his helmet, raises the bat. 174 deliveries, 18 fours, and at 10 for 2 put in, Somerset were under all sorts of pressure. But Bartlett's gone past his skipper into a first century of the summer.
Yeah, likes to bat at Lords, I think, Bartlett. I remember one century 2 years ago, I think. First game of the year, the Bob Willis. It was a decent chase by Somerset from memory. Not sure what it was, but they did well to chase it down, and he scored one there.
Yeah, Eskenazi had gone well. That was the last game before Pete Hanscom's arrival, wasn't it? End of the over, 193.47. Bartlett on to 102. That's quite a conversion rate we just read there as well. 7 century and 750 so far for Bartlett. If he gets in, he keeps going. Yeah, going back to that match, it was Stuart Law's first season in charge, I think. Was it his second? And Pete Hanscom, second season in charge. Pete Hanscom was just about to arrive as captain. I remember Eskenazi getting runs in a difficult innings for Middlesex and setting Somerset what looked like it should have been a pretty impossible total in difficult conditions. It's gone. Abel falls for 77. A brilliant knock by the Somerset skipper. He's given his side a fabulous foundation here. But 193 for 3 just before tea on day one. A desperately needed wicket by Middlesex. Higgins with the breakthrough. And another catch for Eskenazi. 3 for him, all 3 for him so far. Abel, a rare 4-stroke for him in what was a fine resistance from the skipper. Having lost the toss, the side were under the cosh at 10 for 2. They're feeling a lot better about life as they head to tea now, but no century for Abel today for all the fine work. He won't get the full reward. For Middlesex, well, Higgins and co desperately needed that. Just wasn't there for the drive. Feet hadn't really moved. That man's feet moved, so too did his hands. Fine catch by Eskenazi. Third one pouched of the day. There's the example. Feet didn't go anywhere, did they?
No, it was a nice ball by Higgins there. Slight late away movement and just the right length to draw him in, but not serve up a half volley. I'd like to know where Eskenazi thought he was fielding there. I think he was somewhere in the slip, so I don't know where Higgo would have asked him to go, but it's fortunate it fell reasonably close to him, and a nice pouch for his third of the game.
So Abel's done. In comes Tom Cola-Cadmore at 5. He's in pretty reasonable nick. Eskenazi's smiling wide enough at the moment.
This could be an interesting passage here. I think Cola-Cadmore, from what I've seen, highlights and online, is going to play his shots, and they've had a good start, 190 for 3. There's no reason he shouldn't. So it could be interesting. 4 overs here, whether he'll wait till after tea to let loose a little bit.
Century to his name already this summer, 130. Reaching 31 in 9 innings, but it is that time of year. Now's the point when batters look to get that average going up. A couple of slips for Cola-Cadmore. Big moment this up until tea now. Middlesex have three more overs after this. I wonder if they leave Holman at it at the pavilion ends, or do they take a quick throw to another seamer? Oh, that's very good from Higgins. Amazing what a difference a wicket can make. Everybody on the edge of their seat at the moment for these couple of overs up to the interval now. Wicket maiden for Ryan Higgins, a much needed one for Middlesex. Abel gone for 77, Eskenazi with a catch, 193 for 3. Let's have a look again. I mentioned it was much needed. They got rid of the slips. What are we going to call him? The fly slip? Gully? Little wiggle from Eskenazi. Certainly plenty of smiles. A little bit of relief as well, to take at least one in at tea. Well, it's an interesting bowling change. I wondered, would Roland Jones just go for something a little bit different before tea with the fall of the wicket? I'm assuming that this was a preordained bowling change before the wicket fell. Sam Robson, a bit of leg spin.
Yeah, usually gets one, Robbo. He had a bowl in the nets on Tuesday, so he'll be good and ready to go here. He's got 12 balls, I think, to make a difference before tea here, and see what he can do in this game. Get the man out that's in, and 2 new batters. Could be an interesting passage after tea.
Deep mid wicket, deep backward square, deep mid arm, deep cover. And a full bunger first up, straight to the deep cover. Cola-Cadmore on strike. All part of the plan, Robson will be saying. Okay, pretty well spread. Eskenazi's the slip. Beautifully landed by Robson. Have you faced him in the nets?
Yeah, a fair bit. He's usually left bowling at the end towards us bowlers, so yeah, I faced a good bit of him.
Whoa! Welcome to the crease. Cola-Cadmore off the mark with a 6. What a bad strike rate for Somerset number 5.
I was just about to suggest that if he's going to go after anyone, it would be the part-time leg spin, so that lets us know how he's going to play today, I think.
Well, to some extent, you don't mind that before tea, if he chances his arm, which might open something up for Middlesex just before the interval.
Yeah, and I think it would have been exactly that thinking by Roland Jones. He could go for a few here, but if he gets this one before tea, it would change the nature of this game. .200 for 3. It's a very good start for Somerset.
their first win of the season. If Cola-Cadmore does get going, as you say, if he hangs around for any period of time, then we'll be pushing that rapidly on towards 300. .200 for 3, end of the 62nd. 2 to tee. One more for Higgins, and then one more for Sam Robson, part-time leg spinner, full-time badger, or so they tell me. Always great for a chat, Robbo. Those two are never short of a word either. Roland Jones and Higgins. Two great competitors. Both relentless. Umpires are having a look at the ball. Now, that 6 that Cola-Cadmore struck, they immediately had a look when it came back, so whether it thumped the shape out of it, whatever it struck, certainly didn't go happily through the utensil that the umpires have. So a change of ball just before tee delays matters slightly. Oh, wow. Bartlett's gone a long, long way across to that. Higgins ends up with his hands over his mouth. Bartlett moves to 107. He might have just got outside the line of off on that one, but again, he's shown a lot of middle and leg. We saw him clip Roland Jones off leg stump when he was stood virtually on off. 5 for 4. That's a lovely ball. Perfect nursery end delivery from Higgins, even to a man on 3 figures.
As always seems to be the case, ball change has just offered a little bit of something there for Higo, and yeah, I'm not sure where they get these new balls from, but they always seem to do slightly more than the one that's already out there.
Steps across again, gets 4 more down to long leg. Bartlett's on to 111, 208 for 3. Not quite as far across this one, but not far off. He bowls, as we've just established between us, Blake. We think it was Lyndon James in the Nottinghamshire match for 20, stepping across, leg stump out of the ground like that. Now, whether Higgins had intended to take leg stump out with James stepping so far across, we think, well, certainly he went early, James. Single through point, it's Holman out there swooping up. But certainly that's been in play all day today for Bartlett. When he steps across outside off like that, there's a lot of middle showing, let alone leg. Last ball from the nursery end before tea. A couple of slips back into place for Higgins. The only wicket to go of this session. The only wicket to go since the opening spells this morning. Good spell from Higgins, because it's picked up a wicket, it's broken that partnership. It's worth 183. Abel falling for 87, caught Eskenazi. But Bartlett's still there on 112. Cola-Cadmore has 6. It'll be Bartlett to have a strike to Robson the last over before tea. Everybody can go off and find a bit of cake, find something to drink. It's a pretty warm day here. Although cloud cover just coming in. There is the threat of a shower this afternoon, although nothing particularly to worry about at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. It's good from Robson. Allowed Bartlett to rock back. Takes him off strike before tea. Back to Cola-Cadmore versus Robson. Long on and long off back. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square, deep cover.
Yeah, big 4 balls these. I think he would have been asked to give it some air, toss it up and tempt him into something before tea.
Just outside the off stump, allowing him to stroke the single. Good stop by Stamen. Oh, Robson. Big puff of the cheeks from Robson. What do you reckon on that one, Blake?
Yeah, I've been waiting for that one. That's the wrong one. He loves to bowl that one in the nets and tends to get it to spin big as it did there. So I've been waiting for that one to come out the hat.
Last ball before tea. Part-timer isn't going to pick up the wicket. 212 for 3. Bartlett moves to 114. Cola-Cadmore with him. The 1 wicket to go is Abel for 27. Somerset's session, but Middlesex just opening a slight door with the wicket of Abel, breaking that partnership, which was worth 183. Brilliant from Bartlett, though. 114 from him. He's offered a couple of chances. Middlesex haven't taken it. I'll desperately hope a couple of quick ones after tea, and that second new ball can make a difference. Blake Cullen, thanks very much. Look forward to seeing you out in the field. Possibly next Thursday for the start of the T20. Good luck in between. We'll be back with a live stream, as you can see, just before 9 minutes past 4 here at Lord's, with Somerset having been put in 212 for 3. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Let's get underway the evening session. Day one, Middlesex winning the toss. Pretty good day for Somerset so far, in particular Bartlett, 114. He's batted well, offered a couple of chances on 25, put down by Eskenazi at slip, nicked one, sending Simpson the wrong way off Roland Jones, but has made full use of those chances. Tom Abel, the 1 wicket's fall in the afternoon, gone for 77. Partnership for 183 for the 3rd wicket after Davis and Lammonby were gone early to Roland Jones and Merta. But Cola-Cadmore there with 7 to his name, 6 of those thumped down the ground into the pavilion in that brief little passage before tea for him. Now after tea, Middlesex are 16 overs away from a second new ball, so how that man Toby Roland Jones goes about it will be interesting. Set the tone from the start is one of the chats that comes back regularly that that's Richard Johnson, the coach, is keen on. Set the tone with your best bowlers straight away at the start of each session. So the skipper has the ball, 1 for 45. He's picked up Davis with his first ball, so 12.5 overs since he's taken a wicket. Even I can do that. Welcome back, Peter Milan, who's mightily impressed by my math skills, clearly.
Yeah, quick maths, I think that's good. Yeah, I think, like you said, hopefully pick up a wicket here before the new ball.
Got a first baller for Roland Jones at the start of his next spell. Big wicket before tea. Tom Abel. Good catch by Eskenazi. Higgins just drawing him into a drive that wasn't there. Eskenazi well positioned. Gully position. Down to just 1 slip and a gully at the moment. Eskenazi and Robson. Points cover and a mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. It's been the assessment of the track so far. Have you had a chat with anybody or even your own feelings on it? It's played quite nicely.
Yeah, I think it's shaping up to be a traditional 4-day game, the way it's supposed to be. Nipping around early on, and then once you get through that new ball as a batsman, you generally get rewarded for that. The wicket settles down a bit and you can really just get into batting, and really, yeah, if you're not getting yourself out, there's runs to be scored out there. Yeah, and really testing the patience and the discipline of the bowlers as well. I think on a wicket where there's not as much on offer as probably earlier in the season, that's where the real first-class bowlers tend to stand up. They'll be able to control the run rate, and then hopefully, like you said, where we're now about 15.5 overs away from the second new ball, hopefully create a couple of opportunities with that.
Nice shot, good stop. Tumbling Tim Merta. Tumbling Ethan Bamber even. I thought that was athletic for Mertz.
Yeah, I mean, for a 42-year-old, Mertz moves really well, but yeah, Ethan did really well stopping the boundary there. I mean, the fielders are a big part of keeping the run rate down. They've got to try and support the bowlers now.
So that's where you could have been, but instead you chose to come and join me. Much appreciated. Are you a big cricket watcher? I know a lot of players, even if they're in the game, batters, if they're not batting, they like to actually just switch off, not watch cricket.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I was the biggest watcher. I like being involved, being able to impact the game. So it's quite tough to sit on the side and feel a little bit powerless, I think. So yeah, not a massive fan. Actually found that watching my brothers play, it's definitely a lot worse sitting on the side. It's more nerve-wracking than actually playing, because I mean, when you're playing, you're in it, you can actually do something about it, but watching my brother play, especially at international level, it's definitely more nerve-wracking than playing.
212 for 3. Cadmore to have strike. It's going to be Mercer from the pavilion ends. This has been an interesting change. I thought they bowled well this morning from their usual ends, Mercer and Roland Jones, but they've pretty much operated at the other ends they usually go from. See Mercer asking John Simpson to stand up. It was just that little hand signal that he's had there. Clearly something that they've felt today after their opening spells. These two Mercer did have a decent spell. His third spell was back at the nursery.
Yeah, I think it's important now, like you said, for them to set the tone for this session. Short little burst here, and then they'll probably be back with that second new ball. Hopefully quite a few wickets in store for us in this session.
Nice start from Mercer.
I think this was the end. I know it was further down the slope, but that was the end. He did most of the damage against Kent from that end. So I mean, yeah, I think there is some value to him just running the ball down the slope and getting the occasional one to go up against the slope. So maybe, I don't know if that's maybe part of the thinking with this change.
Flayed away, mistimed by Cola-Cadmore to Holman at mid-off.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like I said, I've not seen much of him, but he does come across as quite an aggressive batsman. So I'm not sure. Maybe the plan is to take the old ball on a little bit here, see if they can get some quick runs before that second new ball.
Short mine put away. Cola-Cadmore into double figures. Mercer just dragging that one down outside the off stump. Yeah, I know he likes the pavilion end as well. Mercer, I've spoken to him about it many times over the years. The overwhelming majority of his wickets have come from the nursery end, but whether that's more to do with just the setup of bowlers that Middlesex have had over the years, Roland Jones, Finn, was made for the pavilion. Going right back to the start for Mercer. Alan Richardson, Chris Silverwood, his early Middlesex days. Both pavilion end bowlers. Just allowed him to free up the arms. Cola-Cadmore didn't need 2 invitations for that. Powers it over mid-on.
Yeah, quite an interesting, I feel, situation in the game right here, where he's obviously taking it on a bit, but you lose your wicket now. They go 5 down before the second new ball. So I think from a Middlesex point of view, there won't be, obviously they don't want it to get out of hand here, but they probably don't mind him taking a few risks here and potentially giving a chance. You open up an end, and I mean, we've seen before you can lose wicket in bunches over here. So like I said, you go 4 or 5 down before that second new ball. Opportunities might be there.
Good from Mercer, good comeback at the end of the over. 220 for 3. And that was, I'm sure, part of the thinking of Robson having those couple of overs before tea. Blake Cullen was alongside me at that point. They were thinking that Cola-Cadmore might just get sucked into something against the part-time leggy.
Yeah, I mean, he did hit one over the top. It was a really good shot, but I think that there would have been the thinking there. Sort of, let's see if we can get a soft wicket, open up an end. Like I said, 14 overs for the second new ball. They desperately want at least one, if not two wickets in the next hour or so to really open up an end for that second new ball.
It'll be interesting to see how many overs these two take in this spell. You wouldn't imagine it'd be much more than 3. Give them 10 overs off before that second new ball becomes available.
Yeah, and I'd be really surprised if it's much more than 2 more each. Just a little spell to get into the session and then leave it for the second new ball.
So Max Holden in shot there. He was the other batter. He scored a 50 in that notch chase at this end of the square. It was a brilliant knock by Max as well. I remember asking him at the end of the match, was that his finest hour with the bat for Middlesex? He's obviously scored centuries before and scored well in white ball cricket in the first class game. Scored some good runs down at Sussex last year as well, and was there at the end when the winning runs were struck. But it was good to see Max get on the board for the summer with a 50.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really dangerous batsman when he gets going. Be really positive. I think the key for him is getting in those strong positions and continuously looking to score. And I mean, as a young batsman, there's still lots to learn, but I think a lot of potential there. Hopefully score a lot of runs for Middlesex in the future.
Discussed it with a few people now. Max Holden and Stephen Eskenazi, they're two of the batters I feel a little bit sorry for in terms of the modern day cricketer. Max being a little bit younger than Eskenazi, but when both broke through into this Middlesex side, they weren't anywhere near a T20 team for Middlesex. You see a lot of young players come through the T20 side now. They came the other way through first class. Great starts to their first class career. Understandably, modern day batters want a piece of T20 as well. Oh, overthrow. Mark Stoneman with the underarm. Higgins backing up. Holden's just the one overthrow. Yeah, they came through and they were just outstanding first-class cricketers, and you thought, they're probably going to struggle to make the T20 side, and now they're the T20 openers for Middlesex. They've clearly gone away and worked hard on their game. It's there's a lot to consider for the modern-day batter in particular, I think, when you're coming through at a young age now. You clearly want to win your place in the first-class team and nail down your place, but again, Sam Robson, he's never really been in the Middlesex side, a handful of games at best over the years, but never when Middlesex were perhaps in serious contention, should we say, of qualification. But he would love to be in the T20 side, but that's just not the career he's had.
Yeah, like you say, a sort of modern day batsman jumping in between formats can be quite a challenge. It's just, different demands, different approaches. And most of the younger kids now are growing up with T20 cricket. And I'd say that's almost their starting point. So for them, the challenge is going to be championship cricket, learning how to bat long, really set up an innings, instead of just going out there and trying to hit as many boundaries as possible. Like you say, there's sort of different journeys, and jumping in between the formats can be quite a challenge. Sort of short turnaround between the blocks of formats. So definitely something guys didn't have to deal with maybe 10, 15 years ago.
So I guess when you came through, it was just focus on first class all the way. What did we say your debut was? 2007? T20 was only just starting to blow up then, wasn't it?
Yeah, like I said, when I made my debut, T20 really wasn't. It was sort of just starting to go. So it was first class cricket and 50 over cricket, which, I mean, it's not that far apart, especially the way it was played back then.
Down the leg side from Murtagh. Tickled by Cola-Cadmore.
Yeah, I mean now these days 50 over cricket, I feel the approach is much more similar to T20. It's basically a longer T20 game, where back 10, 15 years ago, 50 over cricket, you'd set out your stall, keep wickets in hand towards the end, where now it's just go from ball one. So yeah, championship cricket really standing by itself as a format in the way you approach it at the moment. And even in saying that, I mean, with the advent of Bazball, almost the feeling is, if you want to, certainly the gist of it that I'm getting at the moment, if you want to play for England, it's not as much about how many runs you score, it's almost how quickly you can score them. So yeah, definitely, who knows what it's going to look like in another 5 or 6 years. It's definitely changing. I mean, seeing Duckett paddling people on day one of a 4-day match is, you wouldn't have believed it 10 years ago. So who knows where we'll be in another 5 years.
Looking forward to it. T20 for Middlesex. It's obviously your first stint with Middlesex across all formats of the summer.
Yeah, really excited, I think. Excited to hopefully be putting a bit of pressure back on the bowlers with the white ball. And yeah, like I said, I think it's an exciting time for the Middlesex T20 side. So obviously not had the best last couple of years. So there's only way to go is up, really. So it's an exciting time, and hopefully we can play a brand of cricket that will be exciting and really go out there and just leave it all on the field.
So limit on in place. So just trying something here against Bartlett. See if he pushes through one too early. Yeah, the last run for Middlesex was a quarter-final at Somerset. Owen Morgan was the man that night. Abel de Villiers was in the side that year for Middlesex. And they got to the quarter. In fact, no, it wasn't a quarter-final. Sorry, they had to win, I think, the final group game at Somerset, which they did, and then they were knocked out in the quarter-finals at Trent Bridge by Nottinghamshire. End of the 68th, 2-2-5 for 3. It was, I think, Stuart Law's first year in charge. Prior to that, they had a quarter-final at Northamptonshire, somewhere in 2013, I think that was. Tim Murtagh was my summariser that night at Wantage Road. Wasn't in the T20 side. He's managed to have a brief look at T20 and Royal London in the last couple of years, but part of that T20 winning side all the way back in 2008, Tim Murtagh. Big job for Toby Rowland-Jones to do this year with the ball, it suggests. But they're going to have your fellow countryman Maharaj, of course, as an overseas until he picked up that injury in the Test match against the West Indies.
Yeah, it was quite an unfortunate. I was watching it on TV at the time, and it just, as soon as he went down, you could just see it. It probably wasn't good. I think he'd have been a handful, especially on some of the earlier wickets, where generally the saying goes, if it seems it's going to spin, just because there might be a bit of tackiness and a bit of grip in the pitch. So yeah, he'd have definitely been an asset. But in saying that, again, Luke Holman's got a good opportunity to play, so that's always going to be good for the club going forward.
A shot, no run. Quite time it. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, actually. I said we game by game basis, but Surrey first up here next Thursday. Tilan Wallaluita keen to get a go. Those stands will be packed, you would expect. They usually are for the London Derby in the Blasts. What would be the biggest crowd you'd have played in front of for a T20? Couple here down to long leg. 227 for 3. Now, of course, you'll have had the test matches, but for T20, that kind of crowd, even for the short, sharp, fast format.
Yeah, I think it's only really recently now with the SA20 in South Africa that they were packing in sort of close to full houses, where, yeah, I'd say for probably the last 5 or 6 years, attendance not been great in South Africa for various reasons. So excited to be playing in front of a loud, big and loud crowd, hopefully.
Once come of the over, then 12 to the second new ball. Oh, what a ball that is. Goodness me. Jaffa from Toby Rowland-Jones. Let's have a look. How was that not taking anything?
Yeah, like I said earlier, quite an interesting little period coming up here. 11 overs to the new ball. Could really set the tone or decide almost the course of the day. Middlesex managed to pick up a couple of wickets now. Could set it up nicely, but in saying that, if they get through these next 11 overs, no damage. With the new ball, you can score freely as well. Harder ball coming onto the bat, so quite an important little 10, 11 overs coming up here.
Hard at that, Bartlett. Packed offside field, as you'd have just seen from the wide shot. Mid-on in place as well. Probably sense that both Cola-Cadmore and Bartlett will be thinking about runs before the second new ball, which might bring something in the air. The catch is in front of the wicket. One slip and a gully. Single to Bamber, you'd imagine it'll be on soon enough. Interesting to see what they do from the pavilion end, whether it is spin. Got it right, Holman, and indeed Robson. It looked as though there was a little bit of grip there for them. Wow. How has that not taken anything either? Cola-Cadmore adventurous here before that second new ball. Really straightened up the slope from Mercer.
Yeah, they'll be hoping he just skies one straight up the pipe here. Got a feeling the way he's going at it, something's going to happen here one way or the other.
White's being sent back from square to deep mid-wicket. Just see him just about holding in shot there. About 20 yards in from the boundary rope.
228 for 3. They'll be looking at a score in the excess of 350 really to try and set up the game for themselves. So breaking this partnership becomes pretty crucial, because I think it seems like if he's going to get in, he's not going to hang around.
It's well bowled again by Mercer. He knows full well that Cola-Cadmore will be looking for just anything offline, off length right now. And as well, it needs all of his skill, all of his consistency, all that experience. Which is a roundabout way of saying all those years that he's got. 70 bowled, 228 for 3, 10 to the second new ball, but slightly down on a yard or two of pace, of course, Mercer. He'll be the one that, if he is offline or length, that they're most likely to get after.
Yeah, I think that's true. If you lose a little bit of pace down the line, your margin for error just becomes that little bit smaller. And with a bit more pace, it does allow you to miss your spot by a bit more and get away with it. And luckily, Murtaugh's not seen him miss his line and length too much over the course of the season and a half that I've been here now.
Here's the change as Ethan Bamber will take the ball from the nursery end, replacing Roland Jones. 1 for 48 from his 16. Bamber just with the one slip now. Gully, points, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, deep square and long leg, 5-4 fields. Forcefully pushed back by Bartlett, who has a look at his bat. Could hear that on the effects mic. It was a very uncomfortable crunch on the bat, rather than a crisp, sweet to middle of the bat. When a partnership gets going, that run rate does go up, because it will frustrate them slightly that it's at 3.2. The bowlers much prefer something a little bit below 3 and over.
Yeah, I think the amount of partnerships, the run rate's still relatively under control, but they wouldn't want it to go much higher than it is now.
That distinctive walk from Bartlett, which we've seen all day long. Brings him a single more. It's just been pushed out a second to move to Gully. Simpson's going to stand up. There's that protection on the onside, the deep square and the long leg. Gets away, back at a point. Big chase for Max Holden. Good slide and recovery, taking a couple. Mentioned his runs in that Nottinghamshire chase. He'll be opening up the innings next Thursday, you'd have thought, with Stephen Eskenazi, List A record holder for so long for Middlesex, taking it off Andrew Strauss. So for so long, relatively, this modern day of cricket. And Stephen Eskenazi taking it off him last year. Goes after it. Deep mid-off is Tim Mercer. One bounce, I think it was.
Yeah, just the one bounce. Just didn't get enough of it. I think mid-on and mid-off are just slightly hanging back, hoping he'll just sky one up, because he has been looking to take on anything full, try and hit it over there. So just giving themselves about 5 metres. Hopefully get a catch there.
.71 done. 231 for 3. Yeah, Eskenazi was on that incredible run last year in List A cricket, wasn't he? And well, in white ball cricket, got a couple of knocks for the Lions against the South Africans, actually, Taurus, isn't it? And then a couple of T20 50s to end that campaign before going on a run of 50s and indeed centuries in the List A. You shared a few hours at the crease with him there.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was in an unbelievable run of form there. It just didn't look like he could do anything except middle the ball. All the options he wanted to do, he sort of executed. So it was fantastic to watch. And I think particularly pleasing for him is he had a point to prove, having missed out on selection for the 100 last year, and obviously proved his point exceptionally well, because he got a well-deserved pick in the draft this year. So it'll be exciting to see him in August time. We'll miss him, but it'll be good to see him in the 100.
Higgins replacing Mercer. Yeah, he got a big bash go at last as well. Aussie raised Stephen Eskenazi won the big bash, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he has, having spoken to him and been around for a while now, he's put a lot of work into his white ball game, and it's obviously paid off big time. Like I say, won the big bash in the 100 now. It's very exciting to see. Yeah, interesting dynamic with the partnership in the middle going on now, where Bartlett looking to be really solid, I think, trying to get to the new ball and try and see Somerset through that. And then you got Cola-Cadmore really taking it on, trying to take advantage of the old ball. So yeah, contrasting styles at the moment.
Just thinking back, actually, going back to Eskenazi for a moment, the run came to an end at Taunton, didn't it? And he said, I think he had 3 pretty difficult tracks to bat on for 3 consecutive centuries, didn't he? And he said he can guarantee best track of the lot is the one that I'll miss out on, and it went to Taunton, and as he called it, a cracking track, and that was the one where he failed.
Yeah, I think it was 330 played 330. So yeah, really good track on that day. I think memory serves, he dragged one on because I was the next guy in. So I actually remember thinking, like, you've got to be ready, because like I said earlier this morning, no batsman can keep scoring runs indefinitely. Somewhere the luck is maybe going to just turn a little bit, and on that day, yeah, it was someone else's day.
In the air, and Roland Jones takes the catch. Well, they needed that, Middlesex, just before the second new ball. Bartlett and Cola-Cadmore looking to push on. They've been positioning that field, Middlesex, and Skipper had himself in exactly the right spot. Higgins with a second wicket. They finally got rid of Bartlett. 121, brilliant for him. 10 for 2 when he arrived in the middle. Deep trouble and a lot of pressure on him, but he's guided Somerset to a very, very good foundation here ahead of that second new ball. Not there to see it himself, but he's given his side every chance. First century of the summer for Bartlett. Excellent one it's been as well. Middlesex been mightily relieved to see the back of him.
It just shows you what I know, saying he was looking to be solid, trying to get through to the new ball, and he tries to whack one over the top. Really good catch there from Toby Roland Jones as well.
Here's a look at it again. just looking to free up his arms. We saw one like that from Cola-Cadmore a couple of overs ago off Mercer, didn't we? It just allowed him that time to get the levers out, but not for Bartlett.
Yeah, not for the first time this season. Higgins taking a really important wicket there. Like I said, in this period before that second new ball, if they can pick up 1 or 2, it really does bring Middlesex back into the game. Then with the aim of with that second new ball, if Somerset are 8 down tonight, it's probably an even day at the end. So that's what they'll be aiming for.
Not a bad catch by the old fella, skipper as well.
Yeah, he backs himself in the field. I remember the first game I played last year at Lord's. He had a really good run out against Sussex, directed from mid-off, and he's sort of been riding on that ever since. So this catch will give him something else to talk about as well about his fielding.
Does he talk a lot then?
Yeah, every now and again on the field, he likes to remind some of the younger guys that, like you said, he's one of the elder statesmen, and he prides himself on his fielding. So. Yeah, good catch, important catch that.
So, James Roux, who has scored back-to-back centuries in the 2 innings at Old Trafford. 3 for the summer now, averaging 67 and a 50 to go with it. He's already hit 539 runs. 118 unbeaten. The best of it for Roux. Just 19 years of age. Londoner. Off the mark, first ball with a single out to White. End of the over, 2-3-1, 2-3-2 for 4. So Bartlett's innings comes to an end, 121 for him. Caught Roland Jones off Higgins. Yeah, Roux, who is part of the England under-19 side on the run to the final of the World Cup in 2022. Has played England Lions as well. First class average from 13 games of 48.7. 4 centuries, 2 50s. Saying that of Bartlett as well. That was his 7th century to go with 7 50s. Quite the conversion rate from Bartlett.
Yeah, I think that, to me, I always have a quick look, like you say, at that conversion rate, 100s to 50s. You don't want to be a guy that gets to 50 and then keeps getting out. So, like you say, they're already 400s and only 2 50s in first-class cricket. Really bodes well for him for the future.
He'll strike again with that single off the last ball of the over. Swung after passing the batter. Simpson taking it away towards Eskenazi at slip.
I'll be really interested to see when Cola-Cadmore's back on strike now, how this influences his approach, whether he keeps on going, whether he decides to rein it in a little bit with the new batsman at the crease. Because the last thing you want from a Somerset point of view now is having 2 new batsmen in with the new ball. That'll be the ideal scenario for Middlesex.
He scored a century in that game at Taunton that we were mentioning a few moments ago, the List A game.
He actually got dropped off my bowling before he got to 100. Just had to throw that in there.
I thought with enthusiasm you nodded, yeah, he did get a century in that game, Kev.
Yeah, had him dropped at cover. Long hard volley, smacked straight to cover. Yeah, wasn't taken, but he batted really nicely. Didn't actually realise he must have been 18 then back last year. So really impressive innings for a young guy like that.
And you didn't name and shame the cover either.
I will not do that, no. He shall remain unnamed.
just recalling that match still, which I'm sure Somerset fans remember well. It was that one-wicket victory for Middlesex. A run out right at the last. I was commentating with Anthony Gibson, Mark Davis. Tremendous game at Taunton. End of the over. 2-3-2 for 4. Just feel he missed out there slightly, Roo. Only a full toss outside off. So 23 overs to go today, 7 to that second new ball. Danger Man and Cola-Cadmore. Mentioned already that he's averaging 33 this season with that 1 century so far. His career with Worcestershire, debut in 2013 in List A, first class debut in 2014 for Cola-Cadmore. It's Hampshire, Southampton.
Saw an interesting thing there in terms of his last List A game, which is something I found really interesting coming from South Africa. A lot of these top white ball players, they've not played a lot of List A games. I mean, looking here, it says his last List A game was May of 2019, so we're going back on 4 years, the last time he played a 50-over game.
145 2020s, 56 List A.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, especially the ones, like I said, the talented white ball guys, they get picked up, they go on the circuit playing the various T20 leagues. And then if they're playing in the 100 as well, that means they're not playing in a 50-over cricket. I mean, that just brings into question again, what is the future of 50-over cricket internationally if guys aren't playing it domestically?
It's the 20s. Nice square drive from Cola-Cadmore.
Yeah, I think he's just looking, like you said earlier, if any opportunity for him to just free his arms, he's either going to be looking to hit it square or then probably over the top if it's full enough.
Shot just for 1. Yeah, I interviewed Graham Smith in the winter ahead of the SA20, and he was saying that pretty much the way that white ball cricket has evolved, white ball cricket is virtually a T20 game now, as opposed to it's a white ball game, and List A may have to make way.
Yeah, I mean, the schedule is so packed at the moment, and guys are jumping from tournament to tournament. It's just going to become more and more difficult to find spots in the calendar and for all the cricket that needs to be played.
I think it'd be a shame if it was lost at domestic level, List A cricket, because it's still a day where you get to turn up and see your side bat, see your side bowl, and as Angus Fraser put it once, you turn up, you've got a favourite play, you're guaranteed you're going to see them. All right, might get a first baller if they're a batter, but you got every chance of seeing them involved and contribute on the day where you turn up.
Yeah, and I mean, I still think 50-over cricket is, it could be in some senses the most challenging format, where it's high intensity, but it's still over it's 3.5 hours per innings. So you've got to keep doing things consistently at a high intensity. Where in a T20 game, it's hour and a half and you're off the field. With 50 overs, tests you in different ways.
Short and through mid wickets. Hit hard by Cola-Cadmore. Oh, and an overthrow. We'll give them 2. Hit hard at mid wicket. Mark Stoneman was the fielder. Let's have a look on the replay. Goes again, goes all the way, no mistake this time. The overthrow looks costly now. Cola-Cadmore into the 30s. Big 6 over mid-wicket. Wasn't that short at all, but typical Cola-Cadmore. Quick hands, sharp eye, powerful shot. Big step across there from Cola-Cadmore to push that one back. Four more. 12 off the over, 2 to come. Cola-Cadmore erring on the side of positivity at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem like he's got the bit between the teeth at the moment, really looking to take it on. Anything loose, really looking to pounce. So yeah, becoming important to pick up another wicket here, because another 5 overs of this really going to put Somerset in a good position.
You can see he's setting himself up with that step to off. Anything straight's going to go, isn't it? He's going to target that short boundary. If Bamber pushes it that little bit wider, then he'll really look to flay it away into the offside. Stopped in the covers again. Well done Higgins, couple of ones in the cover there to make sure that didn't get any further. Into the over, 12 off it, 249 for 4 with that 6 as well. Here's the replay of the one to Stoneman. I can't quite tell whether it carried or not. I thought the angle from the other end suggested, just looking at Stoneman's body shape, slightly his disappointment actually when he picked himself up as well, whether it was disappointment that it didn't carry or...
Yeah, difficult to say. Like you say, they'd be a very big wicket now if they can get Cola-Cadmore, because he's definitely looking to move the scoring along before that second new ball. Been impressed with their over rate today. Something we've struggled with throughout the season. Yeah, very, very good to see them +3. One less thing to worry about out there at the moment.
Something struck me out there earlier, and I meant to mention it at the time, and it's now passed my mind completely. There was something quite early in the field. So Ryan Higgins, I don't know if he's just had a bit of strapping on his boot or something there that might have been annoying him. But he's just had something run out to him and worked on that boot. Yeah, there was something in the field that I noticed, and I just thought, that looks a bit different. You know, that will help the over rate. And then looked up a little while later, and yeah, over rate, as you say, is vastly improved.
Yeah, I mean, that's always something you're probably going to struggle with early season, a lot of seam bowling being bowled. But I think today there's been a conscious effort to have a bit of energy in between, and it's paid off so far.
That's a nice start from Higgins around the wicket. We talked about that swing that he was getting earlier from around the wicket, targeting the off stump but swinging away. So Higgins will want to leave it. Work away on Roux here for a couple of overs before the new ball.
I was wondering 3-4 overs ago if they might leave Ethan have a go with the new ball, but it does look like the two elder statesmen, Murtagh and Roland Jones, will be taking the new ball, I would assume.
So a little straighter on this occasion. It's the single to Roux, and that's the 250 up. First batting point, 250 for 4. 302 minutes, 253 deliveries. Any particular thoughts on that pushback from 200 to 250 for the first batting point? It has been very well received, especially with matches in April and May. It almost feels a little reckless going that hard. Run nicely, and fair old chase and slide for Sam Robson.
Yeah, I think the push has been to try and get teams to play more positively, with the reduction in point for draws, and again pushing the batting point up to 250. From an ECB point of view, they obviously want to see the teams take it on, but you do need good wickets, I think, to do that on. So possibly they'll start coming into play more from now on, I would think.
Smashed down the grounds by Cola-Cadmore. Very different game for Higgins, bowling to Cola-Cadmore to Roux. Very different skill set that he'll have to use.
Yeah, kept his shape really nicely with that. I think a couple of the ones he's missed, he's maybe tried to overhit it a little bit, hit it a bit too hard or too far. That one he really just dropped the bat down on the ball, good shape, straight down the wicket. Best place to hit it.
That was a good response from Higgins, wasn't it? Put it back in for straighter line, which just again is giving that freedom to get those arms going outside off, be it flaying it away through the offside or hitting down the ground. 42 for Cola-Cadmore, 2 for Roux, 4 to that second new ball for Middlesex. Big 4 overs.
It is, and you almost start wondering if it might be worth the gamble. I don't know if, I see there is a bit of a discussion out there at the moment. Don't know if there might be value in going with a couple overs of spin before the second new ball, almost try and tempt him into doing something unnecessary, because he does seem to be in a good rhythm against the seamers at the moment. So with 4 overs left, might be worth just putting 2 overs of spin on from the other end. See if you can tempt him into trying to hit one a little bit further than you might need to.
Which end would he go?
Probably the pavilion end. I think it does give you that slightly longer leg side boundary. I think it could be slightly risky going from the nursery end.
Oh, no backup, and that's gone away for 4. That'll frustrate. Pitching scattered momentarily as White goes to retrieve. catch. It's a good stop though. A backward point by Holden. Just had the feeling as that came off the bat that it's the bowler's bane, isn't it? A misfield or a drop catch is followed by a boundary.
Yeah, it's one of those things in the game that it does happen quite a lot more than you often realise. So give the batsman just a little sniff and then a bit of momentum just starts going against you.
Indeed, that 6 for Cola-Cadmore was potentially a drop at mid-wicket, followed by an overthrow to rub salt in the wound. 2 runs resulting from it kept Cola-Cadmore on strike, and the next ball went for 6.
Yeah, it doesn't always help for the mood out in the field when stuff like that happens. But I think as a whole, this Middlesex side I found really good, tight bunch of guys. So I don't think they'll be too bothered by that.
Something that's had to be worked on actually over the years, before your time with Middlesex, that it is a tight dressing room at the moment. That's not necessarily the case at any given county, and generally indeed at most.
Yeah, it's definitely been one of the closest change rooms I've been in. I think most of the guys really get on very well, spend actually quite a lot of time together off the field, and that does help. It's an underappreciated thing. You have a good culture in the side. It does help for the tough times in the middle.
Mr. Nice with the ball in hand, Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, he would definitely be one of the nicer fast bowlers on the circuit. Definitely a fighter out there. He gives us everything when he's out there, but yeah, he'll struggle to be mean or not nice to anyone. He's just a good all-round guy.
Into the 77th. Slow countdown to the second new ball here at Lords for Middlesex. For Cola-Cadmore, 42 from 44. He's quite happy as things go at the moment. Now, let's having a look at the pavilion ends. Luke Holman it is. I was wondering for a moment as Roland Jones wandered over without the cap on that he was...
Yeah, it could have been anyone. It was about 3 or 4 different guys there with the cap in hand walking around the umpire. I think, like I said earlier, the thinking would be get the spin on, see if you can really tempt him into trying to take advantage of the last 3 overs before the new ball. Hopefully open up an end. Then you'll have 2 guys on single figures hopefully by the time that new ball comes.
So long on deep mid wickets. Murtagh, I think, is being sent back to a deep backward square leg. Deep covers back, and then Roland Jones is in conversation with the bowler at the moment. He's going to send somebody else. Stephen Eskenazi, I think it is going up so long off, which keeps Roland Jones close to the bowler rather than sending him to the boundary rope, which makes a lot of sense. So Roland Jones heads to mid wicket. Well spread field, over to you, Cola-Cadmore. Just mid wicket, just moves a little straighter. Gentle single. First up.
Yeah, very responsible first shot there. I think just trying to see what Luke Holman's going to try and do here, whether he floats it up. I think there would be a lot of value in just trying to get a couple balls up above the eye line, see if you can tempt him. I don't think necessarily he's on at the moment to restrict the run rate. He'll be on to try and get that wicket before the second new ball.
slip in place for the left-hander. See if he can slide one on across Rue.
I think he's actually developed a pretty decent googly in the off-season. So this could be a good opportunity just sort of down the slope to try and set him up with a couple of good leg breaks and then try and spin one across him.
So I think the man that Holman's replaced, Nathan Souter, he was renowned for having pretty big googly, but didn't spin the leg spinner so much. Whereas Holman had a better turning leg spinner. Single there for Rue. As you mentioned earlier, he's got the perfect man to learn from now, Salisbury, and as a consultant, help him develop that game.
Yeah, I think they've already seen that pay off in terms of just, like I said, I've been obviously away for the winter, and coming back it seems like he's bowling with good rhythm. He's got good plans in place, so yeah, definitely some hard work that's paid off.
That one gets through. Cola-Cadmore on to 44, he keeps the strike. 263 for 4. He made of Holman's batting. Something, remember he made his debut, it was a T20. Oh yeah, good young leg spinner. He came out and got a few runs away, and he thought, oh, hold on a minute, just his presence at the crease kind of made you sit up and take notice.
Yeah, he scored some vital runs down the order. I think, like I said, been a tough month or so for the top order. People like Simpson, Higgins, Holman, they've scored some pretty important runs down the order to keep us in games and actually help us win those 2 games against Notts and Kent as well. So yeah, like you said, he brings a lot to the party in terms of his bowling and his batting. It really helps balance the side, and when you've got a batsman like him at number 8, it really does help you when you lose a couple of early wickets, knowing that you've got people like him, Toby Rowland-Jones at 9 potentially, to score some very handy runs down the bottom. Having the value again, someone when fully fit, someone like a Stokes, you have someone who can bowl you some overs and then score 50s, 100s potentially. Does wonders for a side just in terms of balancing it.
That goes up in the air. This is deep, but not deep enough. They'll pick up a couple. Cola-Cadmore's on to 46. Middlesex won't mind this. One of them lands in the hand soon enough.
Yeah, that's if one hopefully lands in the hands. Otherwise, like say, if he keeps going again with that second new ball as well, it could present some scoring opportunities. There'll be some more catches behind. Nice hard ball as well, so the scoring rate could potentially pick up. So yeah, delicate time right now.
Down the track again, no run. Three balls to go, the over. The last from the nursery ends before the second new ball. And does Cola-Cadmore eye up something for the 50?
Yeah, like I say, he's definitely trying to get across onto that off stump and access that short leg side boundary. Anything short, he's just going to try and either shovel or pull across to that leg side. So Bamba's got to try and really hit a good length right now.
Oh, that wasn't what he meant. For Cola-Cadmore, he doesn't mind one little bit. There's his 50 from 50 deliveries. 269 for 4. 6 4s, 2 6s. And a brilliant 79 minutes of positive, powerful batting from Cola-Cadmore, pushing Somerset on just ahead of that second new ball.
Yeah, I would imagine Bamba just looking for the Yorker there, trying to trap him right in front. Unfortunately, just missing it by a bit. Just needs to get a bit of bat on that to get 4.
Short, mistimed to Stoneman at mid-wicket. Poised. How much of a carrot do you think Rue is after the last overthrow? He might have stood there with his bat in the air, so go on then. A few beers in the background on a Thursday evening.
Yeah, that is one thing when I first started playing here, standing on the boundary and just hearing the pop of champagne bottles. It's quite unique to Lords, I think.
End of the overs, 269 for 4.
Yeah, again, I think that shows Ethan being one of the nicer bowlers. I know of a lot of bowlers who'd have thrown that ball back in the direction of the batsman. So, yeah, Ethan way too nice to be doing anything like that.
Big part of the pull to sign for Middlesex, calling Lords home.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of, if not the best grounds in the world. I think having played at Newlands before as well, one of my favourite grounds. Yeah, Lords, it is the home of cricket. So definitely, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a massive plus of being able to call this home.
Last over before the second new ball becomes available.
I think they wouldn't mind Rue just getting a little single, getting off strike here, trying to get Cola-Cadmore back on strike to see if he doesn't want to do something slightly irresponsible just to create a slight opening before that second new ball in five balls.
That's well bowled. Down to the boundary rope it goes, Mercer and Eskenazi. How was Mercer beating Eskenazi on that chase? I suppose he was at slip, so.
I think he had a slight head start, so yeah, we won't go into the specifics of that race.
Must have been a massive head start.
Yeah, I've got no comment on that. That's my T20 skipper, so I won't be making any waves before the selection meeting for next week.
Oswald bowled again. Well, I was going to phrase it. The neutral, I think, would like a single for Rue. He got 3. He gets this combination going. But that was a lovely bowling there from young Holman. Run nicely. Late dab down to the vacant deep third. Oh. Just beats Robson. I'm not sure which one of us is going to comment on the slow bike race there for Sam Robson.
Yeah,
Go on, Robert.
I think he's more known for his good hands in the slips than he is necessarily for his speed across the outfield. I would much rather him not dive there, injure himself trying to save 1 run. So I think in the bigger picture, really glad he didn't do anything stupid.
So for certain, this is the last ball of Luke Holman's spell, but close to it. Nice ball to end, if it is. Decent over as well. Chopped away for that 4 by Cola-Cadmore. 277 for 4, so that's 80 done. It was the run of Robson that got me, the dipping head. I'm not quite sure what it reminds me of. The head going up and down at this point. Did he think the finish line was in sight?
It did look like he was maybe just dipping, trying to get that chest across. Yeah, like I say, he tried his best, I'll say that for him.
Feels like that needs to be clipped up. Go on for the end of season lunch. 277 for 4. Right, all eyes on the umpire. Mercer's back, so you'd assume straight away with the second new ball. Won't need any warming up at all. I didn't see the arm go round, but we'll assume it is the new ball because we're watching Robson's replay. Slips going into place, 2 of them. Mercer will have Simpson standing up again. And there it is, that's a pretty shiny new ball that he's dropped on the ground in front of him. That gives you a little idea of the time of year as well, the fact that he's just dried his hands on the turf. He wouldn't have been able to do that a couple of weeks ago.
No, definitely not. I think, yeah, quite a spread in outfield here, deep square, deep point out, so got to be aware of stopping the boundaries. And then 2 catches at the back, hopefully find some movement with this with the new ball.
Yeah, they're having a long chat about the fields here. So across comes Stoneman. It did look as though the offside looked a little bit sparse for a moment there. 2 slips in place, Simpson standing up. Higgins moves to backward point. There's a deep cover point on the boundary. Max Holden, Stoneman's at cover. Roland Jones is mid-off. Bamber's mid-on. Deep mid-wicket and deep backward square, protecting that short boundary. All that placement. I have to do it all again now for the left-handed Roux. It'll be a vastly different field. I doubt it'll be much of an outfield for Roux.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're going to try and keep him on strike as much as possible now. Bring the field in. Potentially, I'm not sure, yeah, if they're going to have the extra catcher in. It just looks like the 2 slips. And then pretty much a ring field for the rest of it. Actually, no. As I'm saying that, Robbie White's running over from cover into a 3rd slip.
Just umming and ahhing over to whether to say it feels like they've got to have an extra catcher in there at the moment. The second new ball, where he's only faced 24 deliveries.
Yeah, I'm just going to be trying, I think, swinging it back in, trying to get one and nip across him up the slope. And then you've got your 3 catches at the back, 2 slips in a gully. Hopefully trying to take advantage of that.
What's the beauty of Mercer? You know, you had to make your Test debut against 2 of the greatest, Broad and Anderson. What's the beauty of Tim Mercer? What's the magic of Mercer?
I think just his accuracy and having faced him in the nets obviously quite a bit now. Just the way he presents the seam. He sort of just hits a good area, wobbles the seam, and it could go either way. Yeah, so in saying, like I said, with the wobble seam, he puts it up there. I'm not sure he knows which way it's potentially going to nip, but I mean, if he doesn't know, the batsman definitely doesn't know. And it hits a good length, and on the front foot, with swing, you can sort of adapt to it as it goes through the air, but with it nipping, you've already committed to a certain shot by the time the ball's bounced. So then if it does nip back in, it tends to trap you on the crease more often than not.
Right up there, giving it a chance to swing this second new ball. Clipped nicely by Roux though, and they'll take 2. Yeah, when he arrived from Surrey, again 26 years of age, whatever he was at that point, 2007, he was a big swing bowler, and that was, you know, speaking to him over the years, that was one of the things that changed a lot working with Angus Fraser. Richard Johnson in his first spell with the county as a coach was developing that seam movement.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. I feel if you're playing against quality batsmen, they generally seem to deal with swing easier than sort of seam movement off the pitch. Like I said, swing, unless it's reverse swing and it's happening late, that's obviously a different beast. But general conventional swing out of the hand, you tend to see it early and you can make the adjustment as it's coming. Where if you're presenting the seam and it's just nipping as it's pitched, that's way too late to be making much of an adjustment. So definitely a more dangerous one to face. You can see him also just playing around, I think, with his release angle. It's gone slightly wider a few times, and then he comes back closer to the stumps as well. So that comes back to the experience of him just changing the angle of the delivery, potentially just altering the line that the batsman sees it coming from, and then maybe inducing a false shot from there.
It says so much for a young bowler as well. You'd never want to discourage a young bowler from trying to bowl fast, but just the basics of get your consistency and get your control. If you can get your consistency and control at a great pace, then fantastic. Then you can work on variations and all the other things that you can do. But it's that control that Mercer's had, racking up the maidens over the years.
Yeah, I think a big thing, I mean, that's coming back to how the English, or international side sort of select their bowlers at the moment. A lot of them are looking for what they call that point of difference. And I mean, pace bowling is one of those things where if you're able to control your areas with a little bit of skill at high pace, it becomes quite a difficult proposition to face. Like I know I faced Anrich Nortje when he just burst on the scene. He was quick, he didn't do much with the ball. So it was, if you can handle pace, it was less of a challenge, where now he's obviously world class bowling at a high pace with high skill. And that's what you want from a bowling point of view.
Man, is still a pretty formidable sight running down the slope here at Lord's. Toby Rowland-Jones lost a couple of yards of pace with a few injuries now. Hip, knee, mostly back. With that incredible breakthrough summer 2017 against South Africa. Must be a fleeting moment at the highest level for a bowler who deserved much more. Cruelly robbed of many more international appearances, which he surely would have had, but for injury. What about facing Rowland-Jones in the net? Have you found that?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, last year he was head and shoulders above anyone else in Division 2, I thought. He bowled almost, not single-handedly, but a big part of the promotion, I think, last year was the amount of wickets he took in big situations. So yeah, just facing him, like you say, he's quite tall, so he gets that little bit of extra bounce and exceptional skill. And I feel when he's at his best, when he's got good rhythm, he takes you every ball. There's very rarely would you get easy leaves, sort of easy balls to defend. Everything's testing your technique, getting forward, really playing nice and straight, covering the swing and the seam. So yeah, just an all-round good guy to have in your side, I feel. And then he offers quite a bit of batting down the order as well, can be very destructive. So yeah, you'd always love more of him in your side than not.
Had you seen much of his batting prior to your debut against Sussex, when he and Simpson carted it around Lord's, didn't they?
No, that was quite a good introduction, I think, to his style of batting, and he's done it numerous times after that. But now when he comes in and he's in the mood, he's obviously got nice long levers, just drop the bat down on the ball, and can be very destructive down the order, especially if there's a short boundary he can target as well.
Still a majestic sight, seeing him running into bowl as the camera follows him in. I remember having a chat pretty early in his career with one, this would have been around 2012, sometime around then, with one top international batter who said of all the bowlers on the circuit, Rowland-Jones was the one he hated facing the most. See a fraction quicker back then.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I mean, facing someone with Toby's skill with the bounce and seam, he's with a little bit more extra pace, I would imagine would be a real handful, especially Duke ball, English conditions. Be a taste for any batsman in the world.
No guessing who's on strike. Cola-Cadmore. Huge six. Sweet pickup. Economy of effort really on that one.
I think that's a pretty good illustration of how the game's changed in the last 4 or 5 years. Conventional wisdom tells you, let's try and get through the second new ball and set it up, try and bat long, try and get close to 400. Where the modern way is, if it's in my area, I'm going to take it on. There's a short boundary. Doesn't matter if it's a new ball, if the ball's 80 overs old.
Goes again, and this is going to be an interesting battle now. That one smashes towards the middle tier. Problem here for Mercer is his length is just a fraction fuller than most. For Cola-Cadmore, that could well be in the slot. Not much wrong with that previous ball.
No, I think that's the thing. He's obviously just sliding across onto off stump, trying to access that short boundary. And with the bat swings and the bats these days, you don't really even need to middle it to get it over that one. I think he's obviously middled that one. That's probably gone about 20 rows back. But yeah, like I say, he's definitely looking to target Murtaugh here.
Yeah, it's a lot of thought here, because you look at that first six that he hit. Generally, Murtaugh's going to be pretty happy with that ball. Middle and off, straightening on the right-hander. New ball, looking to challenge that inside edge. But on that length, it was in the slot for Cola-Cadmore. Bowls him, goodness me. Can you believe it? 2 sixes, and you wondered, would Cola-Cadmore try and tee off against Murtaugh throughout the entire over and target that short boundary? Never rule out Tim Murtaugh. Drags it down onto the stumps. A little bit of a gimme from Middlesex's perspective. Just brought that length back slightly. Relief for Murtaugh, smiles all round. Relief for Middlesex, 293 for 5.
That's probably the last place he expected that ball to be on leg stump. I don't know if he maybe just dragged it on. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he would have been expecting Murtaugh to go wide on the offside, trying to stay away from that short boundary. So brave option there, but it pays off.
Just clipped the top of the pad, did it?
Yeah, I think the pad just dragged it back onto leg stump. So pretty unlucky way to go in the end.
Not sure if it was bottom edge to begin. .293 for 5. That's a massive wicket for Middlesex. Murtaugh 2 for 73. Cola-Cadmore gone for 68. It's extremely unlucky mode of dismissal, that.
Yeah, I think another half an hour of Cola-Cadmore there could have really put Somerset in a really strong position. So big wicket. Hopefully now Middlesex would feel they can try and keep it a little bit more quiet. Roux sort of still trying to get into his innings. Gregory new at the crease. And then there's an opportunity. You pick up 2 more wickets tonight, get 7 for the day. Brings it maybe back slightly still in Somerset's favour, but definitely if they can drag it back with a couple more wickets tonight, be a slightly more relaxed change room.
Yeah, the pressure's on Middlesex at the moment, isn't it? Because this is the opportunity, this is the moment. If it slips here, then they've got a lot of work to do tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I think that just again illustrates that approach of taking on that new ball. It looks great if it pays off, but he's just opened up an end here.
Oh, goodness me. How close was that to bowling him down the leg side? Well, we've talked about this all day. Somerset have come out with a clear approach on the off stump. Nearly did for Gregory first ball. Oh.
Again, that just shows you it can change really quickly. That must have just, the proverbial coat of paint, I think.
With the slope as well, matches its natural stock delivery. I really thought that had every chance. 293 for 5. Yeah, we talked about 350 as being something that Middlesex would look to really want to hold Somerset to and no more. This is going to be their chance at that. Somerset will think, well, if they can have a good hour through to the stumps tonight, Middlesex need to make this a long hour for the visitors. I saw bowls. That's not far off the ball and the length and the line that was hit for 6 by Cola-Cadmore, which was the difficulty Middlesex could have faced had that have gone on for much longer. But Cola-Cadmore gone for 68, bowled Murtagh, 293 for 5. But a breeze picked up this evening. MCC pennants coming in from behind us in the media centre, which is generally the colder wind. Been a more pleasant day today though. Temperatures nearly hitting 20.
Yeah, it's been a really nice 2-3 days actually, being able to train in shorts, not having to bundle up in 2-3 layers. So hopefully this is the start of the summer, not a fall storm.
That's well bowled. Good stop. Tumble into his left by Robbie White.
Just saw Toby Rowland-Jones having a look back there. There's obviously someone behind the bowler's arm just moving. And it's something I found quite unique coming to Lords, is people actually being allowed to sit below the side screen, where I want to say 90% of the other grounds in the world that would be cleared of people, where you're actually relying on them to not be moving as the bowler's running in.
Height, perhaps even dropping outside the line of leg.
Yeah, just marginally, like I said, could have been just outside, a little bit too high. More than enough doubt there to not be given out. And like I was saying, with the people behind the bowler's arm, we've even had a few instances of people wearing red coats,
Yes.
having been asked to move, which I've not seen before.
Inside edge rattles around in the pads and then rolls harmlessly away. Rowland-Jones sure to have a little conversation about that one. Yeah, we picked up on that. It was either a red coat, can you take it off? She seems to remember one lady then putting it over her lap, and then another one that they had a red jumper on, then had to put a coat on over the top of it.
Yeah, you'd think if you're wearing something red, you might not want to sit directly behind the bowler's arm, but I think they eventually did take it off in the end, so all's well that ends well.
There's that length from Rowland-Jones, just so difficult to face, isn't it? Squaring her up slightly, tentatively on the back foot.
Yeah, you do feel there might be a slight change of momentum right now with that wicket. Felt another half an hour of that would have put Somerset firmly in the driver's seat, where now it almost feels like they're playing for the end, trying to just get through the day with minimal damage. And that could potentially, like I said, 320 for 7 is a pretty even day on this pitch, I think.
Right on the spot now, Rowland-Jones, isn't he?
Yeah, like I said, he's definitely had better rhythm this week than last week. I think sometimes it's just a matter of trying to bowl as much as possible and just getting rhythm through overs, which, I mean, he's into his 18th over now, so you'd think the rhythm that's there now should be pretty good. So he should probably have another 3-4 overs tonight, you would think. Hopefully pick up a couple more wickets.
On the spot once more. So in the over, 293 for 5, maiden for Rowland-Jones. 1 for 48 from 18, 7 maidens for him. Gregory's averaging 28 this year, 150 already, 65. His top score that came at Taunton. First match of the season against Warwickshire, 65 and 26, got 34 unbeaten in the Taunton fixture against Lancashire in the second innings. He can be a destructive batsman if he hangs around for a long time as well. 4 50s and 4 centuries and 15 50s in his career.
And I think their position in the log almost, it illustrates to me, I think they've had 4 draws and 1 loss, as opposed to Middlesex, who've had 2 wins and 3 losses. I mean, a win is worth 3 draws really in the end if you add up the points. So that just shows you probably don't want to be drawing too many games throughout a season, where if you can get 1 win, that does put you in a better position, I would think.
Yeah, I think I'm more at ease with that than I am the change of the batting points this year. I saw in the Nottinghamshire match here, 5 points for the draw or 16 for the win. Right, let's go for it. Obviously, there was a great deal of conversation around Somerset's game against Lancashire at the weekend, wasn't there, at Old Trafford?
Yeah, I do have some sympathy with that in terms of declaring with 50 to 60 overs left. It can be, especially if the wicket if it's been a high-scoring game, it can be difficult to bowl out a side in 50 to 60 overs. So then there's only really 1 winner.
Oh. Well, well, again, that wasn't a bad ball there from Mercer. Shaping away from Gregory. Lovely looking shot. Would have been a nice way to get off the mark with a drive down the ground, but really disturbing the furniture at the non-striker's end.
That's always one of the funny things about batting to me. In the nets, if you're practicing, you hit a shot like that, everyone's saying great shot and they're clapping you. You get naught for that in the game. It's the same as if you play and miss it. And then you inside edge 1 to square leg and you get a 2. That's worth more than nailing 1 straight back at the stump. So in the end, it's all about runs. Doesn't really matter in the end how you get them. It's how many of them you can get.
Come of the over. Good over from us. Challenging over. He did nearly go for 4 that previous ball, but again, that's in the area where he wants to work at the moment, especially to the new batter. Against Cola-Cadmore, it was a problem, that line and length. But against anyone fresh to the crease, they've got plenty to think about.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to nip 1 back, exactly like the ball before, just try and nip it back up the slope, see if he can hit him on the pad.
And she took a bit of bounce down the slope. 293 for 5. And that, again, you know, I asked you, what's the beauty of Mercer, what's the magic of Mercer? It's exactly that, isn't it? That control that we talked about. There are times where you're trying to hit the seam, you don't know where it's going to go, you don't know what it's going to do, but equally he does seem to have a fair old way of working a batter out, lulling them along.
Yeah, I mean, that game against Kent was just a masterclass to watch. I mean, he was nicking guys off, getting the ball, bowling them through the gate, hitting them in front, so not just a one-trick pony, he was getting them out in every which way in that game.
So close. Everybody just waited for a split second there to see if there was a bail tumbling behind. It's the inside edge onto the pads.
Yeah, I feel it's been a day where possibly not everything's gone in Middlesex's favour, but with 11 overs left to go, a couple of wickets towards the end I do feel brings them back into the game. Hopefully, like I said, try and get them 7 down tonight and try and wrap it up early tomorrow, and then have a good long bat.
Yeah, which is pretty much 10 overs out the way to sum up the day so far. Somerset will be delighted. especially having lost the toss, 10 for 2. Even on losing the toss, take away 10 for 2. On losing the toss, 293 for 5. Are you taking that? Yeah, pretty much so.
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, being put into bat, you will be expecting to be probably up against it a bit more. Because there's a couple of things, if it had gone differently, it could have been a different story today. But still a lot to play for, I think. So pick up a couple more wickets, different story again. Roos looked very composed, I think, coming out. You can see he's obviously a guy coming in with quite a bit of form. Looked very assured of himself. Clearly starting to really figure out his game, which at 19 is quite an impressive achievement, I feel. So yeah, he's looked very, very composed, very put together so far. Not really played at anything he hasn't needed to, and been strong in defence.
He's belying the years here, isn't he? Especially against Roland Jones and Mercer. But Roland Jones in particular will be letting him know. He'll be the most vocal of the Middlesex bowlers, Roland Jones, won't he? He'll be letting Roo know that there's a good 16 years between them.
It does feel like that's a little bit of a plan to Gregory. He does seem to get across quite a fair bit onto off stump. I mean, that first ball he received from Murtagh couldn't have been any closer to leg stump, really. So it'll be interesting to see if they keep going at the stumps with him going across.
Leg slip and leg gully have been in play a bit today, haven't they? For the Nottinghamshire match it was seen as well.
Yeah, it is almost like it's a little bit in fashion at the moment to have that leg slip. And there's been quite a few dismissals down there, so definitely a good option. It's actually, like, having said, with that position being in fashion, it's a difficult shot to control as a batsman, because it's very instinctive. If it's bowled on your legs, to sort of just tickle it around the corner. Difficult to control in this thing. You can't really keep it down, and it's not like outside the off stump, you're almost conditioned to leave it. If it's on your legs, no batsman's really leaving that. You almost throw the bat at it, and if there's then someone there, I've seen quite a few catches in that area this season so far.
Pulling straight to end the over. Gregory resists and defends into the offside. 294 for 5. 10 overs remaining on day one. The strangle down the leg side. It's often been discussed in terms of it being a mode of dismissal. You say the batter's a little unlucky there, or the bowler's burgled one down the leg side. But equally, you know, if you've got one fizzing up around the chest of a batter and he feathers one through.
I think it becomes, in my opinion, it's almost a question of if it happens once, maybe it's unlucky. But if it does then become a pattern, there's obviously something that can be exploited. I think we saw, I think it was Dean Algar in Australia in the test series they had in December, get strangled down leg side, I think 3 or 4 times, where that then does suggest there's something to exploit.
I remember writing up a piece actually for the BBC on that Australia tour for South Africa, and Dean Elgar was talking about the lack of test cricket there is for South Africa at the moment, which they've all been quite vocal about.
Yeah, I think almost put it into perspective. You've got Keshav Maharaj, who ruptured a tendon in his ankle. Pretty good chance he's going to be fully recovered by the time they play their next test, which is in December, I think, against India. So you're going almost, I think it was 9 months in between test matches, where I know there's a World Cup and there's IPL and various different things, but for a country like South Africa to really potentially only play 3 tests in 1 year, yeah, it's a little bit tough to take.
I guess that's where Graham Smith was talking about. List A might have to give way to get more tests into the schedule.
Yeah, I do think, I mean, I don't really think 50 overs is the biggest obstacle to South Africa playing test matches. I think there's definitely other factors at play. If you look, I think they only really play for the next 3-4 years, play 2 test match series, which, I mean, would imagine as a fan, you kind of feel shortchanged where you go 1-1 and the series done.
Well, heavily so. We've talked at length this morning about South Africa churning out batters. These are batters who primarily all want to be playing Test cricket, but are starting to, much like yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, and I think the majority of cricketers would agree that Test cricket is still the pinnacle of our game. It's there in the name. It tests you in so many different facets, not just technically in terms of 5 days. I don't think people realize how long 5 days rocking up to the same ground and putting yourself through that day after day.
Oh, Mercer holds its line across the left hand of that one.
Yeah, that's the first loose shot. He's faced almost 50 balls. I feel that's the first loose shot he's played. He's been really, really well disciplined outside off stump, defending well. Just went out, probably not quite there to drive. Had a couple of late finishes this year. I think I've played until about 7:15, almost 7:20 a couple of times, so shouldn't be that late today.
Goodness me, he's tempting him.
What's the saying about London buses? I think I've not been here a while, but I've heard that being sort of bandied around.
You wait half an hour and 2 come at once. Middlesex would hope that's the case with the wickets. They got too early, didn't they? 10 for 2 this morning. 1 to go down in the afternoon. Which was the skipper, Abel. Picked up the Centurion just before the second new ball. Cola-Cadmore just after. Squared up, high up the outside edge. Gregory gets off the mark. 13th ball, nearly an unlucky number for him.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a graft today for the Middlesex bowlers. I do feel that is where the taste of 4-day cricket comes in, where it is a graft for 4 days and you want to be in a position to win the match after tea on day 4. I think that's what makes a good hard-fought 4-day win one of the more satisfying feelings in cricket, where you've put everything out there for 4 days and then right at the end you actually get the reward for it.
I mean, Joe, going back to what you were saying, I'd genuinely be amazed if there were any cricketer out there that didn't still think Test cricket was the pinnacle. It's just getting the balance right, isn't it, to entice players. Stay away from the big pay packets enough to play the Test game.
Yeah, I mean, in saying that, I mean, there's been a few players, and I feel like that is only going to pick up, who have only decided to focus on white ball cricket going forward. And I do see the value of that, where if you can focus on one format, you are definitely going to improve quicker in that certain format.
But that's mainly driven by the financial reward, which I'm not criticising. And I would never criticise a player for a moment that the white ball game financially, T20 is more rewarding.
Definitely. I mean, I don't think anyone in any other line of work would be criticised for taking a higher paying job while doing potentially less work. I mean, let's be honest, being out there for 4 days, grafting along versus playing in a T20 match, 3 hours basically, 3-4 hours, you're in, you're out, and you're on to the next one.
I don't know what those boos were for, or the effects might, but somebody in the crowd, or a group in the crowd. It's Roo as opposed to a boo. There we go, that's what it was. A few Somerset fans have made the, maybe it was those beers we saw being consumed a little while ago.
This is usually the time of day, I feel, yeah, where a crowd has the potential to become a little bit more vocal, I found. not quite always sure why they become more vocal this time of the day.
No idea.
Yeah, I wouldn't speculate on the reason for that, but I have found that this is the time of day you generally start hearing a little bit more chat from the side.
Just wait till next Thursday.
They won't have had 6 hours to warm up though, so I mean, I'm sure if they'll be going from the beginning, I'm sure.
Nice end to the over. That slammed hard onto the bat again from Roland Jones, didn't it? But Root, good position once more. 295 for 5. 8 to go on day one. Somerset's day so far. Middlesex need a pretty good half an hour here if they're to wrestle this one back. As I say, first 2 sessions of the day belong to Somerset. At the moment, this one is in Somerset's favour, but a couple of wickets before stumps would wrestle it back slightly.
Yeah, I do feel, I think 350 probably a par score on the pitch given the conditions. So yeah, like I said, a couple of wickets now could potentially restrict them to just around that or maybe slightly under.
And these two are pretty much doing everything they can at the moment, Mercer and Roland Jones. I think this is, I'd say, been the most consistent they bowled all day, but most economical they bowled all day.
Yeah, I think it's sort of classic end of day. 2 batsmen are being really watchful, just trying to get their side through to the end without any more damage. And like I said, from a Middlesex point of view, they'd love another 2 wickets to just make this day slightly more even.
Luke Holman in the background there, you'd have just seen going a little bit squarer. That's why, straight to him, single. To protect that slightly straighter ball. 296 for 5. As the left-hander Drew comes on to strike. He'd be a big wicket to take overnight. 2 centuries in the last 2 innings. Dearly love to come out tomorrow morning. Start up again.
Yeah, as a batsman, I don't think you ever really want to take form for granted. While you're in form, you want to make hay while the sun shines. So you'll be desperate, I think, to keep that good form going. Fair play to him as well. As a 19-year-old, I've seen it many a time. You're coming off a couple of hundreds, you almost, even though you're on naught, you keep playing even though you think you're still on 100 not out. But he's clearly come out, started on naught, which is what you tell them to do, so he needs to execute that quite well. So all in all, pretty impressive from him so far.
Perfect from Tim Merter. For all the world, Roo would have been worried about that shaping back into him.
Try my best to try and jinx him out, yeah. Almost worked.
But there's the spot, right-hander or left-hander. Merter just seems to constantly lull a batter in. Couple across, one's cover the over. Will have to be fancy, and this one comes back in, which again is classic Merter. We saw it an over or so back, didn't we? He's going to come off his short run up for the last ball of the over, Merter, which again is classic Merter nowadays. Is it the one that holds its line across once more? Or is it a dibbly-dobbly? 296 for 5. Allowed to say that. He's laid into me enough over the years. If you were spared a tongue lashing from Tim Mercer on some sort of subject.
it'll be interesting to see 7 overs left if we see a little bit of Ethan Bamber towards the end here. Feel he'd be a really good option against Gregory. Just try and trap him on the crease, slightly skiddier maybe than these two bowlers.
There he goes, Gregory. Cross to that off stump again, working a couple into the onside. Yeah, they've been relentless, these two, but it feels as though Bamber would just offer that little bit of extra energy that he does.
Yeah, I think with 7 overs left to go, wouldn't be surprised if we see a little 2-3 over burst from him right at the end here. I mean, the ball's still relatively new. Let's see if he can just skid one on, hit those pads right in front of the stumps.
Just jags back in, didn't it? Blake Cullen, who was on the mic this afternoon. Joe Cracknell on the right, who thumped that hole in the tower leading up to Old Father Time above the scorer's box. Both likely to be in, or certainly around that 11 next Thursday for the T20. As you've been hearing, both desperate for a bit of cricket. A result for Middlesex in each of their games so far. So the firsts have done fine, but the seconds and the club cricketers really struggled for some action so far this summer.
Yeah, I think that's one thing I was really pleasantly surprised about, is the drainage here at Lord's. It's been, yeah, amazing with the amount of rain we've had early on to not really lose that much time.
Just came back down the slope again, tucking up Gregory a little. Deep square being sent back. Ryan Higgins, deep backward square is Luke Holman, round to long leg now.
Always that little bit of a cat and mouse game. Deep square goes back. Is he actually going to bowl the bouncer? Is it the bluff? Is he going to go full? I think as a batsman you've just got to keep watching the ball hard, not try and premeditate it too much.
Bouncer it is, and it's put away. 4 runs. Gregory's combative, isn't he? Second batting point on the board, 302 for 5. Just set up a little bit, that one, didn't it, for Gregory? Or Roland Jones serve up last ball of the over. Right on the spot once more. 302 for 5. 6 to go of the day. Will Roland Jones take a blow there? 1 for 56 from 22. 21, my apologies. Bamber or Higgins a burst? Well, here's the answer. Bamber's coming on to replace Murtagh. 2 for 74 from 22 for Murtagh today. 5 maidens. And there's Higgins warming up, giving us his answer for the pavilion end, where he'll replace Roland Jones. So 3 apiece for the change bowlers. The 4 stumps on day 1 just offer a different challenge for Rue and Gregory. Gives them a chance, as he said, particularly Bamber, to let rip here.
Yeah, I've got a good feeling about Ethan here, potentially picking up 1 or 2 towards the end here. I feel like he'll be the bowler. If he can hit a good line in length, just be nice and skiddy. You feel if they're not coming down the pitch, the ball won't be going over the stumps. He'll have LBW bowled and nicked off in play.
Straight away. Runs for Somerset though. They'll take him. Deep third is vacant. We'll get a couple.
Yeah, it's a good start from Ethan. I feel with Roo, probably the one or two times he's looked vulnerable, so that ball just angling across him, where he's just played away from his body. So I feel Ethan potentially will be looking to just get it across him with the odd one coming straight, just to test his balance, see if he can't hit him on the pads.
Driving on the up outside the off stump, but that's a brilliant stop by Holden at point. Just the single. Just in the Surrey score at the Oval, Kent recovered 278 all out, 77 unbeaten for Everson, but Wes Agar with 31 from 56, Hogan 43 from 48. Giving Surrey a little bit of their own medicine. So Surrey, it's quite crucial, that last wicket partnership in the Surrey first innings last week. That 40 runs just pushed Surrey on that little bit more. It's going to be 4 more. Gregory with a step across and a tuck away.
Yeah, I feel the bowlers will be a little bit disappointed today. It's been quite a few runs down in that area, but I do feel that's been part of the plan from the Somerset batsmen, getting down the pitch onto off stump, potentially opening up that area a little bit more than it would normally be.
There's that step across again. Gregory. 3 wickets for Clark, 3 for Worrell, 3 for Laws in the end for Surrey, who are 44 for 1. Burns LBW to Hogan, the man who's never been out LBW himself. So we were just muttering off mic there. Sibley 14. Pope's back. He's got 7.
And they're playing at the Oval, right? So he'll be odds on for another 100, I think, averaging 90. I think I read it the other day, averaging 95 at the Oval after about 30 games. So decent sample size there.
Shaping away from Bamba. Sharp work by Simpson. 91 done, 5 to go today. 309 for 5. Hampshire 321 for 6 now. Liam Dawson has 48. Barker with him on 14. 95 for Vince, the top score so far. 2 wickets for Sales, 2 for White.
Yeah, I think a Hampshire side missing Carl Abbott this game, just having a little bit of a break. I think with almost a little bit of a precaution as well with them not playing this game. So one half of their overseas bowling contingent not playing.
Barker and Abbas, Holland, Turner and Crane and Dawson.
Still a very good bowling attack. Yeah. But I mean, anytime you lose someone the quality of Carl Abbott, that's not necessarily what you want, but I think still a more than capable bowling attack.
Sorry, and Gubbins as well, I should say. Poor Middlesex man with the wonderful leg spinners delivered in the style of a shot putter. Have you seen him bowl yet?
Not had the pleasure, no.
Runs in with the ball tucked under his chin like a shot putter, and then picked up a couple of wickets at the Oval, I think, or at least one at the Oval, where Robson picked up a couple of years back. In fact, Robson's leg spinners have changed a lot. He used to come in off nearly a medium pacer's run up to bowl his leg spin.
Yeah, the way we saw him run earlier, I think that's probably the shorter run up the better for him at this stage. Don't need seeing that head going up and down when he's coming into bowl.
It feels like that replay's got to be saved for the archive.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it'll probably be brought up at some point during the season again. Just a little reminder. We do see him running like that at training as well, so it's not a completely unfamiliar sight.
That's a great stop in the covers.
That's Ethan Bamber. Yeah, that's even more impressive. Bowling from the other end, than being in covers, stopping.
And somehow he's still apologising. What was the hand up there from Bamber?
Because he missed he stopped it. They got a run. Should have stopped it completely. So yeah, fair enough apologising. Like we said, one of the nicest guys around. Not saying, listen, stop bowling it there. I'm bowling from the other end. You got to give me a bit of a break. Still throwing himself around after 90, almost 92 overs in the field. Very impressive.
Slip, gully, short mid wicket for Gregory now.
And you do feel the season that Higgins has had so far, if there's someone to make the breakthrough right at the end of the day, who else than him? I think he's probably done more than anyone else in this team so far, just dragging everyone along, bat, ball. So yeah, you wouldn't bet against them just picking up one or two right at the end here.
Essex have just been bowled out by Nottinghamshire, 298 posted after Notts won the toss. 4 for Hutton, 3 for Broad, 3 for Patterson. 66 for Westley, 72 for Cook. And down the order, Rossington for a Middlesex man with 35, Harmer 46. Short stint for Cook and Porter before stumps at Trent Bridge. And along the floor, good stop. Gully by Sam Robson.
Yeah, I think highly motivated to stop it there, so he doesn't have to chase it. So
I wasn't going to say it.
all the reason in the world there to have a big dive and stop it rather than chase it all the way to the boundary again.
Durham 373 for 8, century for Clark. Then at Gloucestershire today. .310 for 5 here with 4 overs to go of the day. Glamorgan all done for 123 as we saw earlier. James Harris with that unbeaten 28 at number 10. Rescuing matters for Glamorgan. 4 for Robinson, 3 for Carvelas, and 2 for Haynes, 1 for Hudson Prentice. Sussex are 192 for 4. Orr and Haynes giving it a good start. 76 put on for the first wicket before Orr was out to McElroy.
That's tough. You get Pujara out for naught, and then you get Steve Smith coming in, and he's on 50 naught. So it's you think you've got them, and then they just send in someone else. I mean, that is quite unique, seeing the two of them together. Smith batting at 5. So yeah, it's quite a unique thing about the county championship.
And Robinson's playing in that game as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of high quality international players. You take Labuschagne. Difficult for me to actually say it that way because it's not the correct way to say it. But
go on, tell us.
Labuschagne is the
beautiful,
the correct way. But yeah, like I say, Labuschagne, Smith, Robinson, and Pujara. It's 4 of the best cricketers in the world going right now. So quite a treat for the people there.
That's why he signed for Glamorgan, isn't it? The Welsh are the only ones on these isles that can say it properly.
Yeah, he does seem. He's been there for quite a few seasons now, so he does seem to be enjoying it there.
Slight stoppage here. Physio's on his way out. Did Rue just take a little bit of a blow that first ball of the over? He wore it on the body.
I think I might have just hit him on that. I don't know if it was just a little forearm or the elbow. Just jumped up on him a little bit. Never fun getting hit on any type of bone on the arm there.
You took a few last week at the Oval.
Yeah, I did. I think one of them actually chipped the little forearm guard, so it's quite a good hit. You'd definitely be expecting to take a few more blows at the Oval than at Lords. I feel like that last ball demonstrated there you're a little bit more worried about the skid here than the bounce, where, I mean, the Oval probably the bounciest wicket in the country, so yeah, quite a contrast, only 40 minutes apart.
On a good day.
Yeah, I've seen the traffic, so yeah, it's fair enough. Yeah, you're happy if it takes you 40 minutes.
Right up there from Bamber again.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to keep some of those for next week, I think. Be a useful skill to have come T20 time.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting call in the bowling next week. Say Blake Cullen. Max Harris had a good debut here against Somerset, picking up Riley Russo, his first wicket.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Martin Anderson comes back into play, obviously of some batting as well. So yeah, never a bad thing having some options. It's a long tournament, the games comes thick and fast, so the more options the better.
Just finishing that Sussex scorecard, 198 for 4, Smith 57, now Coles on 38. Last game, wow, Worcestershire. What happened to them? They've been put in Leicestershire. Leicestershire was skittled for 173 in 55.5 overs, 52 for Ackerman. 3 for Leach, 2 for Gibson, 2 for Finch, 3 for Waits. An attack you'll remember well from the end of last season, Pete. We'll come back to that in a moment. Single hit. Rue moves to 18, wants to come of the over. Worcestershire, 83 all out in the 22nd over, 30 from Pollock at the top of 24 deliveries.
Yeah, he obviously, I think he does play in a certain way, but he obviously saw that there possibly a ball with his name on and really took it to them. 5 4s and a 6 in those 24 balls.
18 for Brooks on loan from Somerset from 25 deliveries. So of that 83 all out, 48 from 2 batters in 49 balls. Uppish, but a boundary. Oof. Who's just won that? Is that Jack Davis? Ouch. Onto the chin, that one, wasn't it? In the air, over the gully fielder, but just bounced up nastily here. And with the bag behind him as well.
Yeah, you'd expect him to know there's a rope and the ball might bounce up, but been a long day servicing the boys from the side with the drink, so maybe not quite as switched on as it would have been at the beginning of the day. Is that Worcestershire bowled out in 21 overs? I mean, it's 20 wickets in a day, so loads of action there.
Leicestershire 37 without loss in the 6th.
Obviously flattened out towards the end of the day. You'd think after the chaos of the first 2 innings.
It looks as though they're going at it. Patel's got 23 from 23.
Yeah, and yeah, Budinger as well. I mean, again, he plays in a very specific type of way, so he'll be getting on with it as well, I think.
Gibbons 2 overs, gone for 17. Good stop, tumbling by Simpson. Josh Davey, also on loan from Somerset, former Middlesex man, 3 for 26 from 7 in that Worcestershire collapse.
Quite a generous county they seem, just loaning out players across the board. Yeah, pretty sure that game won't be going the distance. Be a couple of guys there booking a tea time on Sunday, I think, after 20 wickets on the first day.
You say Sunday or Saturday?
Yeah, potentially back-to-back days of golf, yeah.
For runs. Cries of Rue again from the visiting supporters. He's on to 22. response from Higgins.
Yeah, Rue's been very watchful. I think 22 of 72. He was sort of just watching Cola-Cadmore in that partnership, just being really solid, keeping up an end from one end, and then watching him take on the bowlers from the other. So he sort of just kept on going with that. I think just trying to be really watchful, trying to get through to end of play, and then set out his stall again tomorrow morning.
Wow. Hard chase here for Holden. Usually when it gets down that slope it keeps going, but Holden's done well. Taken 3. He's on to 25. He'll keep the strike. 3-2-2 for 5. 2 to go today. 12 deliveries left. This has been an impressive day from Somerset now, and from that young man Rue. He's come out at a point where Middlesex would have really felt they could fight back with the second new ball here. Picked up Cola-Cadmore. Managed to get that second and third breakthrough with the second new ball that they'd have really fancied this evening. Can Bamba do something in his final over of the day? Unlike him to be wicketless. Best average of the bowlers so far this summer, left out of the opening game against Essex. Hasn't looked back since then. Has he? He has! Inside edge, Rue looking to drive. As I said, it'd be very unusual for Bamba to go through a day without a wicket. 1 for 74, not quite the figures he'd want, but that's certainly a wicket that Middlesex desperately needed before stumps on the first day. Almost a reluctant celebration from Bamba on that. Inside edge from Rue. Unlucky for the youngster, he was impressive at the start of his innings here. Looks as though he was building well. Perhaps building for tomorrow. You can see Bamba. He's got it to go slightly back down the slope, around the wicket to the left-hander. A little feather of an inside edge through to Simpson.
Yeah, it's a very handy wicket to get towards the end. Just sitting here thinking that Somerset would have liked to get through without any more damage and then bat another session tomorrow, probably getting them close to 450. Well, I mean, potentially now, I'm not sure if we might see a night watchman with 2 overs left. I'd actually be very surprised if we didn't see one, which again, I suppose we are getting into that stage of the batting lineup where the night watchman probably wouldn't be that far down from this position anyway.
But the reason to go for it, I was agreeing with you there off the mic, thinking yeah they will, because this fella, if he hangs around for a bit, he can do some real damage to a scorecard that already looks impressive. Middlesex was to get him tonight, they would be massively relieved. Still Henry, Siddle, Leach to come. The ultimate night watchman, Jack Leach.
The best one ever scored, I think.
Undoubtedly.
We're actually sitting, I think, it was at the Oval. Yeah, they were playing that during the intervals when there was rain delayed. What a match that was to watch. Even though you know exactly what was going to happen, still a thrill to watch it back ball for ball again. Maybe not if you're Australian, but from a neutral point of view, I enjoyed it.
I was going to say the greatest one everywhere but Australia. Ooh, good cricket all around there. Great fielding by Higgins. Cut hard first ball from Overton. Yeah, if he's still there in the morning, and for a while in the morning, then all that damage you talked about from Cola-Cadmore, this man can do plenty as well.
Yeah, again, 320, 325 for 7. You'd think it's close, maybe a 60-40 day in Somerset's favour. But yeah, they get through with no more damage. They'll be pretty well set up for tomorrow morning.
Oh, whoa. Still a bit in it this evening.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we've got 9 balls left in the day, and so much can change. A couple more wickets, it changes the whole complexion of the day. if you get them 7, maybe even 8 down. Being a little bit greedy now, but
no, I was going to say you take one in this over, then all of a sudden that final over of the day becomes massive, doesn't it? It could swing it a little bit, maybe 55-45. That's why Bamba's bowling well. He's bowled well all day, hasn't he? Figures don't really tell the story.
yeah, it's just been a couple of loose balls, and then, I mean, some of the guys have come out, they've been really aggressive, which fair enough. The batsmen earlier on laid the foundation and put them in a position to really try and put their foot down. And yeah, I think, like you said, if from 10 for 2 having been put in, you take 320 for 6 most days of the week.
50 up for Leicestershire in their second innings inside the 8th over. Ah, it's good from Bamber, it's really good.
So it's probably looked pretty flat while he was sitting up in the change room, and now it's doing everything. It's sometimes the life when you come out to bat, you see everyone sort of just smacking it all over the show. You come out, you can't lay a bat on it.
But equally, this is Bamber from the nursery end, and I remember when he first came onto the scene, just thought, wow, you know, they've had the ultimate nursery end bowler for so many years, Middlesex, and now they've found another one straight away. Then he kind of made the pavilion end his own. Goes a little bit straighter to end the day, as Overton probably fancied. 322 for 6. Big old wicket that from Bamber. Roo pretty unlucky, feathering an inside edge. Gone for 25. 322 for 6. Over to Gregory for the final over of the day. Over to Ryan Higgins. 2 for 61. Performing yet again, Ryan Higgins with the ball. Can he perform one more time before stumps? Somerset will certainly hope not.
I'd almost be tempted here, just pushing the field back, seeing if we can give Gregory a single bowl at Overton, seeing as he's just come to the crease. Probably say that there, yeah, just as I say that, deep squares going back, I think deep points going back, so to a degree I think they wouldn't be that disappointed if they get Gregory off strike.
Pick up the ground staff at the top of the screen there, getting on with their work, getting ready to get on with their work at stumps. Edged short. Big smile on the face of Gregory, always a smile on the face of Higgins. Fancy the Somerset, which is, again, it's, you know, this isn't a criticism, but it's one of those things you see as many that have dropped short today as they have. Fancy Somerset might stand that yard closer tomorrow and say, well, let's shell them if we have to. No ball calls. Use of the feet again.
Really wouldn't mind the keeper up. I'm not sure. Might. Oh yeah, exactly. He is getting his helmet. I was just about to say, the last thing you want, Gregory just wandering down the pitch, taking LBW out the equation. Now you got Simpson coming up. He's got to stay in his crease. Just brings that LBW down the slope back into play again.
Silly mid on as well. Robbie White, usually standing behind the stumps, standing in front of them at the moment. See Eskenazi there. You were just saying to me off the mic, if they flash hard though, that's going to fly at Eskenazi pretty quickly. So it's a difficult balance for the fielders.
Yeah, I found especially at Lords, just the ball tends to skid and stay low a little bit, which means that if you're playing with soft hands, the ball generally doesn't travel as far to the slips. And I mean that I feel a couple of drops short, but that is quite a general occurrence I found over here.
Two balls to go. Be a big wicket to take off tonight, Gregory, if they could, Middlesex. This is a partnership in the morning that Somerset will look at, and they'll still have 400 on their minds with Gregory and Overton. swing. Bit through the air, bit off the surface. There's enough in this track for the bowlers, and it's a very strong Somerset attack, we must say, as well. Went through it earlier. Plenty of options, plenty of pace, bags of experience as well, especially with Siddle.
Yeah, and then also a really good spinner. So, I mean, as this game progresses, if the wicket maybe gets a bit drier, the Leach could come into play as well.
It's a little shorter. Higgins on that one. And Gregory rides that bounce for a single. He moves to 17. Overton yet to get off the mark from his 5 balls. 325 for 6. Somerset's day here at Lord's today, especially having been put in, especially having been 10 for 2. Middlesex will know they'll have to work pretty hard and fast in the morning with this second new ball, 16 overs old, but there was enough out there to encourage Roland Jones and Murtagh, and likewise the change bowlers as well, Bamba, who picked up the wicket.
Yeah, definitely. I feel tomorrow morning that they'll come in, hopefully have some good plans in place. We can pick up those last 4 wickets round about, like I say, around about the 350, 360 mark. Still very much then one good batting innings away from squaring things up and then becoming a 1-inning shootout later in the game.
And you do look up, not down at Lord's, don't you? So that will be one of the factors tomorrow. See what the overheads are doing. It has been a helpful season so far, to say the least, for bowlers. Middlesex will hope day 2 is a day to bat at Lord's on what looks a good pitch. The overheads are there as well. Day 2 is generally the best day to bat on any given day. 325 for 6 it is then, as Gregory and Overton make their way off. They will be a formidable pair in the morning if they hang around for a while. Middlesex will know that as they're applauded off, with Roland Jones leading the way, Higgins with 2 for 64. Everybody playing their part. I'm pleased for Bamba that he picked up at the end, because he's so critical of himself as a bowler, and again he bowled better than those figures suggest. Peter Milan, thanks so much for your company today. I can't tell you how much it was appreciated, and good luck with that knee problem. Hope it's all is well for next Thursday.
Thanks, yeah, and I'll be good for next Thursday, so thanks for having me today.
Peter Milan, been an absolute legend on the mic today. For myself, Kevin Hand, the commentary team, the stream team here at Lord's, thanks for your company today. Somerset edging it, Middlesex winning the toss. You can see at the bottom there, Somerset will be mightily happy with 325 for 6 walking off this evening. Join us back just before 11 in the morning. We'll have the highlights of day 1, the overnight interview as well. But stumps at Lord's on day 1. We say goodnight with Somerset 325 for 6.